Hold on.
We have a question down there about speaker notes on one of the presentations. Is there someone that could help? Through PowerPoint, the presentation, the presenter wants speaker notes. So, they're not possible. She suggested pairing her phone.
It's capital B-H.
If there's a way for her to pair her
Hey, Lori.
iPhone.
Alpha.
Hello, everyone. Woohoo! Right on, we're back in person. Welcome to Depth of Field. Wow. That was a long 3 years. It was February 11th and 12th of 2020, and there were dark whispers on the wind, and we did our Depth of Field. And that was the last time we were here. So welcome back once again. It's really good to, whoa, hold on a second, everyone. Breaking news. Major announcements from Nikon and Sigma. Whew. I thought for a second it was another balloon. Okay, so what's the breaking news? Nikon officially announced at 7:30 a.m. an 85 1.2 lens and a 26mm 2.8 pancake lens. Let's see, a Nikon 85 1.2. I don't think they've ever had an 85 1.2. They've had 85 1.4s, but an 85 1.2, think about the low light shooting you can do with that. Think about the bouquet on the back of the pen. Wow, I'm psyched. I don't think they have one over at Nikon, but we're going to have to go check. But wait, hold on, there's more. Sigma also is announcing a lens. The classic, the 51.4. Who started off photography with a 51.4, right? That's like the classic lens. Canon 51.4 and an AE1. Anyway, amazing news. So we've got 2 new lenses officially announced. There are emails that went out, so you can read up more about them. I'm sure the Nikon folks will tell you. But what a way to start depth of field with 3 new lenses. Pretty amazing. Okay, so where are we? We're at Depth of Field 2023, Light the Path. And we're back in person. So you guys gave a good cheer before. It sounded so good. Can we hear it one more time? Back in person, everyone. Right on. Woo! Awesome. It's really great. Alina, a longtime B&H customer and friend from the event space, is here, and it's so good to see you, Alina, even though you cut your hair. Okay, so welcome back in person. All right, so here's the concept. This is what Depth of Field is all about. And around 2012, 2013, we did an event called the Wedding Event of the Season, and we actually held it here, and we also held it in a shul on 34th Street. And that was our beginning soiree into helping out the professional photographer. Then we evolved it. In 2018, we changed it to Depth of Field. We included fashion, bar mitzvahs, event-based photography, rock photography, and some amazing, just expanded it out. And people say, like, what is Depth of Field? Depth of Field is for professional photographers. What is a professional photographer? It's someone who earns money by doing their photography. We have another conference called Optic, the Outdoor Photographers International Outdoor Photographers Travel Imaging Conference, which is more fine art and more leisure photography. But this is about the tools to help you become better photographers. So to wit, we've got some experiences outside, we got models you can shoot. We're all here to help you guys become better professional photographers. Now you may say, what's in it for B&H if you all become better professional photographers? Have you seen the price of professional cameras? I mean, well, we're going to help you out so that you upgrade your equipment. Anyway, so that's basically the idea of Depth of Field. That's the concept. And so I think that this is like our 9th or 10th time doing Depth of Field, at least with this name. And we're really happy to help you guys because it's all about you. Okay, so this is pretty cool. The special speaker, you may see on the left of the screen a very odd portrait of a young girl. I have recruited perhaps one of the ultimate speakers I've ever recruited. He's going to be going on at 1 o'clock. That's Bruce Gilden. Now, why I say this is so exciting is, first off, has anyone seen Bruce Gilden speak before? Okay, one person had it. He doesn't speak very often, so it was a lot of work to get him here. Looking at his presentation when he initially sent it to me, it struck me that this guy is next level. And when I say next level, I'm thinking that his work is going to be studied in the next couple of 100 years. He's taken the portrait into an area that it hasn't been in before. So I'm really excited for Bruce Gilden's presentation and to meet him in person. As we speak now, he is in a car service coming down from Beacon, New York. Okay, so I want to introduce someone, a very special person from the marketing department, Mr. Michael Hollander. Right on.
Hello, hello.
Come on, let's hear it for Michael.
Hello, hello. How is everybody today? I love the energy. It's been amazing. So I will be your host on the B&H exposure stage, which is on the 3rd floor. And for everyone at home, you guys can join as well. We are streaming on 2 different channels. We are kicking off at 11 o'clock. We'll jump into that schedule. But I'm excited. I don't get to sit in here with y'all, but I will be up there, sit in front row and center. We have some amazing speakers. It's really fun that we kind of get to have this dual offering with our main stage and now the B&H exposure stage. So thanks y'all for being here. Come upstairs, dip in, dip out. If you're online, you can kind of have 2 windows open. If you have that 2-frame setup, that's kind of awesome. So thanks everyone for joining.
And you know, if they miss anything, if there's something on the exposure stage, but you want to see something on the main stage, take your pick because everything's recorded and available afterwards. Okay, so the reason I brought Michael up here aside to introduce that second stage is that we got a lot of questions as we were developing Depth of Field this year and a little bit of Optic on how we pick our speakers and how we actually build the program that we do. So I thought it'd be great to bring Michael up here and we could talk about our program building. Program building really starts with us, and it starts with the marketing department. And we have 2 types of speakers. We have B&H guest speakers, that we source and we invite, and then we have manufacturer speakers that are sponsored. So the manufacturers, want to tell them how we pick the manufacturers?
Sure. Well, like David said, we have B&H sponsored speakers who are here, which really motivates our vendors to level up. We're bringing our favorite speakers from all of our marketing representatives, everyone who's been referred, and we go back to our sponsors and say, hey, this is who we're already bringing. How are you guys going to add a little offering to our schedule? So that really leveled things up, I think.
What we do is we go to the ambassador speaker pages and we pick out and we research speakers. And we have some goals. First off, we have a very well-rounded program. We want to cover many topics. Our last optic, we covered sports photography and bar mitzvahs. So we skipped that on this depth of field and we went into other things. Some of the things that we look for is we look for popularity, we look for diversity, we look for skill, and we look for unique messages that are really going to resonate with you guys. Okay, so let's just talk about quickly depth of field on our stage one, our main stage. So we're starting off with Mr. Shebang himself, Peter Hurley. He's going to be doing a live demo on the stage. Then we're cutting into Michele Celentano, and this is a big one. We talked about this topic, is phone tech and AI. AI, have you guys all noticed like all the talk of AI and all the, it's exploding. So we want to get an expert, and who better than Michele Celentano, who also was a veteran of Depth of Field 2022. Let's hear it from Michele. She's here. She's right. Then we're going to break for lunch, check out all the other stuff that we have going on, and then Bruce Gilden will be here at 1 o'clock. You don't want to miss that. What's going on in the exposure stage at 1 o'clock?
At 1 o'clock? Well, let's see. We're jumping ahead. So we have a quick break on the exposure stage while Peter Hurley will be on stage in just a few minutes, and then Joe McNally is kicking things off. So we're leveling up on the 3rd floor. So we're kicking things off with Joe McNally, super exciting. Then we have Miguel Cueles. So while there's a break in this room, and while there's a break on the streams, you guys can come over to the exposure stage and check out Miguel, and as well as all of our vendors and all the fun activities for everyone that's here in person. Then at 1 o'clock, we have Flo and Gala coming on stage. We're excited. She will also be on our panel that's happening later in this room. Then Illumitati. Tati Rooney is going to be here at 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock, Marina Williams.
Those are our TikTokers.
Correct.
New generation,
Correct.
Totally something new. We're not going to, as professional photographers, we're all a little older here. We don't want to ignore the TikTokers, so we brought them in because TikTok is viable. They're making big bucks doing the TikTok thing.
Well, then a veteran, we got Scott Kelby, who I think is speaking 3 times at this event. He will be up on the B&H exposure stage at 4 o'clock, and then we're finishing things up at 5 o'clock with Ashok Sinha. So please, take a break. When you're ready, come on up to the B&H exposure stage on the 3rd floor, and everyone that's viewing, we're excited to have you. Let's finish things off on the main
Okay, yeah,
stage.
so then in the afternoon, Dixie Dixon. We have an emphasis on fashion. By the way, it's New York City Fashion Week this week, so we'll be celebrating that here at Depth of Field. And fashion is a great way to make money in photography because all that fashion needs to be shot. And we're not always talking about like photo shoots in Tahiti, although that sounds pretty nice, but we're just talking about straight up catalog work. So I've made a lot of money just shooting catalog, especially for websites, so that's good. Dixie will be covering fashion. Monica Sigmon, The Power of the Family Portrait, which the Power of the Family Portrait, that's the photograph that stays with families, really important. And then we're really excited for our Women in Photography panel, which is going to feature Dixie Dixon, Flo Nagala, and Anya Anti. So that should be pretty amazing. That was put together by Madeline Budd, who's in our marketing department as well. So, moving on. Okay. Okay, so the B&H team. I want to give a big shout out to the B&H team. This is a large group of employees that helps out. We have the road marketing team, which is the core that does our events, and then we recruit everyone in the entire company. Other managers in the company, when I give them an email or a phone call, they're afraid because they know that we're going to ask for staff and we're going to have them work and help you guys out. So the team is really important, and you really stepped it up this one. At the Crystal Ballroom, our set designer, Brent, he did an amazing job on 3 giant, beautiful sets. So you'll be able to check out all those sets. That's all the team. Countless work goes behind the scenes. The photo experiences, that's what Brent came up with, 3 of them that are in the Crystal Ballroom. We have our photo experiences are littered throughout the 2nd and 3rd floor of Depth of Field. And those photo experiences have expert guidance alongside of them, and we have an amazing assortment of models. I know you guys may have gotten the email we sent out our models. We have a picture of the models with their social handles if you want to tag them and get into that. You always want to tag B&H Depth of Field too, Don't forget to tag that. The Depth of Field Challenge. So we've got a desk over in the far wall in the mezzanine. That's where the Depth of Field Challenge table is. They can give you more hints on that. But basically what you want to do is you want to shoot the models. You've got 6 categories that you can enter your photograph in. They don't make photographs of the models. Don't shoot them, actually. But it's not a good word to use these days. So you photograph the models. Then you can edit in camera, or you can edit at the HP and Dell workstations, and then turn in your digital photograph to the challenge desk. And then tomorrow afternoon, right at 5:15 after Mark Seliger, we will unveil the winners of the Depth Field Challenge. Lots of good cameras, full frame digital cameras, gift cards, good stuff. The trade show, go check out the trade show. In particular, we have ASMP and Magnum Photo are invited. Magnum Photo is an agency. ASMP is a professional organization for photographers. Definitely check them out. There's some benefits on ASMP like insurance and membership, and Magnum has an amazing education program. Bruce Gilden is a Magnum photographer. Just who knows about Magnum here? Do we guys know about Magnum? Okay, so just give you a quick clue. Magnum was formed in the 1940s as a photo agency cooperative for photographers. It was formed by Henry Cartier-Bresson and another fellow, I can't remember his name, and also one of the Kappa. So Magnum is a very important agency, and it's been around for a long time. So go check them out. And also the show specials. So who likes to save money? Who likes to spend more money? It's a great combination. We love our B&H customers. Show specials are good until February 12th. There's some good deals going on in there, so you want to check that out. And also we have some, we got some it's like an old school photo magazine. Remember when they used to have all the ads for good stuff in it? Okay, the sponsors. So the sponsors are really key because you guys may say, wow, David and Michael, you put on a hell of a good show, but who pays for all this? Well, you guys don't because the event is free. The sponsors do. So let's give a really loud thank you to our sponsors. Woo! Sponsors. All right. Should we play the 3 tribes game real fast? Okay. Who here shoots with Sony? Woo! Who here shoots with Nikon? Who here shoots with Canon? Ooh. Okay, I don't think we need to redo this. One more time, Sony people? Woo! Much better, Nikon? Canon? Wow, all right. Whew. That's intense. Okay. Peibu? Okay. Okay, so all this great equipment, you can save the tax or use special financing with Peibu. And there's a table outside where you can get more details about Peibu, but check this out. You sign up for Peibu today. If you don't have an account, you sign up for it today, get a $50 B&H gift card today or tomorrow. All right, and we're going to play this little video. What's that? Here, yeah. You have to sign up here, yeah. You have to sign up here at the table to get the $50 gift card. Can't sign up online. You got to sign up here today and tomorrow.
Introducing the new Peibu credit card. You can save the tax.
And audio guys,
or
I don't hear anything.
choose special financing for your purchases made on your Peibu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. A B&H Peibu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Peibu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Peibu savings or special financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Peibu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Peibu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Raise your hands, who has a Peibu card here? Okay, pretty good. So for those of you who don't, sign up. It's amazing. I wish that everybody had a Peibu card, but B&H really pioneered that, so go check out Peibu. All right, so we got our presentations going on the main stage. It is exactly 10 o'clock, which is pretty incredible because we are extremely on time. I think I've said everything I could say for the opening remarks. Just want to kind of finally say to you guys, we really love what we do here at B&H. It's really exciting working with the speakers, working with the manufacturers, putting together these events for you guys. We appreciate you as customers, and we value you tremendously. And it's like we're all family, so it's really good to have you guys back in the room. Let's give just one more quick shout out. Thank you so much, everybody. Okay. Oh, I just got more breaking news. The new Nikon lens is at the Nikon table. Okay, so that's pretty amazing. So we'll check up if we hear if the Sigma lens is here, but the new Nikon 85 1.2 and that little pancake lens is here. Okay, so talking about making money in photography, something that everybody needs. Everybody needs headshots. Everybody has social, LinkedIn. Everyone needs a good headshot. You should never use a profile shot that's like of a cartoon character or something. You should have a good quality headshot, and that's going to help you get jobs, and you're going to help people get jobs as well with a good quality headshot. So I have for you guys the king, the undisputed king of headshots, Mr. Shebang himself, Peter Hurley.
Woo! Woo! All right, here we go. Here, take this, take that, keep that on.
Once again, folks, Peter Hurley.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy. Thanks.
Now, let's really hear it for Peter. Come
Guys,
on. Yeah, correct.
Guys, I have a word. Does everybody know the word? The word is shebang. We're going to yell it on the count of 3, right? Let's shake the hotel. 3, 2, 1.
Shebang!
Yeah. Why do I yell shebang? Why do I yell shebang? I yell it at my clients when I get excited about my work. I don't care what you yell, but you got to yell something. If you're not excited about your work, how does the person in front of your camera get excited about your work, right? So I'm going to bring some people up on stage. We're going to take some pictures. I'm going to show you a little. Oh, look at that. I'm caffeinated. All right. We're going to plug in my computer and get it going. Do we need all this brightness? Do we need all this brightness? It's too bright for me. I'm a photographer. I'm going to get contamination on my stage, right? If I shoot continuous light and these suckers are hitting me, I can't have light contamination. Anytime you guys go, I shoot a lot of corporate stuff. I go into offices, and all of a sudden I'm there, and there's all these lights on. And I'm more concerned about getting the lights off in the room than anything else, you know? Shades, lights, the whole 9 yards. Let me plug this in and see if we can get this going. And get my slideshow up, and we're going to do a little bit of talking here. All right, we're in business, so throw that up. Can we dim these? Seriously, thank you. Oh, that's better. Actually, I don't mind. Well, yeah, I don't like those. I don't like these either. I don't like these either. All right, guys, that's my name. You guys know it. Shebang is the word. So seriously, though, if you're not excited about your work, I modeled for years, and I'm not that bad looking. Come on, jeez. I was better put together like 30 years ago, but I was modeling, and photographers, I got a little story in this that I'll come to about that. When the photographer did not know what to do, it wasn't like I went to Barbizon and I went to modeling school. Like, I didn't know what to do in front of cameras. Nobody told me. I just stood there, and I looked ridiculous if they didn't direct me. So you guys have to have some directorial skills, so I'm going to give you some today. All right, and I think we're going to get some people up on stage. I'm going to show you my process, show you what I do, and we're going to do some portraiture. Now, for me, a headshot is this. A headshot is, and I don't need this right now. Headshot is taken from the chest up. All right. If somebody comes into my studio, if they want to be shot below here, I get paid double. You know where most of you guys are cropping your headshots? Where's the worst place to crop a human being? Right here. Who wants to crop a human being right here? I'm telling you, that's not a headshot. That is like a half-body cut in the middle shot. That's not cool. That's not a headshot. That's not the way I did it. That's not the way I built my career. I built it from shooting here. I have a process that I teach, and that's the way I do it. I actually started with natural light. You guys, if you're on Instagram, follow me, and I will repost any stories from this. I love you guys getting stuff out there. Make sure you tag BHDOF, okay? Get it in there for B&H, and you can follow me and hashtag shebang, whatever, but I love that stuff. One of the things that I pride myself on, in 2019, David always has me. this is a problem for me. So I get emotional very easily. And I get emotional about the things that mean a lot to me. So I got emotional on stage in 2019 talking about this same situation. There's a couple things that B&H has done for me over the years. One of them, they sponsor all my events. So we do a Headshot Crew Hideaway they sponsor. They came and they just give tremendous support to the industry and to you guys. And that's why having this thing at the New Yorker is so cool. And you guys coming in here and being able to see this kind of stuff. So you're gonna get your hands on stuff the next 2 days. I think it's phenomenal. For me, I never spoke in front of a crowd before B&H called me and they said, hey, you're pretty good at this headshot thing. Would you come speak in our event space? And I was like, what? You want me to talk? I was like, I never talked to anybody. I don't know. I was like in my studio, like doing my thing. And they opened their doors and they put me in a room with like 50 people and they were all jammed in there and I was shaking like a leaf. And I got my first talk ever from B&H. And then I met a guy named Scott Kelby and he thought I was pretty interesting. And he put me on stage in front of Google and like tons of people. And this is the product of what you see years and years later. Not one nerve coming up here. Why? Because I'm excited to talk to you guys. How many of you guys would get up on this stage and be nervous if you were talking in front of this group, right? It's normal, right? I wouldn't be able to talk in front of this group if you had put me, like that first B&H talk was so hard for me. And my first Google talk, I was shaking so much that I couldn't even get the cursor to get to the play button on the thing. And now I'm up here, I plug the thing in and I'm like, let's go. You guys got to learn something today, we're gonna go. That's what we're gonna do. And then you're gonna go out there and you're gonna shoot some stuff and you're gonna see some product and you're gonna talk to some experts and you're gonna amp up your level in the gear department because of the company that allows us to purchase things and really know what we're doing. I know if I need a lighting setup or something, I'm gonna go down to lighting gear and lighting department at B&H, and Hector's gonna give me the whole lowdown on everything in there. I'm gonna get the download from him, right? You guys got experts on your side. There's no reason for you to make a purchase without talking to an expert. And at B&H, shebang, 3, 2, 1, shebang! That's right. So I call them whenever I made purchases to get my kit and to get my gear is very important for me. It allows me to do what I do. If you're not comfortable with your gear, I don't care what gear you have, as long as it gets the job done and you're comfortable with it. Now, if you're not shooting a Canon, that's on you. But, but hey, I believe that these purchases are important. And I remember when I first started my career, I walked into B&H, and every purchase I made, I call them, they were not small, right? I call them BFPs, big fancy purchases, right? And it's nerve-wracking because I'm investing in my career, I'm investing in myself. I remember that first Pro Photo Lighting Acute 2R 2400 pack I bought. I remember that first lens, I remember I picked up a camera, decided to go pro, went into the B&H darkroom area back then, and I bought my own darkroom and I started shooting natural light. And all of it was supported by this awesome company. So I really want you guys to understand that you're in a great space for the next 2 days to get inspired, to find out stuff, to decide. You make informed decisions about the gear that you purchase. The purchases should make you money if you're doing this as a pro. How many people pros? How many pros, full-time pros? How many people are like semi-pro? Like you've charged, but you've got another job. Okay, how many amateurs? Okay, and how many people raise your hand if you want to go full-time pro. Is there a better job in the world than pointing a camera at a human being and pressing the button? I don't know. I don't think so. I get to do it. I love to do it. So we're going to talk about light today. We're going to talk about your subject, and we're going to talk about direction, all right? And I got into it, and first of all, everything's light, right? Everything's light. We're all about light these days. Am I good? You're good. I didn't even take a sip of coffee yet. You guys got me going. It's all about light, right? So we're going to talk about light. We need to talk about light. Like, how can we not know about light? Now, I am a self-taught photographer, but I have no sympathy for you guys whatsoever because when I was self-taught, it was a Polaroid that I had to pull and wait 2 minutes. You've got instant gratification. You press the button and there it is, and then you can change it. You know what you're doing? You're on like rapid fire. You're not prioritizing what you need to do, and your light is not the priority, which it has to be. Once your subject's in frame, you got to light them first. Once the lighting's done, then you can start to think about the way you're going to direct them and stuff. But if you're thinking about lighting and then not directing them, that's why I do a recipe. It's the same every time. I don't care who I'm shooting. I don't care who it is, what I'm doing. It's all my setup. Repetition is the first law of learning. It's all I do. I do the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. And then I do it again. And then I do it over. You know why? It makes me a good buck. I love shooting when I get big jobs and shooting celebrities or highfalutin CEOs or whatever, anybody like that, because I was like, that's what I want to get into. I'm a failed actor. That's why I'm a headshot photographer. I sucked at acting. I was terrible. So it was not good. But you know what it did? It helped me get better at, it helped me open a career. I picked up a camera because I wanted to get out of a bar. I was a bartender. I was the model actor bartender dude who couldn't rub 2 nickels together. So I didn't want to get out of a bar. I didn't think I was going to fall in love with this thing and be like, forget the acting thing. So I love shooting actors and celebrities and stuff like that, but it like amps me up. So I had Alex Rodriguez in front of my camera, and I was like, what am I going to do with him? I was like, he's in front of cameras all the time. And I was like, I was like, Peter, why are you doing that? Why are you saying that to yourself? What am I going to do? I'm going to do what I do with everybody else. I didn't do anything different with him than I did with everybody else. And I shot him. I had a great time. And by the way, he was amazing in front of the camera, really nice. I'm always curious whether these people that are like that are going to be nice. He was so into it. He's checking out Capture One. He's going through it. He's like, these are amazing, you know. And then I'm telling him to get his jawline out because my jawline. He goes, how come nobody ever told me that before? I said, I don't know. He goes, where'd you learn all this stuff? I said, I taught myself. So I don't know technical stuff on photography very well. Like I know how to get this aperture, ISO, and shutter speed going. That's about it. I'm not like that guy. I'm just, my mental capacity, my cognitive load is so high that my bandwidth doesn't work. Whatever's going on between these ears doesn't go beyond like aperture, ISO, and shutter speed. So don't think you need a ton. However, out there, you guys got some talent here. Like, if you know who knows everything that this thing does? Roberto Valenzuela. I want every one of you that shoot Canon to go up to him. I'm just doing this to him so that you really bug him. Somebody go up to, he's supposed to be here. Roberto Valenzuela. Like seriously, I'm in the middle of the shoot and I don't know what menu to go to for something. I got Roberto on speed dial. So I'm like, Roberto, he's the Canon guy that knows everything about every bell and whistle this thing has. Now, some of you are technical. Some of you are more creative. For me, I found that there has to be a mix between right and left brain here. Now, I never felt that creative at first. I was always more like I think I was more technical, but I not bells and whistles technical. This thing's got too many bells and whistles for me. Good bells and whistles if you know how to use them. But if you're not enough right brain, you're not artistic enough. That's where your artistry comes in. So we're going to talk about light, which is technical. And I said this quote because I shot natural light for years and years and years and years, and that's the way I built my business. Never underestimate the power of natural light. People always ask me, hey, how much does it cost to get your Cineflex kit from, this is the studio kit from Westcott that I designed. It's the Peter Hurley Studio Cineflex kit. I was like, you don't necessarily need that. I would like people to buy that when they have an income from photography that they can pay for that and then write it off. That's what I want. But you can start with natural light, just like I did. So I started shooting black and white photographs on a windowsill with people on a futon. And that's what this was. This is natural light. You could see me in her eye too. I gotta put my, like this is it. This is what it was. And this was the start of my career. And I shot like this for years. So you guys, you need a big window. You got a big window? Anybody got windows in their place? Anybody living in a basement? You got problems. All right. If you got a big window, you can do this. It looks like this. Look at this. Well, this is my buddy note. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the light dimming. Oh, yeah, this is what it looks like. This is my daughter. I'm shooting her on that futon. I put V-flats around it. All right. There's this great company called V-Flat World. They sell V-flats through B&H, and you can get V-flats, and you can just set them up like that, and they can ship them to you, and I like using those. And these I made myself, and they're a little beat up, but I put them around the couch, and the couch is white. So I got a bounce, I don't like reflectors generally unless it's bouncing natural light. I like that. So I got a little bounce off the couch. I got my daughter on there. I'm on the windowsill, and boom, you get something like that. Now, if you can't build a business around a shot like that, in headshot land, I don't know what to tell you. Now, if you got to go to a new company, shoot corporate headshots. So I transitioned from actors to, I only shot actors. I actually didn't even know, like when a CEO came in the first time or a business guy, I didn't know what to say to him. Because I was telling actors, like, I was like, you're in this scene with Angelina Jolie and blah, 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 and they crack up. And I was like, I can't tell the CEO that. What am I going to say to this guy? So I had to figure out something to say. I didn't know what to say. And it's all about building rapport. But this natural light thing is a great way to get started, all right? Don't underestimate the power of natural light. If you got a southern-facing window, you go over to B&H and you order the Matthews scrim. I like this one. I also use the ones from Westcott, and this is the X-Drop. This is actually an X-Drop Pro frame on here that has got a 5x7 on it, but it goes to 8x8. So my suggestion, I love that product. They just came out with that, and it's awesome. All right, so direct sunlight. Do I need that on me? I don't like it. All right, so watch this. Do we not have sound? We don't have sound through the HDMI? Do I have to do it on my computer? All right, I'm going to just talk about it. Guys, this is my first studio. It is really small. It's 10 by 10 feet square. This is me walking around in it. There were no windows. No windows. And this is where I started. And I got it in 2004. And I said in the video, you could do it anywhere, and that's it, and that's the space. So no excuses on this at all. I want you guys to, there I am, younger and chubbier. There I am. I'm younger and chubbier. Who knew? All right. That's it. It's very small, 10 by 10. So you can do it anywhere, right? What's the footprint that I ask when I go to companies? When I go to companies, I ask for like an 8x8. If I can get an 8x8, is this about, I could tighten this up a little bit and make it work. It's almost 8x8, right? I'm not asking for much, not much space at all, right? 8x8 on that. So what happened was I was in that space. I didn't know what I'm doing because I'm self-taught. I didn't understand light because it's really hard. How many people have a hard time understanding light? Admit it, I had a hard time. I had an assistant who was assisting these big-time highfalutin photographers, like really major commercial photographers, and he was assisting me because he was a friend of a friend. He felt bad for me, I think. And he came over to my apartment before I had this studio, and he went through and we wrote down, we did a bunch of lighting setups, and we wrote down everything on these notepads, and I did these, and I had them nailed down. And then I went to try them myself, and it didn't work. It was terrible. I was like, you have to get in there and do it yourself. I could teach you up the wazoo. If you guys aren't actually touching the lights and looking where it's going and doing it, you're not going to get there. So I had the problem of I started out as a natural light shooter. So what did I want to do? I wanted to see what was going on. When the strobe went off, I was like, I don't know what just happened. The light went off, there was a big flash, the room filled with light, and this is what it looked like on the Polaroid when I started, right? So I was like, I didn't understand it. I was like, I need to see what's going on. And that's why I drifted towards continuous light, and I've stayed there ever since. I started with Kinos because Perry Ogden was this photographer, and he was shooting in that little studio I am was attached to a bigger studio. And outside that studio, this Perry came in. He was from the UK. He was a really talented guy. And he was using these KinoFlow things, these continuous fluorescents. And I looked, and he left. And I looked in the studio. It was all cleaned up, but there was a box on the floor, a couple boxes. And I asked the studio manager, I was like, what's going on? He goes, they left the lights. I was like, well, why are they there? He goes, they're coming to pick it up on Monday. This is Friday. I was like, Monday? Really? I called this girl, I don't even remember her name, get in there on Saturday. I set them up. I didn't even set them up the way I normally do. I pointed them in her general direction, not knowing what to do. I pressed the button and I went, that's it, I'm done. I came to B&H that Monday and I bought them. And that was in February of 2004. And in maybe March of 2004. And I used them forever. And then I realized I got this job. How many people watch this TV show Lost? Awesome show, right? Well, I got to shoot the cast and crew in Hawaii, but I was a continuous light shooter, and I had to bring my KinoFlows to Hawaii, and I couldn't do it. They were too big. I was like, so I'm shooting in Hawaii with like my hands tied behind my back because I didn't know what I was doing. And I was like, I need to make something smaller, and that's why this came into play. Now I travel all over the world with these, and I love it. But that created this triangle setup. So what happened was, this is the theory behind it. I want you to go back. If you go back to 2004, when I first put these in people's eyes, I doubt before that you'll ever see a triangle in anybody's eyes in a photograph. So you know how there's Rembrandt lighting? That guy, am I going to get this after I leave or something? This needs to be the Hurley triangle, right? I mean, and it's not a triangle. It's not an isosceles triangle. It's a little offset for a reason, and I'll explain it while I'm shooting it. But I put it like that for a reason. I wanted, because the window light was coming around from behind me all the time, I wanted the light like in front of the lens, but I was like, well, I need a place to shoot through, and I can't put the light behind me because then it's too far away from the subject. So I put it as small as possible. And since they were in that configuration, that's how tight it got. And now I've understood it, and now I've tweaked it and finessed it, and you're going to see that when we bring somebody that is ready to roll up here on stage. And I'll take some pictures. All right, but here's the effect. See the catch light in around? Now people will be like, oh, I don't like that catch light. I was like, yeah, it's not your work. You're not the artist who took it. I don't know what to tell you. You don't like it. Don't put your configuration of lights in the best configuration for headshot photography that's ever been invented if you don't want to. I mean, no, seriously. The other thing is, guys, and I'm serious about this, if there's a better way than this, I'll do it tomorrow. Like, I'll switch. I'm not attached to this. I just think it's the best. I'm a student of the game. I'm trying to learn too. So I'm trying to get better, and I haven't found anything better yet. So somebody show me something better, and I'll do it. But I haven't found it yet. Look at this. Because for commercial headshot photography, I need beauty lighting. I need shadowless lighting. I want shadowless lighting, and the triangle provides that. I'm going to show you how I do a key fill kick to do more Rembrandt-y type stuff. That guy got it, you know. I didn't know I was doing it because I never studied painters, and I just put the light that way, and then people are like, oh, that looks like... I said, I don't know. That guy knew what he was doing. That's cool. I was like, I don't know. But this triangle thing, look at what it does. Now, I like getting the lights close, so it creates this dimension on the face. You can see highlight, midtones, and shadows. All right? I like the shots to look a little punchier. I want to make sure my black point's there, and I want to make sure that those highlights pop out. Now, obviously, these are projectors, so we don't even know exactly how it's going to look on each projector. But I want you guys working on a calibrated monitor and using your eye. You got to develop your eye for color, and you got to develop your eye for exposure, and you got to work on a calibrated monitor best you can. All right, so here's this catch light I was talking about. Now, if you don't like that, don't position your lights in this configuration. You know, I care more about the light than I do about the catch light. But I did find, I started out as a square, and I found I actually liked the triangle better. That was the scoop. All right, then I started to shadow up. This is me when I used to have long hair. I had long hair, and I used to shadow stuff and thought that was cool. And I shoot all my guys that way. I like doing that, so I do that. And that creates a key fill kick. So I think I'm going to start off with that kind of thing. And then, oh my gosh, Mr. Handsome over here. All right, so this is what happened, guys. So Brommer, where are you? David, are you here? Where'd he go? Yeah, he brings me over to B&H, and he tells me that the mayor's coming through, and I got to set up light. Didn't you? Isn't this what we did? So we set up the lights in the B&H lighting area, and he's like, Eric Adams is coming in. You got to be ready. I'm like, I'm ready. I'm going to test it on. I'm so ready. I'm going to test it on myself. So I do my own selfie. So this was a light test for the mayor. And I shot it, and now it's my headshot that I use. How's it look on there? Is the black point too heavy on that? It looks cool on here. Maybe I should turn this around so you can see this screen too, so you can get a sense of it. Is this going to... How's that? Look at that. Right? So that's a light test. So I want you guys shooting yourselves all the time. All you got to do is put a self timer, or if you shoot, I shoot into Capture One, you can put your laptop right next to you and just press the button. It might take you like 500 times to get a good one, but you just keep pressing it. No, I took this, like there was like one or two shots, and I was like, this is awesome. So what did I do for Eric Adams that was different than I do for myself? Nothing. You guys have to have a repeatable setup that you do over and 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 then over again until you get it. And then you can concentrate on what's in your viewfinder, which is the human being. And once you do that, now you're starting to build a career, you're starting to take care of your subjects, you're starting to understand that you got something that you can sell, and that's the way you do it. This is my favorite headshot of myself that I use currently, but it's not even the one they used in the flyer or on the site. What did I do? What can you do? What can you do? Let's talk about the subject. All right, what about our subject? This is your wild card. This is what you don't have. Guys, I'm gonna go on a flyer and pull somebody out of the audience and see if I can actually conjure up a decent picture of themselves. Now, I've done it before. I'm gonna show you that. I was on stage in 2019, and Rich, you're not getting on stage again. It's too easy, but stand up. Look at Rich, guys. Look at Rich. All right. I didn't know if you were going to be here, but you are in the slideshow. But it's coming up. It's coming up. I'll show you that picture in a minute. I don't know where it is on the slideshow. But your subject, right? What are we going to figure out about human beings, right? So the minute that, now what I did was, when I started off my career, I wanted to meet with everybody. I used to do consultations, and they used to tell me, oh, this is great, you're doing a consultation. Take the edge off me, take the edge off them. Then I started doing these videos about getting your jawline out. If you guys have followed my YouTube channel or anything, you see jawline out, squinching. I made up this word that I had to trademark, all this stuff. And then I'd like prep myself, and I'd really hunker down in my studio and be like ready for the doorbell to ring, and I'd open it up. I'd be really nice. I'd sit them down in I have a little front area, and I'd talk to them for like a half hour, and then I'd let them go off on their merry way. And they'd come back a week later, and we'd be ready to roll. And I felt that was the best way to do it. And then I started to get corporate jobs. And I would be like, the people would be like, well, you don't have time to meet with anybody. I was like, I don't have time to meet with anybody. And then, wait a minute, you have to shoot 50 people in one day? I have to shoot 50 people in one day? And I don't get to meet with them or talk to them or do anything? How am I going to do that? And I got to get good pictures of everybody. I was like, okay, I got a problem. Let me get better at this. I got to get better at this. So I cut off sending in my videos. I cut off doing consultations. I want that doorbell to ring. I'm set up in my studio. That doorbell rings, that person walks in, and I go. That's it. And my challenge to myself now is to get the best shot of them in one frame. And that got me better. And it got me continually better. And then those 50 people, some of them are going to be easy. You've had these people. They get in front of your camera and they're just unbelievable. Like every picture is great. It's phenomenal.
Hey, Peter.
Do I have to shoot?
Spotlights are a beautiful thing.
Do I need spotlights? Oh, for the video?
Yeah, you're just black.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know that.
Okay, Peter, everyone.
I didn't know. I have to shoot though. I don't have much time. I got to shoot. All right, let's talk about the subject. Let me talk less. I love this Alfred Eisenstadt quote. It's more, see now I got flare in my lenses. All right, it's fine. It's better for the video. I'm sorry. I forgot about that, guys. Anyway, it's more important to click with the people than click with the shutter. That's an awesome quote from Alfred Eisenstadt, isn't it? So important. So this is, if you guys have chosen to shoot people and be a portrait photographer, which some of you haven't. I think some of you are gun shy. You're probably shooting landscapes. You're probably shooting still life. You're probably going around outside and shooting passersby. You know, that's not a portrait photographer. I want you to take somebody into your space and actually direct them. When you guys go out there and there's all these cool lights set up and all these models and stuff, and you all point the camera at the person at the same time, let one person direct them at least. Like, you should be directing that person, because they're just going to model for you. And they got 5 moves. I know because I did it. I did the 5 moves, and they're just going to do the 5 moves over and over. Watch them throughout. They're going to do 5 moves over. That means everybody gets the same thing. So I shot the Clintons. Everybody asked me what celebrities I shot and stuff. And the most famous couple that I shot were the Clintons, right? And people ask me, and I kind of cringe when I say it, because the only reason why I shot the Clintons, they didn't come into my studio. I was at Times Square when they pushed the ball and the ball came down, and I was on stage, and I just happened to get on stage next to them, and I'm standing next to them. I had my camera, and I picked it up and I shot it, and then it went in a magazine. There were like 20 photographers on that stage. Everybody got the same shot. I didn't do anything. I just didn't feel like I did anything. I hate when I say that. So I don't feel like, I want you guys to actually direct. As portrait photographers, we are simply practicing the art of persuasion and rapport building. Once you have a rapport, that person's going to trust you, you're the expert. You guys, if you're going to be an expert, you have to behave like an expert. You have to train at this. You got to get people in front of your cameras. Okay? And you have to persuade them to do what you say. That's it. If I can persuade somebody to do if I look through the viewfinder and I see their face and it's not cool and they're like this, I got to go, okay, we got to change something. Let's go. And you have to listen to me, and I have to hope they'll listen, and sometimes they don't. There he is. Look at this guy. How handsome is that? On stage right here in 2019. That man. I mean, it's so cool. It's in my portfolio. I'm doing shots. That's the other thing, is that you guys have portfolio-worthy potential today. With all the stuff you're doing, like you're at a trade show, but it's like I can get somebody up here and get an amazing shot. All right, let's talk about direction, right? You got to be a director, which means you got to think about what you're going to say. You know what photographers get to all the time? You know what we get to? The end of our rope. All the time. Like immediately, like very fast. Like if you put somebody in front of your camera and you're like, oh, and you go, oh, that was nice. Oh, beautiful. Great. You didn't direct them. You just gave them positive reinforcement, which we have to do too. But you have to direct. You can't just be like, what do I say to this person? Oh, yeah, that was good. You press the button to get them to the next move. They got 5 moves. They're going to do the 5 over, get to the next move. Just go, hey, that was fantastic. They didn't do anything. Come on. They didn't do anything. So that's your job, right? Okay. Direction is the final ingredient in this portraiture thing that we're doing, all right? Again, you chose to pick up the camera. You got to work on this. I consider myself a facial conveyance strategist. I told this to the Wall Street Journal, and the guy's like, I like that. And he wrote it, and I was like, that's cool. Now it's in writing. I made it up. I was like, I tell my clients, I'm like, I'm not a photographer. I'm a facial conveyance strategist. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, I want to see what your face is conveying to the camera, and I'm strategizing on how to make it better. That's what I do, because I'm a headshot photographer. That's what I do. Now, if you have a chance to shoot, if you're shooting a group of people, if you have to do a group shot and you can do headshots of them, you do headshots first, because then you figure out the angles of their face. They understand, you know their name, first of all. Knowing their name is important, right? And I'm worse with that. So how many of you raise your hand if you walked up to me and I've met you 5 times and I don't know who the heck you are? Raise your hand, everybody. Come on. I know you're out there. Yeah. It's not one of my traits. It's just not there. I don't have the ability. But this facial conveyance strategy I do. So I watch them and I want to get it out of them. So I want to get to know them. So that's why I start working with them and I start to work with their face. If you don't create an action for them, you are not going to get a reaction, right? If somebody walks into my studio, like if I don't say anything or do anything, what are they going to do? I can't expect anything of them. Do not expect anything of them. It's on you. It's on you. Remember I said that. It's on you. You go back home, you'd be like, Peter said it was on me. I got to figure out something to say to this person. All right? And if you don't know what to say, you're going to get no action. You're going to give no action. It's going to be inaction on their part. So you have to create this dialogue, inner dialogue with yourself that comes out of your mouth and gets them to do something. And sometimes it doesn't have to be dialogue. Sometimes it just has to be stuff. What do we got here? Oh, I was a Wrangler guy years back. This is the story. I told it in 2019 and probably because I tell it all the time. But I was in a field, I was shooting for Wrangler, and I was doing the model, like the gaze off into the distance look. And the photographer, I think I was having fun. There were other models. I had a good time. But then they brought me to a New York studio, and they put me on a white cyc wall, and they put me in the jeans, and I was standing there, and there was a client, and everybody was in front of me. And I'm standing there, and I'm like, okay, I'm ready. I'm kind of ready. And the photographer goes, okay, are you ready? And I was like, I guess I'm ready. I'm ready. And he goes, okay, just do what you do. And I'm like, I don't do anything. I'm just thinking, I don't do anything. What's he mean, do what I do? I got like 5 moves. Okay, I'll do the 5 moves. So I did the whole shift the hips with the thumbs in the pockets move, right? And then you shift to the other side. You do a little arm cross. And then you look off, you do the fake smile with the hands on the hips. And then I got to like the 5th move, and I'm like this, and I'm like, so I decided to cross my feet. I didn't know what to do, and my face looked like this. And this was the ad. I got paid a lot for that. That was a good one. Look at those jeans. Wow. Times have changed. But seriously, that guy, I'm in a room full of people. I was a professional model at the time. I should have been better. But that guy didn't give me anything. And every photographer that I had, I started with Bruce Weber, was my second photographer. I had one photographer that took me pictures. They sent in a polo, and they said they wanted to shoot. And then I ended up in front of Bruce Weber's camera. And the minute I was with him and in front of his camera, like those pictures are like amazing. And I was super comfortable. And I had never modeled before, really. I had just done some pictures for sailing. I raced sailboats when I grew up. And then I realized when I got into, and then I got an agent, and then every single relationship with each photographer was so important. And it was going to stipulate how I behaved in front of the camera and how comfortable I was. And sometimes I felt really uncomfortable. Your job at that stage of the game is not photography. Do you understand that? It's not. It's about that relationship with that person. All right? We have a split second. I like to say I cut a 1/160th sliver out of somebody's life when I shoot. It's a big deal for me when I press that button. I do not press it lightly. Like, I really make a big deal out of it. So, and when I'm doing it, I constantly do one of three things. I do positioning, body and facial first. Then I compose my shot, and then I'm looking for the connection. All right? So I need to shoot. So we're not going to talk about the inverse square law. But you can just Google f-stoppers, Peter Hurley, inverse square law, or Peter Hurley inverse square law, or f-stoppers inverse square law, and there's a video on YouTube, and watch it, because I didn't realize I shot like that, and they came into my studio, and they're like, we're going to do this illuminating the face video, and I have never been taught anything, so I was like, okay. He goes, Lee goes, we're going to start with the inverse square law. I was like, what? What is that? He goes, what? You don't know what it is? I was like, I never got taught anything. What do you mean? He goes, you use it all the time. I was like, I do? I didn't know. I didn't know what it was. Now I know. So Lee and Patrick from F-Stoppers taught it to me. They're like, we're going to have to teach it to you. Then we're going to film it once you learn it. And then we're going to put it out on YouTube. And I was like, okay. So they taught me, and then I taught it. And now you guys know, but most people don't know. They think I know the inverse square law, but it was really just Lee and Patrick teaching me that moment. And it's been, everybody says it's the best video on it online. So go watch that, all right? But essentially, we'll talk about it while I'm setting up. It's about the sun and clouds and how close the light is and stuff like that. I always shoot a head-on headshot first. Guys, I want you shooting with your grids on. I can't shoot without my grid. Get your grids on. I always shoot very straight on like this. I shoot into capture one. Everything's very straight usually with me. I try not to turn and twist people. My current imaging device of choice right now, image capturing device, Canon EOS R5. I love it. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Now, I have three lenses in my studio. I've got these three. I've got the 24-105, the 85-1.2 and the 70-200 that I use for headshots. I also have the 51-2. I got the 15-35. I got the 28-72 or whatever it is. Like, I've got everything. But when I'm going to Thailand next week, and I like to travel light, and I want to get portraits and headshots done with one lens, 24-105. And I don't need to bring another one. I'm just going with that. I don't want to carry anything else. I'm just going with that. I'm going to do whatever I need with that. That's what I like. I like doing that. Now, if I'm in my studio, I got a slew of lenses, and I could have brought them all over here, but I was like, I'm bringing that next week with me to Thailand. I'm going to bring it up here and just shoot with this here. I'm on a Feisel CT3472 LV tripod. Let me repeat that. I love Feisel. Feisel tripod. You know what I like on top of my Feisel tripod? Arca P1 ball head right here with a quick release on it, quick release mount, P0 right here. So I travel with these usually. So I have my tether table. I always shoot tethered. I got my tether cord from Tether Tools, high visibility. I got my tether stopper thingamajig right there. And I'm going into this. And I love the P1 ball head on here because I'm constantly moving my camera around. So I love it. It's just awesome. So the gear, right? You got to get gear that you're used to, that you just use over and over and over again. Same thing. This is the travel bicolor kit from Westcott that I'm in the picture, but this one's the studio kit. There is a special during the show on my stuff, and I have a booth in Herald Square with Westcott, so you can come up there and talk to me about this stuff and potentially get your headshot taken. I got headshot crew. How many headshot crew members here? Woo! Awesome. Awesome. So Headshot Crew is my coaching platform that I do, and we got a booth upstairs, so come see us. And I have stickers. I have shebang stickers. So if you want a shebang sticker and you want to get your headshot potentially taken, come see us. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to finish there, and I'm going to shoot, and I'm going to show you. How much time do I have? What do I have? I got 20 minutes? Awesome. Okay, so I need a human being who feels particularly attractive today. Who? Where? Who feels particularly attracted today? You. Did you hear the question? Are you sure you're listening to me? Let me see. Who feels particularly attracted today? Who feels unattractive? Even better. Does anybody feel unattractive? Oh my gosh. All right, so I'm doing my men's lighting. I don't know. If you feel particularly attractive and you want to get in front of my lens, you got to raise your hand. Is it him or you? He's masked up. You. It's you? You want to get in front? Who's got, you guys, you got glasses? You're going to make me show them how to get rid of glass glare? I don't know what to do. I don't understand how come you guys are not normal. Most people don't feel particularly attractive.
I just got back from Thailand.
Oh my gosh, you just got a haircut. Did you pay for that? Yes, I did. Jeez. All right. Come here. This one. The one I gave a hard time to. Come here. Lose your B&H thing. You can keep the hat on for now. I don't know what's on under there. I don't know what's going on with him. All right. Let's see what we got. Let's look at the genetics. What's your name?
Dallas.
Dallas, cool name. All right, you guys meet Dallas. Dallas is up here. Would you say that Dallas is better looking than the average male? So he's okay feeling like he's particularly attractive. So he got a parental hookup. So what I believe is that did anybody here pick their parents that they know of? Like we just get saddled with this at birth, right? And then we got to live through life. And then some people hate cameras. I know you're out there. You got PAS, picture avoidance syndrome, right? And that's why you say it all the time. That's why I'm behind the camera. I was like, that's wonderful for you. But when you leave here and you go up there and there's no pictures of you on this planet for your loved ones, who's going to be upset? Not you. You're going to be gone. They're going to care, right? What if any firefighters in the room? I coach firefighters a lot, and they say when people run out of burning buildings, they carry pictures. Who's going to take them? We are. So you guys, I want everybody to get in front of a camera. I don't care how you feel about your appearance, and you guys are taking them. You know, my mom left us, and I never took her picture in my triangle setup. And when she was gone, I didn't have her picture on the front of the program for her funeral. And ever since then, I've drilled it into everybody to take pictures of their parents. You guys have to do it. You guys have to do it. And you have to do it if you don't even like it. You have to get in front of camera so that your loved ones have great pictures of you. All right? So anyway, Dallas is genetically blessed. You're a little shiny though, man. That could be a problem. What's with you? What'd you do? You moisturized today or something? You overdid it. Get up here. Get up here. Get up here. Get up here. So, hey, Beth, my backpack's back there. I got some Peter Thomas Roth in it. Can you get over here? Stand over there in my general vicinity. Now, this is where the lights are going to have to, my lights are going to go on. Can those lights go off? Or this is where it's going to have to happen. So, guys, I'm gonna actually do something super cool that you didn't expect probably. I did this, and I did it on the fly. Yeah, just, no, don't be bad. All right, guys, so what do we do? I don't keep much in here, but I keep a couple things. Oh, I didn't bring the Tums. Yeah, I did. I bring a couple things. Dallas, come here. Come here. This is a blotting paper. So take that and just hit your nose with it like this. Like push it. No, just push. Don't rub. Now stop. Now show them what it looks like. That's not good. All right, pat your head. Get all that oil off. You just get that off of there for me. Here, hit this too. Now, if he's super oily, I got some special stuff. This is Peter Thomas Roth Max Anti-Shine Mattifying Gel. You can get it. But I found one that's, this one's like $40, but there's one that's like $5 that works. It's called Rimmel Stay Matte. You guys, I'm giving you a little, like, did you see what I did? I wasn't going to shoot them till that was done. You got me? If I have a makeup artist on set, I'm okay because they can take care of it, but this is not the situation. Look at that. Oh my gosh, you need another one. Jeez Louise. All right, let's get going here. Let's see what we got here. Let's see if we can fire on all cylinders. I'm going to do something really cool. If this thing turns on. If everything works. All right, now we're going to go from this to this. You ready? Guys, cross your fingers. Fingers crossed. Woo! Look at that! Holy smokes, people. We're in business. All right, here we go. Look at that. Now that's just weird because I can't see on the screen, but I see it there, so I'll just use it like that. So there's this, I'm supposed to see it on this screen. I really like my eye through the viewfinder. There's just too much light going on them right now, but I'm going to try and do a build on this and do it, and if not, we're going to, can we dim the house lights? Because I'm going to turn these on. Is that possible? Guys, I'm going to do my setup real quick. I got batteries attached to the flex kit, and I'm at 30% on this, so I'm going to see. So I'm going to put a kicker behind Dallas, and I'm going to put it at about half. I cannot shoot them with those lights on, guys, so you got to do something. There we go. I'm going to go like 80% on this. Is that all right? You can see him pretty well. Look at the difference in the quality of the light, guys. Look at the beauty light of the flex kit that I designed myself. No. With Westcott. No, they're amazing. But I shoot at 5,600 Kelvin on this. That does not equate to Capture One. The numbers are, I do it by eye. I know I like this at 5,600, but the guy in China who made these, 5,600 to him and 5,600 the guy in Denmark who did Capture One are two different things. So I just do it by my eye to see the output. So this is my fill. I'm doing a key kick fill on Dallas. I'm going to put the fill at 20%. We're going to take a look here. All right. I don't like to see my diodes through there, so I push them back a little bit. See how you see the diodes through there? You guys can see that over. You want to see this? See that? See all that? I'm just pushing it back. The camera just might have went to sleep. That's all. It's just in the. There it is. All right, guys. You guys are in business. All right, Dallas. Let me see this operation you're running. Oh man, I know how to pick them. Look at this guy. All right, come forward a smidge. So, guys, the first light that I put on them. Oh wait, let me point this at you, so that. Do me a favor, Dallas, come here. Come straddle this. I normally don't do this, but I'm going to show you what I want you guys to do. Come straddle this leg. Come up here. Come. Stay right there. Is that lens at his collarbone height, would you say, if you're sitting right there? It's at his collarbone height. Good, that's where I want to be. Scooch back. Scooch back, scooch back, scooch back. Scooch this way a little bit. Now, watch this, guys. Look at that kick on him. I'm using my grid. See how I'm sizing him up right down the nose? It's so hard. You got a collar bump. I mean, not a collar bump, a bump from the hanger bump. That's what I call it. All right, we're going to liquefy that afterwards, okay, guys? All right, let's see. Camera's back on. Hold on, give me some power. Here we go. All right, see that kick on him? Looks pretty hot. Now, I know my settings on this, so I can guess. I'm not going to go by what the screen says. It's just weird that it's down there and it's not here, but we'll deal with it. I'm going to take a shot into Capture One. Hold on, let me get Capture One up here. And then I'll show you Capture One once we get to it. And I'll show you my little tweaks to Capture One. So I do not adjust my lights at any particular setting. I adjust my settings and then adjust my lights to my settings. So Dallas is a little darker skin. I'm going to change my ISO. My settings are always where they're at right now, which is 1/160th of a second, f4, actually ISO 100. I went to ISO 200 because he's a little darker skin and I'm shooting my key fill kick, which is a little bit less light than the triangle. If I go to the triangle, immediately I go to 100. Now I'm going to set up the lights accordingly. So if he comes forward a little bit, that kicks a little bit better. Scoot back an inch, actually. All right, hold on. Let me just see something. Let me just square you up. See how he's getting off the background right there? Well, he's okay. You're like, take a shot already, Peter. My goodness. Let those teeth out. You got them. I saw them. They're good. He was holding his teeth back on me. He's got good teeth. He doesn't need to hold them back. All right, so the one thing about Dallas is that he's got these cheekbones and this face. So that kick looks really hot there. But I think it's gonna be all right. I can actually tone it down. Do you see how hot that kick is? It looks super hot, right? I don't think the screen and what we're gonna see are gonna be exactly the same once I get it into Capture One. But I'm gonna go 20% on that one if you need to know. And he's gonna stand up straight. And I'm probably gonna get my light in the frame, but I'm gonna, see how there's so much shadow on this side of his face? I'm actually gonna dip the key. So I'm gonna bring the key around and dip it. Do you see that? Look at that. Watch the screen. See what I'm doing? See how this is a game of inches? I'm going Rembrandt-y on him. You see that? You guys with me? Rembrandt-y. Burn it in. All right, here we go. And I'm gonna move it a little closer because I like dimension on the face, so I want those highlights to hit. There you go, man. Look at that light. Look straight in the camera for me. Well, look at that. You can't see it at the same time. You'll get to see it later. Just settle down. Just settle down. Now, if he laughs, and I missed that shot. He laughed for real, and I missed it. Let me look at my fill. My fill, watch fill. Fill's over here. What's this percentage? I'm at 85 on. I'm at 80%. I'm at 80% on this light. Fill is at 20%, and I'm just going to bring it up because I'm going to go 30%. And then I'm going to show you a thing or two. Oh, usually I like to do this. Let me see if I can do it. I could do it like this. All right, so watch. See that? Phil's a little closer to me, to the camera. Watch when I move it towards him. See it? Oh, don't move. Don't change that expression. I love that. I love that. Is that a shebang or what? Hold on. Why did it not come into it went to my card? Guys, I'm tethered. Come on, baby. Hold on. We got too many wires going. Now I'm tethered. All right, hold it there for a second. Let me see what's going on. All right, I got him. We're going to work this. That's very open on the take a tiny step back for me. I'm going to give him, yeah, there you go. Good. Hold that. I'm very open on this. I want to go a lot less fill. I want to bring this in a lot to create, this is inverse square law work, and I'm creating contrast by bringing the light closer to him. Now it gets softer, but it's a little bit closer. There we go. I don't mind that it's in the frame because there's a program that you can put it into, and then you just put something around it, and then it instantly disappears. Stand up straight for me. Cross your arms like this. I just saw it. Now slouch your shoulders. Now, nose a little bit this way, a little bit. Yeah, hold that. Chin down slightly. Right there. Hold that. There you go. Let me see. Is this going? Here we go. How's this look? This looks pretty good. Hold it right there. Just look right down the bottom of the lens. Pay no attention to me because this is weird because I'm shooting like this. Wait, hold on. Guys, that looks pretty awesome. He even squinted. I didn't even say anything to him. He looks a little more comfortable because he crossed his arms, right? Do you see you notice the body language change? Everybody do this and hug yourself. Don't you feel a little better? A little more secure? A little bit better. I like hugging myself. Good. Now just relax don't just, as you let your hands go, just let them relax down your body as you lovingly put your hands down. There you go, good. I didn't say anything. He's laughing, so I'm shooting. All right, there you go, good. Dallas, work your nostrils that way. Let's see this side of your face. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Look at where I put the grid, guys. Look at where the grid is. Jam your forehead out and down. Turn your hips slightly toward the Canadian border. It's the other way. It's the freeze there. Now nose this way. This hanger bump's killing me back there. Stay like that. Stay like that. Tilt your head, chin down, nose towards me. How much time do I have, guys? I got to do the triangle setup. Hold that. Don't move a muscle. Don't move a muscle. Go chin down a little bit. Give me some brow pressure. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Pull the corners of your mouth toward your earlobe slightly. Do a hint of a smile. We're on stage, guys, with a bunch of people watching, and he's doing great. Closed mouth, tiny smile. There you go. Chin down a little bit. Nice. Now, let's say I want to do a portrait of him, right? Because you guys are portrait photographers, and maybe you just don't shoot headshots. And remember, now I get paid double. Okay, so I go back. I drop my camera. I go back. I may or may not go vertical on it. I might go vertical, but I might just zoom out on the 24 to 105. And now you're gonna do one of those model moves. Put the thumb in the front pocket. Tilt your hips a little bit. Turn your body one way or the other. Scooch a little bit. Yeah. Now work your nostrils back to that key light. Get your snout over there. Over there. The snout. Thank you. I could have said nose. It's funnier to say snout, guys. It's part of the shtick. So if somebody's having fun in there, cross your arms again. Let's try it. Go chin down a little bit. Squinch the eyes up a little bit. Get your brow pressure going again. Go for the back pocket. Slouch your shoulder. Try the back pockets. Let's see. See, I'm just running through a little mix of stuff. That's it. Hold that. That's cool. On stage at B&H Depth of Field 2023, people. Thank you, Dallas. Come on out. High five, man. Good job. Good job. Wait, stay here. Stay here. Stay here. So, guys, that way, guess what? 24 to 105, I pull back. I didn't change the lighting. All I'm getting is more fall off with the continuous. Now, if I wanted to do a more open shot, I could have a big octa behind me with my time's up? And with fill, but I just want to show you guys the screen. Let's do this. I did not get to my triangle setup, so we're going to do it in the booth upstairs in Herald Square room. Come see me. I've also got a deal for anybody who wants to join Headshot Crew if you want to join it, but I want to show you some stuff. So here he is, looking pretty cool. Dallas, what do you think about that? And I've got a little bit less black point in here, but now I want to show you something. This is what the guy in Japan thought the shot should look like. And there's a guy in Denmark, and then there's a guy in China with the lights, right? So they all thought it would look like this. The raw file looks like that. But that's not my secret sauce. That's not my stuff. If I go into my style palette and I go down to my styles, I can whip this thing into shape however I want. And I have a maneuver that's going to look too contrasty for this, probably. But look at all these moves I got. I got moves upon moves. Here's my PH 2023 move. Look at the difference. Look at the contrast in it, right? Look at that, man. You did that. I took that right here. And look at the move on it, which it would be tweaked, but look at the move. From that to that, see the black point and everything change? I'm a pro, so I don't let the guy in Japan or China or anywhere else decide what my stuff looks like. I do that to it. Now, the background's a little blue, but he doesn't have any blue on him, does he? Do you see it? Hold on. Let's do the PH move. No, let's do the PH move. Watch this. You want to see something? There's some blue in that background. You guys see blue in that background? Where? Where is it? Where is it? I don't see it. What are you talking about? All right, guys, am I done? I'm done. I didn't even get to the triangle. Guys, come see me upstairs. Thank you for sitting here and enjoy the rest of the 2 days. I'll be around. Free selfies for everybody. 3, 2, 1. Dude, you did great, man. You did great. I appreciate it. You did great.
Okay.
You did great.
You do the.
That's amazing. I did that on stage.
That was amazing. Great energy. Incredible.
All right.
Nice full
I didn't
house,
even
by
get
the
to.
way.
I didn't even get to stuff. I didn't even get.
So Michele says, "Don't go, don't go." There it is. Okay. Peter Hurley is the headshot crew is based in the Herald Square room on the 3rd floor. On that 3rd floor, you'll also find the Sutton Suite, which is the exposure stage, our 2nd stage. And you'll also find another lighting room where Profoto, Nanlite, Westcott, all the best lighting companies are upstairs. That was awesome. What an opening. That was great. Doing everything virtual and remote for COVID, we learned a lot. It was a really busy time, and we learned so many new skills and techniques and ways to do it, and we kind of had to learn it on the fly. But we took over Brooklyn Photo Studios last year for a day and had flown in straight from Arizona this amazing photographer who actually started off her journey in Brooklyn. I think you'll tell from the accent, you'll be able to guess the
I'll have to lay it on a little thick.
But it was really fun to have Michele fly out for that one day of a beautiful photo shoot. We did a family photo shoot at that Brooklyn Photo Studios, and that became our Optic 2022 presentation for Westcott Photo. Today, Michele Celentano is here on behalf of Canon. We want to thank Canon tremendously. Before, when we did that Tribe Roundup thing, did you hear Canon was like, it was shaking the roof.
Yeah.
It was amazing. So this is an interesting topic, and I wish there was a little bit more people in the room, but this is being recorded so you can watch it later on. And this is the effect of AI in our world and how it's going to affect pro photography. So I got a couple of choices of presentations from Michele, and when I saw that, I was like, oh, thank you, Michele. That's, I think, such pertinent information right now. So without further ado, everyone, let's give a warm welcome to Michele Celentano, Canon Explorer of Light.
Thank you. Thank you. I have my phone in my hand because it's my remote and it's also my presenter notes, so I'm not like texting while I'm talking. But unlike Peter, I enjoy the spotlights on me, so you can leave those on. My journey is 35 years in the making. I've been in professional photography for 35 years. I know what you're thinking. There's no way, you look way too young. It's Botox, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe, maybe not. But I bought my first pro camera at B&H when they were on 17th Street. Took the train from Brooklyn and would walk in and just, it was on 17th Street, so they didn't have the conveyor belt and all the things, and it was the most amazing experience to walk into B&H. And when I was in photography school, I would go and buy my film there and my paper and chemicals. Remember all that, anybody? Chemicals, dark rooms? Yeah. So I always say, if you haven't licked the glue tab of a 120 or a 220 roll of film, you're not really a photographer. I'm kidding, but I'm not. So what I really want to talk about today is this feeling of professional photography as a career dying thanks to phones, technology, and AI. Who here really thinks that photography as a career is just dying? You do. I'm about to change your mind. And it's interesting because I believe our thoughts, our beliefs, what the words we say to ourselves manifest our reality, right? And so if you really believe that, you might want to go to a different conference tomorrow. Just kidding. Just kidding. So let's see, are we gonna, yep, did we go? So I want to talk about clients because people are still spending money. People are spending money like crazy. And my average client, my typical client, is a woman. And in most cases, in the photography, portrait, wedding, baby photography, pet photography, family photography, our client is women, correct? Yes? How many? Most of your clients are women. Right. So in today's day and age, women spend about $2,100 a year on manis and pedis. That's about 200 bottles of nail polish you can buy at a drugstore. Right? Why are they spending $2,100 on a salon service that they can do themselves for probably $10 and 20 minutes at home? Why? Oh, yes, it is. $1,800 a year on hair services, getting their hair dyed, cut, colored. I have to get a haircut like every 3 weeks to keep this look going. It's not cheap, right? But I spend the money because I like getting my hair done. And I've since gone gray. This is natural for those of you who are wondering. I earned every single one of these. If you want my mother's phone number, she can help you with this look. It'll come very quickly if you talk to her every day. But for those women who dye their hair, you know, they can buy a bottle of dye at the drugstore for about $12, right? Why do they spend $300 on a stylist and someone who adds highlights and washes their hair and massages it? Professional house cleaning. How many have a house cleaner? I spend about $3,000 a year on a professional house cleaner. Do you know how much it would cost me to buy cleaning supplies at my local, like, you know, Walmart? I don't know, 40, 50 bucks? That would probably last about a year, and I could do it myself a heck of a lot cheaper. Why do I have a house cleaner? That's right, so I can put that time into my business. Landscaping, sorry, I went too fast. Landscaping services. Now, the desert is a pretty nice place to live. Landscaping services, we have very desert-scape. And by the way, my backyard has artificial turf. Don't get me started. I hate the artificial plastic turf in my yard. My husband made me do it. I hate it. Plastic grass is just weird. It's just weird. However, I still have a landscaper to do all kinds of other things, right? So, landscaping services. Here's one of my favorite. Skincare, makeup, injections, facials, all the money we spend on this, and we spend a lot. How many women spend hundreds of dollars on skincare? I did not realize what my skincare cost and my makeup until my luggage was stolen out of the back of a car in a workshop I was doing. I was attending a workshop in Atlanta, and my luggage was in the car because I was heading to the airport after that. Someone broke into the car and stole my luggage, and I had to replace just my travel skincare and my travel makeup. It was $600. And when I finished at Ulta, I was like, I had no idea I spent that kind of money. But when you add it up over the year, and the facials and all the skincare, it adds up. Clothes and shoes. I'm not much of a fashion person. This is me, right? Jeans, black shirt. But a lot of my friends are, they love fashion, they love dresses, and they spend probably about $3,000 on clothes and shoes a year. Restaurants and entertainment. How many of you eat out a lot? Right? Entertainment, taking the kids to the movies. When was the last time anybody took your family to a baseball game? Or a professional sports game? You're in for like several $100s. Tickets are ridiculous. A hot dog is like $18. A hot dog is like $18, right? Family vacations. Has anybody looked at a family vacation cost at Disney lately? It's insane. And it's packed all the time. Packed. I think they keep raising the price so that it won't be as crowded, and the people spending the ridiculous, obscene amount of money to go to Disney will have a better time, but it's not working. It's not. So you mean to tell me that professional portraits that range from, say, $2,000 to $5,000 are too expensive for somebody who has paid, I don't know, add all that up. Did I not add all that up? I'm pretty sure I did. It's a lot of money I just added up. And disposable income, and then you have clients, you think you have clients that say, well, professional photography is too expensive. I can have my friend do it, right? My friend has a nice camera. How many of you heard that? My friend has a nice camera. Or your camera takes nice pictures. I love that one. It's my favorite. Really? My camera takes nice pictures? Here, you do it. Here, take my camera, right? Yes, it's a good, yes. You go to a restaurant and the chef comes out and you tell him, you must have an amazing stove. That meal was phenomenal. So here's what clients are looking for, and I believe they exist. And if you don't, you need to look around. Go shopping. I want you to go to a high-end mall or a high-end store and look at the products that they're selling. Look at the packaging. Look at the way the people who are working in that store look. People want service, experience. Your marketing has to be beautiful. Your communication has to be clear. Your brand needs to be on point. Your packaging needs to look amazing. Think of these high-end retailers and brands. Why are people spending thousands of dollars on handbags? Now, here's the thing, and this is where I think a lot of photographers get caught up in their brain. Maybe you wouldn't spend $3,000 on a handbag, and that's cool. It might not be your jam or what you value, but you want the client who values that. You want the client who values the experience. You're not going to get the same experience with your soccer mom friend down the street. And if you're a soccer mom, I apologize in advance. You're not going to get the experience with just online digital products. You're not going to get the luxury brand experience if you don't believe you are a luxury brand. And in a way, photography is becoming a luxury brand, right? Wedding couples will still need wedding photographers, hands down. It's an event. It's a once in a lifetime, maybe 3 times in a lifetime event. For me, twice in a lifetime, but that's okay, right? Could be a 4 time in a life event. So event photographers will always be necessary. Portrait photographers, we've got a little bit more work to do. Newborn photographers. Nobody who has never shot, that's bad English. If you've never photographed a newborn, It is not easy. And there are people who are experts at photographing newborns and getting the wrap and the sweet cuddles and making sure the studio is at like 90 degrees, right? And so if you don't have that experience, you're not going to get that beautiful newborn photograph. Also, we have something that the average person or the non-photographer or the hobbyist or the iPhone or the Samsung or whatever, we have lighting. Learn your craft. Beautiful lighting like Peter is talking about. The average person doesn't know how to do that. You need to educate your client on that. Well, I never like the way I'm photographed. Of course you don't. You're used to seeing yourself on this crappy little lens. This is a 35 millimeter lens. It's meant for like landscape and, you know, just general photography. This makes the human face look awful, no matter what angle it's at. So you don't like the way you're photographed because you're used to seeing yourself on one of these. But when you're in front of my camera, I have the correct lens, I have the correct lighting, I know how to direct you, I know how to pull expression, I know how to make you look your best. And let's not forget about liquefying. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But when you look at these brands, what do you think of? Anybody not recognize a brand here? Does everyone recognize all the brands here? If you're a woman, you know what these are, right? Some men know what they are. My husband would know what these are because he's bought me 2 pairs. And I'm like, baby, this is a problem because they're so comfortable. Like, people look at these shoes and they think they can't be that comfortable. Oh my, they mold to your feet. You know why? They're all handmade with leather. So why would someone spend $675 for a pair of black patent leather heels? Or $3,000 for a gorgeous rhinestone? Oof, my God. If someone can spend $3,000 on a pair of shoes, they can absolutely spend $3,000 on professional photography. But what most of us haven't done is establish why we're worth $3,000. So that's where we're starting to lose ourselves and say, well, AI and phones and, no one wants to pay that money and there's all this new technology. I got something to tell you. In 1905, there was new technology. Right? There was new technology when film came out. There was new technology when disposable cameras came out. There was new technology when digital cameras came out. There's new technology every freaking day. It doesn't matter what the technology is if you understand how to sell yourself as a brand and a service. And that you have to believe you're worth it. Does anybody know these watches? My husband is a watch guy, and he really wants one of these, but not yet. I'm working on it. $21,000, $22,000, and $89,000 for a watch. I have a friend, a personal friend, who owns a Patek Philippe, I think I said that right, that he spent $75,000 for. I called him out of his flipping mind. Like, you're wearing a car on your, you're wearing 2 cars on your wrist. I don't value watches, but he does. He values watches, he likes them. He loves, obviously, so he bought one. We have to teach our clients and the general public to value professional photography, to teach them that it's something that you really can't do by yourself, that you need a professional for. Yeah, anybody have one of those watches in the audience? This is one of my favorites, Tiffany. You want to talk about brand recognition? So Mr. Tiffany, there was a Mr. Tiffany, started his business, and his sole purpose was to create engagement rings with flawless diamonds. And if you go to Tiffany, you are more than likely going to get a flawless diamond, that the quality would be beyond anything you could possibly expect. This is one of my favorites. After the company introduced the Tiffany setting, which is a 6-prong high setting ring, its original engagement ring, the blue box packaging became as famous as the ring. Now this is important. The blue box that the ring came in became as iconic as the ring. People would come into the store asking to buy the boxes. Imagine those cheap, I'm gonna go over to like Kay Jewelers and then I'm gonna go to Tiffany and buy one of those blue boxes. That's terrible. But Mr. Charles Louis Tiffany refused to sell them, but would happily give you one for free as long as you selected a ring to put in it. When women see a little blue box, we are like, oh yeah, right? Anybody, woman? Anyone in here? Monica, help me out here. The packaging is iconic. The quality is iconic. You walk into the store and the service is impeccable. It's an experience. It's an experience. So I like to buy gifts at Tiffany. And one year I got this in the mail, just a couple years ago. And I was like, oh, not everybody gets one of these. And I don't even think I spent that much money. It was actually a baby gift for Roberto's baby. Yeah. But I started flipping through this, and it was their Christmas catalog. And so there's 12 things in here that they highlight. And a couple of my favorites, let me just point them out to you. In this gorgeous, this marketing piece is stunning. The paper thickness, the simplicity of the design. How many of you have a marketing piece like this for your business? Anyone? How many of you are just marketing online and through social media and your website, and when people come in, you don't have anything to hand them? That's a mistake, okay? Tiffany has an amazing online presence, but they're still sending this to their clients. So one of my favorite things in here was number 2, the ultimate advent calendar. So you would get this box with all of the, in Tiffany blue, with the 24 days of Christmas or whatever it is, and it's $112,000. $112,000 to open a little box every day for the month before Christmas. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Wait, there's more. And this is really important because you can buy the gold bird's nest, this little gold nest with 2 little eggs and a gold egg, Tiffany blue, for, let's see, $80,000. Do you think professional photography is too expensive for the client who's buying this? No, but what's the problem with the brand that they're seeing, that it's not up to the brand that they recognize in luxury? Now, I almost changed my entire kitchen to Tiffany blue based on this stove. Almost. And then my husband brought me to my senses. Because the stove, Tiffany blue, it's a real working stove, is 50 grand. Right? I spent hours poring over this catalog. I'll go through just a couple more. The pool table. You can get a custom Tiffany pool table for your house for the bargain price of $95,000. Yeah. There are people who are willing to pay for service, luxury, experience, and brand. Yes, there are those who would never pay for that. This is not in my financial world, most of this. I cannot afford most of what is in here. But I appreciate it, and I know that there are people who can. So I think this a lot. Photographers tend to price themselves and value themselves and create a brand for themselves based on what you personally can afford or would personally pay for, or your friends and family have told you you should price yourself at. How many of you have priced yourself at a level and your family and friends went, you're out of your minds? Oh my God, no one's gonna pay those prices. And you say, no, you wouldn't pay those prices, but the client that I want would. Right? So we have to get out of that mindset of pricing ourselves or valuing our brand for our own socioeconomic level or those around us if you want a better client who's going to be willing to spend more money. I'm going to go through the last one because this happens to be my personal favorite. It's the Tiffany engagement ring experience, and this is my favorite. It's approximately $1.7 million, but here's the story. Yeah, 1.75 million. And here's the experience you get with that. Like no other, this magnificent, round, brilliant, D-color, internally flawless diamond of over 8 carats is the centerpiece of the ultimate bespoke experience. Work with Tiffany Chief Artistic Officer Reed Krakoff, beginning with the consultation in New York City. They fly you here to meet with the designer. Well, for $1.7 million, I hope I have the penthouse at the Ritz-Carlton, right? But this is what an experiential experience for a client feels like. I'm a little obsessed, can you tell? Your beliefs. This is key. Your beliefs will dictate what your business looks like. Your beliefs will dictate what your life looks like. The market is saturated. How many feel like that? The market's saturated. There's too many photographers in my area that we're all fighting for the same client. I got news for you. There's a photographer literally around the corner from my studio. Her name's Amanda, and she's a good friend. She specializes in maternity and newborn, which I did a long time ago and don't want to do anymore. I specialize in families, high school seniors, and so we get together all the time. We play in each other's studio. We have another friend that's not far from where we are. She specializes in couples portraits. So we specialize in different things, and we come together, and I refer people to Amanda all the time. She refers people to me all the time. We're literally around the corner from each other. Your competition isn't your competition. They're your friends. The only person you're in competition with is yourself. And if you're scared of the competition around the corner, it's not the competition you're afraid of. It's your own abilities. Your own abilities to do what you need to do to make a business that you want to make. All right. That Louis Vuitton bag, $2,000. Is $2,000 too much for a family portrait that's going to last forever? Anybody? I believe that in my soul. I believe deep in my soul that $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, depending on what kind of products I'm selling, is not too much for a family portrait, because you know what? Someday when you're gone and your children have children of their own, those children are going to be looking at this family portrait. And I say that with all my might and all my heart. You're not buying this for you right now. You're buying this for your grandchildren. I'm Italian, I'm Catholic, I'm from New York. I know how to use the guilt like that. Guilt and bribery. The bag next to it, the Prada sparkly bag at the top, $5,600. The Hems bag, the one with the H, $36,000. And the Ferragamo blue bag is $28,000. Is $5,000 too expensive for a portrait? Not at all. See how now it's just becoming a bargain? See what I'm saying? It's your perception, your belief. These rings all look pretty similar, don't you think? So the ring on the far left bottom is a Cartier. Cartier. Have you been to a Cartier store? Anybody? Go walk into a Cartier store. Honest. You need to shop for luxury, even if you're not going to buy anything, to understand what it feels like to have that experience. If you have a luxury experience, you can provide a luxury experience to your client. And you see how everything else falls away? You see how they're not going to be able to say, well, I can do that with my phone. I'll just give it to my son. He'll get it. No, that's not how this works. That Cartier ring is estimated between $128,000 and $186,000, depending on the size of the stone. Then there's that ring in the middle, right there. That's K Jeweler. It's a $4,600 ring. And then the other one to the far right is a Costco ring. How many of you have been to a Costco and seen their jewelry? It's a pretty nice display. The Costco is $22,000. Now, let me show you a scenario. So the CEOs of Cartier are sitting around the table, the boardroom table. They're thinking about their marketing for next year, and they're thinking about all the things they need to do in their business. And as they're sitting around the table, someone says, well, what are we going to do? Our market's declining. Those K jewelers are giving it away. K jewelers are giving it away. K jewelers are all over, and all different brand jewelers. I'm picking on K because they're one of the most recognizable advertised brands, right? But do you think that the executives at Tiffany are sitting around saying, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? Walmart started selling diamond rings. This is what you're doing to yourself when you're comparing yourself to other people. It's a made-up comparison, and it's something you shouldn't even be worried about. Who cares what everyone else in your area is doing? You have to do what you want to do, and you have to level up in a way that those people are going, well, have you seen what they're doing? And you know what they're going to say? Have you seen the prices they're charging? Are they out of their mind? And as you drive by in your new Bentley and wave, you'll be like, come on, that's funny. I'm very serious right now, but a lot of this is are you thinking like, yeah, my thinking has been a little backwards? Like maybe I'm cutting myself off at my knees? I'm not good enough. How many? Just do it. I'm not good enough yet. My work isn't there. I can't charge those prices. I can't brand myself like a luxury brand because I'm not good enough yet. You'll never be good enough. I've been doing this for 35 years. I look at my work and I think, oh, others are doing better. I look at, and especially with today's comparative social media blasphemy, you know, you look at one person's one amazing image and then you look at a session and you've just deleted 25 because you screwed up. I do it all the time. And you're like, oh, I'm never going to get there. Who do I think I am charging these prices? And then your mother says, who do you think you are charging those prices? Because if you charge expensive prices and you have a price list that is beyond their reach, you've made them feel bad. So they're going to make you feel bad, right? When someone complains about your prices, they're not complaining about your prices. They're complaining about the fact they can't afford you. That's it. You're not outrageous. They just can't afford you, and that's okay. Not everybody can. Not everybody's going to buy a $3,000 pair of Swarovski studded Louboutin shoes, right? That's okay. This is the problem. I'm not good enough. Who do I think I am charging these prices? I'll tell you, you're the business person that thinks, how much do I need to support my family? How much do I need to save for retirement? How much do I need for a family vacation this year? How much is it going to cost to send my kids to school? How much does it cost to upgrade my equipment every year, or my computers or my hard drives? You have to do a cost analysis of your business and base your prices off that, and how much you want to work and how many clients you can actually take in a year. When you start to do that kind of math, you start to figure out you can't charge $500 for a portrait session and give away 30 digital files. You're going to go bankrupt. Amen. Right? So who do you think you are? I am a business person who has analyzed my costs and the work that I can capably take on, and this is what I need in order to support my family in a career known as professional photography. And I can say this because I stand here with a 35-year career in professional photography, and I'm still doing it. So if I can do it for 35 years, you can. Yeah, it's hard work. And it's not just saying, hey, I have a camera, I take great pictures, let me do it all for free. That's bullshit. Right? Sorry, internet people. Anyway, I get very passionate about this. Phone camera quality is killing professional markets. Is it really? What's killing the professional market? Photographers. Photographers giving it away, not valuing what they do, not creating an experience for their clients. If you can create an experience where the person leaves and they're like, oh my God, that was amazing. I never expected to get images like that. And you held my hand the entire process. You made it so easy. You gave me all the direction I needed. You gave me all of the educational information I would need to make purchasing decisions. You made the purchasing experience so wonderful. And then you came to my home, delivered my portraits to me, and actually hung them on the wall. That's an experience. I go to my clients' houses and I hang their pictures on their walls for them. Why? Because how many of you have done wall portraits and they're sitting on the floor forever? Right? They never hang them up. And I've saved more marriages than I can tell you, because let me explain what happens when a mom takes home her portraits of her family and tells her husband to hang them on the wall, and there's multiple pieces, like a collage type of thing, and he does it all wrong, and the whole time she's like, no, just a little bit that way, and no, bring it down, and there's 14 holes in the wall now, and the husband's like, I don't know what you want, you do it, this is stupid, I'm sorry we ever did these family portraits in the first place. That doesn't happen anymore, because I go to the house and I put them on the wall. I bring levels and tape measures and all kinds of things. I don't really need it. I'm one of those people who can go like this and put a hole in the wall. Anybody else like that? Yeah, it's the uncanniest thing. I'll measure and level everything and I'll hang it up and it's off. And then I stand back and I hang it up and it's perfect for some reason. This is not our problem. This is an excuse for not working harder at your own business. It's an excuse. Because I can paint my nails for $10 for one bottle for an entire year, but I go for a manicure every 2 weeks. I spend that money. These are your beliefs, your thoughts, and your words. They become your reality. People don't value photography. Is it people or is it you? Are you projecting? Is this your idea? The clients I attract value my work and my services. The clients I attract. Don't put everybody into the same people group. My work isn't good enough yet. My work is sellable and I improve my craft every day. You gotta switch the way your mind works. My family and friends say I'm too expensive. My family and friends are not my target client. I will not take money from my family, ever. Whatever they want, they get. Because I don't wanna do you get a discount, because it's still gonna be expensive, right? So if I do something for my family, I do it from me as a gift. And only certain people. I'm just kidding. I will do, right. Clients only want digital files. This is my favorite. All they want is a digital file. They're just going to print it themselves. You know why? Because you haven't educated them. That's not all they want. Ask them, why do you want the digital file? Oh, so I can have it on my phone and, post it on social media. Okay, great. How about every print that you sell includes a social media sized digital file? Or every digital file you sell comes with a print. So now they know what that print should look like. But it's not a $500 session, 30 digital files. That's ridiculous. The file, the image is yours. Just because it's this abstract, floaty thing in cloud world doesn't mean you shouldn't be charging for it. Because what did it take to get that digital file or digital photograph? It took the same thing it took to make a print. It took the training, the equipment, right? All of the things that go into making a portrait went into that. So if you would charge $200 for a print, why are we giving away 30 digital files? You did the same work. Think about that. It seems so intangible, this file, this thought. But that file isn't a photograph until you actually print one. So nothing, no digital file leaves my studio without an accompanying print. Ever. Because I know someday when that file is lost on some cloud drive and, Grandma Betsy, after 30 years, isn't going, I wonder where the portrait we did in 2006 is. I haven't seen that in forever. She's not going to remember that. But when she opens an album or a box or a frame that's out, she'll remember that. I have portraits taken of my daughter when she was 5 with myself, done by a really good friend, Jen Hellingay. She's actually in Brooklyn, New York, and she's killing it as a pet photographer. Killing it. If you haven't looked her up, The Ways of the Dog. Killing it. People spend gobs of money on animals. Like, literally. Anyway, Jen gave me, so this is back in 2006 when my daughter was 5. Jen gave me those files, and I printed images. The 2 images that hang on my wall, for some reason, have turned completely blue. They were like a black and white sepia. They've turned blue. And so I've been looking for those files so I could remake them. I can't find them. I called Jen. She's like, I don't have files from 2006. What's wrong with you? And I was like, oh. Yeah, totally, right? So I've lost those files of these portraits that mean so much to me that I now have to take these prints, have them scanned, and reprinted. That sucks. And I'm a photographer who is like literally meticulous about the way I save my files. I don't know where the hell they are. So this is how you're educating your client. You are never going to be able to find these files in 10, 15, 20 years. I have a portrait of my great-grandparents with my grandfather as a 3-year-old little boy and his sister. So my grandfather died in 1998. He was 70-something years old. This portrait I know was taken in the year 1913. It's 110 years old now. It's still out in a frame in my house. I love that portrait. I'm not in it. I didn't know my great-grandparents, but my grandfather is in there as a 3-year-old little boy, and you couldn't rip that out of my hands for $1 million. You just couldn't. Imagine me trying to find that negative from 1913. It'd be an 8x10. I'm pretty sure it was an 8x10, right? Oh, hang on. Oh, we missed one. I can't make money in photography. I will do a better job of educating my client so that they value professional photography. The phone is not the problem. AI is not the problem. Yes, they have a place. They're a ton of fun, but it will never replace authentic, skilled photographers. Photographers who know how to light. Learn how to do lighting that a client will never be able to do. Learn what it is to have a kicker light. Learn what it is to do beautiful sunset portraits that are beautifully lit. Learn what it is to, if you love infants, wrap an infant and photograph an infant correctly. Level up so high that people will really start to recognize your brand. In my community, people will come up to me and say, I went to so-and-so's house the other day, and I looked at their wall, and I knew that was a Michele Celentano portrait. I just knew it. And I asked, and sure enough, it was you. Create a look, a brand, an experience. Here's some of my marketing pieces. These are a little bit older. I've revamped my logo recently, but this is a printed piece. Very much like this. Doesn't cost that much. When people come into my studio or I have something in my bag and people ask me about what I do, yeah, sure, they could scan a QR code. Yeah, sure, I could show them some of my images on a phone, which everybody does. But if I hand you something and I say, this is what I do, what does that say? I value my work. I've printed it. I'm giving it to you, right? It says what I do. It shows samples of portraits on people's wall. You never really know the value of a portrait until it becomes all you have left. I say that all the time. I coined it. I didn't trademark it yet, but I'm not Peter Hurley. I'm just kidding. I love Peter. Is he not like awesome? If you've never actually had your portrait done by Peter Hurley, I highly recommend it. So I would go and get it done because I had mine done at another conference and my husband was with me, and he says the most insane things, but gets the best expression out of you, and you're there and you're like, and I'm a photographer, and I'm like, what the hell is happening, right? It really is an experience. But family, like branches on a tree, we all grow in different directions, but our roots keep us all together. You are selling the experience. You are selling the value. You are selling yourself. What do you look like when you meet with clients? I'm just saying. We got to look the part. Now, again, I'm not a big fashion person, but I know how to clean it up and wear a fun pair of jeans and the artist black shirt. I'm always in black. Like, it's so sad. It's not sad. I love it. But I mean, that's just me. But my makeup's always done. I've always got a good pair of shoes on. I got these yesterday at Macy's. Okay, if you haven't been to the Macy's, there's an entire floor of shoes, like the whole floor. Oh, I almost didn't get out of that store yesterday. But I got these. They're super fun. So I'm a sneaker girl. I like that whole vibe. But these have like a heel in them, so it makes me a little bit taller. I know. I'm 4'11", so anything I can do to get a little taller is good, right? Again, just showing the work that we do. Photographs are like wine. They get better with age. Don't they? How many of you have lost people and you don't have photographs with them? So let me tell you how much family portraits really, really mean to me. And this is a personal story, and I'll probably get a little emotional about it. My daughter's dad and I divorced when she was 4. And in my heart, I knew that whoever he remarried, I would make her my friend. And I did. He met Louise. I love Louise. I couldn't have picked a better other mother for my daughter. But I also wanted to make sure that my daughter had portraits with her father and her other family. I photographed their family portrait every year from the year that Gary and Louise got married. Every year. I photographed Anna with her dad, Anna with her stepsisters, Anna with Louise, every single year. And when we hit our 10-year anniversary of doing that, I decided, and I apologize I don't have it in the slideshow because it's really good, I photographed all of us together, all families. So Anna was in the center, and then it was me, my forever husband. So Gary was my starter husband, Paul's my forever husband. Everybody needs a starter spouse in my mind, but that's where you break your chops and figure out what you really want. I'm just saying. Anyway, so Anna in the center, myself, my husband, my 2 stepdaughters, and on the other side was her dad, her stepmom, her 2 step siblings, Louise's ex-husband, Joel, okay? So my ex-husband's new wife's ex-husband, and his boyfriend, Adam. You got that? It's good. And we had a blast. And that year, all 3 families, myself, Louise, and Joel, sent out a Christmas card with all of us on it to all of our friends, that this was our amazing, functioning, dysfunctional family portrait. And it will be forever one of my favorite images, and my daughter will have it forever, her entire family together. This year, I became a grandmother. A year ago now, I became a grandmother. I know, I'm way too young for this. To my husband's daughter, Ashley. Oh my God, you are not kicking me off, are you? Oh, I got 10 minutes left. Okay, good. So my stepdaughter, my favorite stepdaughter, I have 2, and I definitely have a favorite, and I'm never embarrassed to admit it, but she had a baby, and I can tell you, for the past 15 years, my stepdaughter's family has been nothing but horrible to me. Horrible. And I can say that because it was really important for me to create a family dynamic where I could reach out to the girls' moms and have a conversation and what's going, just mom to mom, how can, just be a good stepmom. And she wanted nothing to do with me at all. And over when the girls got married, I wasn't included in anything. When they had showers, dress shopping, I've been excluded from everything. But when Amelia was born, I knew I wanted to do a generational portrait for Amelia and Ashley, my stepdaughter, because Ashley's grandmother is still alive, and that's 4 generations. And so a couple of months ago, I just texted Ashley and I said, I'd really love to do a generational portrait for you and Amelia. Do you think your mom and grandmother would be open to that idea? And she was like, oh my God, I would love that. Let me ask them. And surprisingly enough, they said yes. And so we did it a couple weeks ago, and I was a little nervous about it. And actually, you'll see my Instagram handle at the end of this. You can go onto my Instagram and see see the portrait. It's a little reel and then the portrait's at the end. And so we coordinated clothing. We did this just a couple weeks ago, and I asked a good friend of mine, who's also a photographer, to come to the studio to assist me so we'd have a little buffer so they wouldn't feel so much like it was just me. And when they first walked in, Christy, Ashley's mom, my husband's ex-wife, and his ex-mother-in-law were like icy cold, like just. And so I started working with them, doing what I do, and I wanted this for Amelia, because she's only a year old. But when she's my age, like I have that portrait of my grandfather and his parents, she's gonna have a portrait of her mom, her grandmother, and her great-grandmother. And no matter how they feel about me or how I feel about them, I did it for this little girl. And that's the value of what we do. When we can put that aside and do something for someone else that I know is gonna be one of the most meaningful things that that little girl has, that's magic. And so when I talk to clients, I tell people these stories, and they're like, you're an effing saint. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm just a person with a big heart who knows the value of photography. That's why it's not dying, because I believe in the value of professional photography and making photographs, not just these digital things that hang out in cyber or wherever. We've got to make the photographs, the albums. We have to offer people products that are going to mean something to them. We have to sell this like a luxury item because it is. All of this stuff in here is replaceable. You know what's not replaceable? Pictures you don't have with people you love. That's not replaceable. You can't find them anywhere. I will never replace those digital files of the pictures that I have, and now I have to make scans and reprint them. I get very passionate. Creating beautiful products that are going to last a lifetime. This is what makes professional photography so valuable. You've got to think about what you're offering, who you are, what you believe in. If you believe that this piece of crap is taking over our industry, you might as well go like to chef school or something right now. Right? I'm not kidding. Like, I'm serious. If you believe in photography, if you believe in portraits, if you believe in documenting family stories, I believed in documenting my granddaughter's 4-generation history, no matter what. No matter how I'd been treated, no matter how I felt about them, it was for her. And the really funny thing is I got my dig in just a little bit, because I am a New Yorker and Italian. So at the end, Sue and Christy are now hugging me, and they say, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for doing this for us. And I was like, well, it's really for Amelia. I say it like that. I got my dig in, just a little. But then I smiled, and of course it's for you too. That night, I got a text from Christy thanking me for doing what I did, how much it meant to them. And then she thanked me for loving our girls. And that right there was worth everything, because they are my girls. But I never felt like she thought that of me. And for the first time, because I created a portrait that would mean something so deep to them, she acknowledged that they were our girls. It'll be an experience I can never replace. Ooh. Sorry. Your packaging, the little blue box. Everything that goes out of my studio is ribbon tied, wrapped with a note card. It's an experience. I want you to work on building your confidence in your craft, your consistency of quality, your posing skills. People don't know how to pose. Most people stand like this. Are you kidding me? This is the worst possible way you could stand. All you have to do is make a little minor adjustment and you are like in a home run. People don't understand this. I start showing women how they can just take 10 pounds off by standing right in front of me. I look 10 pounds heavier. I look 10 pounds lighter. Boom. Wow, how do you do that? Your lighting skills, your customer service, your communication, your education, profitable pricing, products, professional retouching. I'm sorry, but most AI goes way over the top. I am so sick of looking at like blurred faces. It's blurred. Like, stop it. I tell my friends all the time, my friends will send me like selfies. I'm like, stop with the filter. Just stop it. You don't look like that. Building a brand, community involvement, get involved in your communities. What do you love to do? What services do you like to give back to your community? Your packaging, your reputation, your own self-image. Show up the way that you want to be seen. Look in the mirror before you leave the house and think to yourself, is this really how I want to be seen? Because a lot of times I'm going to say, you're going to say no, right? Owning your mistakes, printing your images, client materials, in-person sales, creating something that the client cannot do for themselves. This is what will keep professional photography alive. Creating something they cannot create for themselves. I want to thank Canon for having me, B&H. Again, I have such an affinity for B&H. It has been a part of my existence since I'm 17 years old, 17. Getting on the subway from Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, some of you know where that is, coming down into the city. I went to the Germain School of Photography at the Center for Media Arts, which was on 23rd Street, and I was always stopping at B&H to pick up my 4x5 film, right, my paper for printing. When David asked last year for me to come and do the program I did last year, I was literally like this. Honey, B&H called. I gotta talk for B&H. Like, I was like an idiot. And when they invited me back this year, I'm just humbled and honored to be here and to be able to present this program. And I hope you guys take something home. I hope you really believe. How many minds did I change today? Woo! We're good. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Woo!
Thank you, Michele. Wow, okay. All right, everybody. Feel free to take a break, grab some lunch. Be back here at 1 o'clock for Bruce Gilden. 1 o'clock for Bruce Gilden. Be back at like 12:55 for Bruce. Bruce is pretty tough. So, enjoy, everyone.
Sure.
Have
Thank
fun.
you.
Thank you so much, Michele.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Filmmaker more now.
Yeah.
And you'll
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Tell me, do you hear it too? That moment that keeps calling you. You see, you can try to ignore it, but it will only get louder and louder and louder, and it will never stop until you find it. What if I told you one moment could change everything? Because it's out there. But there's no rule book, there's no compass, and there's no map. There's only your intuition. And that moment will speak to you and only you. And you'll know it when you find it because it will have captured you long before you get the chance to capture it. But I can tell you this. It will not find you. You have to do that yourself. So tell me, do you hear it too? Because if you don't listen, you will live a lifetime of what ifs and what could have beens. So what will you do to find that moment? How far will you go to find that moment? Because it will teach you more than any book. It will bring you more adventure than any story. It will bring you back to a feeling that embraced you every day as a child, but faded as the sands of time fell. Just promise me, when you do find it, that you don't take it lightly. You dance with it, you breathe it in, you let it fill every bone in your body and explain to you what it means to be human. Because it's out there, if even just for a moment. So tell me, do you hear it too?
This is a brief history of B&H, everyone's favorite photo and video store. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bleamy and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H. This is a real B&H customer story.
Okay, we checked all 4 systems and keying was a go.
At B&H, we help folks find the products they need. Isn't that right, Irving?
Yes, definitely. We need to be ready for whatever the customer needs, especially when the items are rare.
So true. Could you give us an example, Irving?
We help millions of customers all over the world.
Come on, just one example.
Well, there was NASA.
NASA?
NASA. What's the big deal? We have for everyone, big and small.
So what did NASA need?
A unique Hasselblad lens for space vision. I guess no one else had it, but we did. But we often have what others don't.
Love it. What else can you tell us about this story?
That is the story.
Copy that, Irving. And thank you for sharing. For all your needs, big or small, check out B&H.com.
Can I go back to work now?
This is a real B&H customer story. Steph Mandis came to B&H to take her photography to the next level. She's an artist by choice, pizza maker by birth, and B&H customer for life. Am I missing anything here?
Teacher, entrepreneur, product designer, and a photographer. And a restaurateur. I forgot that part.
Impressive. Steph, I gotta be honest, I don't know where to look first. Is that a microscope?
Yeah, that's my trinocular axiolab, and that's what I use to make bioart.
BioArt? What's that?
BioArt is where science and art meet.
Amazing. So what came first, camera or the microscope?
So first came the microscope, then the camera, and thankfully that's where B&H stepped in. When I first went to B&H trying to find a camera for my microscope, I thought it was a little oddball request, but turns out they've done this before and they knew exactly what I was looking for. What's great about working with people at B&H is that they use the gear that they're selling you.
So what are you looking at now?
Cheese, sauce, peppers, onions, olives, pizza toppings.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah, my family started a pizza restaurant in 1960.
Whoa, 60 years of pizza. What's the secret?
We used cheddar cheese.
Huh. Okay. So what's next for you, Steph?
I want to take this tiny thing that I've been looking at and blow it up using projectors. I just have to figure out what equipment I need.
I like where this is going.
So B&H, we're gonna talk again.
Steph, we're always here when you need us. And be sure to save me a slice. For your next project, head to the experts at B&H.com.
Oh yeah, I've definitely put him under the microscope. Cat fur looks crazy.
This is a story about a magical place where everything's amazing, especially the people. We can tell you everything there is to know about over 400,000 different pieces of gear. Tell them, Lenny.
And we have a 17 millimeter, 24 millimeter, 45 millimeter.
He does this all day. We'll help you find the right thing, which is often not the most expensive.
The A9 is great, but I think the 6500 is better for what you need.
That's pretty rare. And just like you, we love to explore and share our passion, because we're creators as well. Israel and Jake like to make videos for the web. Oh, I love it when he does this. Oh, by the way, if you can't meet us in person, you can always chat with us online. Think of us as collaborators, production partners, problem solvers. This is Greg. He's made 5 gold records.
You can play your voice high.
And here's Jay, the king of the candids. Wait, I'm not ready, Jay. Sometimes we geek out and help each other, but mostly we're here to help you. Like Lenny, who's still going, because there's a lot to say when you're making some pretty important decisions. So now you've met 16 of over 1,000 employees. 16 reasons our customers like to do business with people, not algorithms. We are B&H.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax, or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Alpha.
Tell me, do you hear it too? That moment that keeps calling you. You see, you can try to ignore it, but it will only get louder and louder and louder, and it will never stop until you find it. What if I told you one moment could change everything? Because it's out there. But there's no rule book, there's no compass, and there's no map. There's only your intuition. And that moment will speak to you and only you. And you'll know it when you find it, because it will have captured you long before you get the chance to capture it. But I can tell you this. It will not find you. You have to do that yourself. So tell me, do you hear it too? Because if you don't listen, you will live a lifetime of what ifs and what could have beens. So what will you do to find that moment? How far will you go to find that moment? Because it will teach you more than any book. It will bring you more adventure than any story. It will bring you back to a feeling that embraced you every day as a child, but faded as the sands of time fell. Just promise me, when you do find it, that you don't take it lightly. You dance with it, you breathe it in, you let it fill every bone in your body and explain to you what it means to be human. Because it's out there, if even just for a moment. So tell me, do you hear it too?
This is a brief history of B&H, everyone's favorite photo and video store. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bleamy and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H. This is a real B&H customer story.
Okay, we checked all 4 systems, and keying was a go.
At B&H, we help folks find the products they need. Isn't that right, Irving?
Yes, definitely. We need to be ready for whatever the customer needs, especially when the items are rare.
So true. Could you give us an example, Irving?
We help millions of customers all over the world.
Come on, just one example.
Well, there was NASA.
NASA?
NASA. What's the big deal? We have for everyone, big and small.
So what did NASA need?
A unique Hasselblad lens for space vision. I guess no one else had it, but we did. But we often have what others don't.
Love it. What else can you tell us about this story?
That is the story.
Copy that, Irving. And thank you for sharing. For all your needs, big or small, check out B&H.com.
Can I go back to work now?
This is a real B&H customer story. Steph Mandis came to B&H to take her photography to the next level. She's an artist by choice, pizza maker by birth, and B&H customer for life. Am I missing anything here?
Teacher, entrepreneur, product designer, and a photographer. And a restaurateur. I forgot that part.
Impressive. Steph, I gotta be honest, I don't know where to look first. Is that a microscope?
Yeah, that's my trinocular axiolab, and that's what I use to make bioart.
BioArt? What's that?
BioArt is where science and art meet.
Amazing. So what came first, camera or the microscope?
So first came the microscope, then the camera, and thankfully that's where B&H stepped in. When I first went to B&H trying to find a camera for my microscope, I thought it was a little oddball request, but turns out they've done this before and they knew exactly what I was looking for. What's great about working with people at B&H is that they use the gear that they're selling you.
So what are you looking at now?
Cheese, sauce, peppers, onions, olives, pizza toppings.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah, my family started a pizza restaurant in 1960.
Whoa, 60 years of pizza. What's the secret?
We used cheddar cheese.
Huh. Okay. So what's next for you, Steph?
I want to take this tiny thing that I've been looking at and blow it up using projectors. I just have to figure out what equipment I need.
I like where this is going.
So B&H, you know, we're gonna talk again.
Steph, we're always here when you need us. And be sure to save me a slice. For your next project, head to the experts at B&H.com.
Oh yeah, I've definitely put him under the microscope. Cat fur looks crazy.
This is a story about a magical place where everything's amazing, especially the people. We can tell you everything there is to know about over 400,000 different pieces of gear. Tell them, Lenny.
And we have a 17 millimeter, 24 millimeter, 45 millimeter.
He does this all day. We'll help you find the right thing, which is often not the most expensive.
The A9 is great, but I think the 6500 is better for what you need.
That's pretty rare. And just like you, we love to explore and share our passion, because we're creators as well. Israel and Jake like to make videos for the web. Oh, I love it when he does this. Oh, by the way, if you can't meet us in person, you can always chat with us online. Think of us as collaborators, production partners, problem solvers. This is Greg. He's made 5 gold records.
You can play your voice high.
And here's Jay, the king of the candids. Wait, I'm not ready, Jay. Sometimes we geek out and help each other, but mostly we're here to help you. Like Lenny, who's still going, because there's a lot to say when you're making some pretty important decisions. So now you've met 16 of over 1,000 employees. 16 reasons our customers like to do business with people, not algorithms. We are B&H. This is a story about a magical place where everything's amazing, especially the people. We can tell you everything there is to know about over 400,000 different pieces of gear. Tell them, Lenny.
And we have a 17 millimeter, 24 millimeter, 45 millimeter.
He does this all day. We'll help you find the right thing, which is often not the most expensive.
The A9 is great, but I think the 6500 is better for what you need.
That's pretty rare. And just like you, we love to explore and share our passion, because we're creators as well. Israel and Jake like to make videos for the web. Oh, I love it when he does this. Oh, by the way, if you can't meet us in person, you can always chat with us online. Think of us as collaborators, production partners, problem solvers. This is Greg. He's made 5 gold records.
You can play your voice high.
And here's Jay, the king of the candids. Wait, I'm not ready, Jay. Sometimes we geek out and help each other, but mostly we're here to help you. Like Lenny, who's still going, because there's a lot to say when you're making some pretty important decisions. So now you've met 16 of over 1,000 employees. 16 reasons our customers like to do business with people, not algorithms. We are B&H. This is a story about a magical place where everything's amazing, especially the people. We can tell you everything there is to know about over 400,000 different
Alpha.
tell me, do you hear it too? That moment that keeps calling you. You see, you can try to ignore it, but it will only get louder and louder and louder, and it will never stop until you find it. What if I told you one moment could change everything? Because it's out there. But there's no rule book, there's no compass, and there's no map. There's only your intuition. And that moment will speak to you and only you. And you'll know it when you find it, because it will have captured you long before you get the chance to capture it. But I can tell you this. It will not find you. You have to do that yourself. So tell me, do you hear it too? Because if you don't listen, you will live a lifetime of what ifs and what could have beens. So what will you do to find that moment? How far will you go to find that moment? Because it will teach you more than any book, it will bring you more adventure than any story, it will bring you back to a feeling that embraced you every day as a child but faded as the sands of time fell. Just promise me, when you do find it, that you don't take it lightly. You dance with it, you breathe it in, you let it fill every bone in your body and explain to you what it means to be human. Because it's out there, if even just for a moment. So tell me, do you hear it too?
This is a brief history of B&H, everyone's favorite photo and video store. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bleamy and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H. This is a real B&H customer story.
Okay, we checked all 4 systems, and keying was a go.
At B&H, we help folks find the products they need. Isn't that right, Irving?
Yes, definitely. We need to be ready for whatever the customer needs, especially when the items are rare.
So true. Could you give us an example, Irving?
We help millions of customers all over the world.
Come on, just one example.
Well, there was NASA.
NASA?
NASA. What's the big deal? We have for everyone, big and small.
So what did NASA need?
A unique Hasselblad lens for space vision. I guess no one else had it, but we did. But we often have what others don't.
Love it. What else can you tell us about this story?
That is the story.
Copy that, Irving. And thank you for sharing. For all your needs, big or small, check out B&H.com.
Can I go back to work now?
This is a real B&H customer story. Steph Mandis came to B&H to take her photography to the next level. She's an artist by choice, pizza maker by birth, and B&H customer for life. Am I missing anything here?
Teacher, entrepreneur, product designer, and a photographer. And a restaurateur. I forgot that part.
Impressive. Steph, I gotta be honest, I don't know where to look first. Is that a microscope?
Yeah, that's my trinocular axiolab, and that's what I use to make bioart.
Bioart? What's that?
Bioart is where science and art meet.
Amazing. So what came first, camera or the microscope?
So first came the microscope, then the camera, and thankfully that's where B&H stepped in. When I first went to B&H trying to find a camera for my microscope, I thought it was a little oddball request, but turns out they've done this before and they knew exactly what I was looking for. What's great about working with people at B&H is that they use the gear that they're selling you.
So what are you looking at now?
Cheese, sauce, peppers, onions, olives, pizza toppings.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah, my family started a pizza restaurant in 1960.
Whoa, 60 years of pizza. What's the secret?
We used cheddar cheese.
Huh. Okay. So what's next for you, Steph?
I want to take this tiny thing that I've been looking at and blow it up using projectors. I just have to figure out what equipment I need.
I like where this is going.
So B&H, we're gonna talk again.
Steph, we're always here when you need us. And be sure to save me a slice. For your next project, head to the experts at B&H.com.
Oh yeah, I've definitely put him under the microscope. Cat fur looks crazy.
This is a story about a magical place where everything's amazing, especially the people. We can tell you everything there is to know about over 400,000 different pieces of gear. Tell them, Lenny.
And we have a 17 millimeter, 24 millimeter, 45 millimeter.
He does this all day. We'll help you find the right thing, which is often not the most expensive.
The A9 is great, but I think the 6500 is better for what you need.
That's pretty rare. And just like you, we love to explore and share our passion, because we're creators as well. Israel and Jake like to make videos for the web. Oh, I love it when he does this. Oh, by the way, if you can't meet us in person, you can always chat with us online. Think of us as collaborators, production partners, problem solvers. This is Greg. He's made 5 gold records.
You can play your voice high.
And here's Jay, the king of the candids. Wait, I'm not ready, Jay. Sometimes we geek out and help each other, but mostly we're here to help you. Like Lenny, who's still going, because there's a lot to say when you're making some pretty important decisions. So now you've met 16 of over 1,000 employees. 16 reasons our customers like to do business with people, not algorithms. We are B&H.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu savings or special financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Alpha.
Tell me, do you hear it too? That moment that keeps calling you. You see, you can try to ignore it, but it will only get louder and louder and louder, and it will never stop until you find it. What if I told you one moment could change everything? Because it's out there. But there's no rule book.
You get some good shots? Sorry about those long lines, but you get some good photographs out there? Cool. You like that motorcycle? It's mine. It's my baby. Production value. I'm going to be giving B&H a bill for rental at the end of all this. That's my boss. Sorry. Anyway. All right, so this is what I've been waiting for long and hard. Tell you an inside quick little story that I used a secret weapon. I went into the B&H back-end Unix system where we have all our customers, and I looked up Bruce Gilden's customer profile and got his phone number and saw the equipment that he's been buying over the years. So that's how I got your number, by the way. At B&H. At B&H.
Did I buy anything there?
Yeah, you're a pretty good customer, yeah. Not bad. So I'm going to let this gentleman speak. Bruce Gilden is I believe, a landmark portrait photographer. I think that this man has taken portrait photography and brought it somewhere else. Yeah. And it honors me to have you on the stage. I take great pride in bringing great photographers onto the stage, but I kind of think you're sort of in a league of your own, Bruce. So I don't want to give you too many compliments because you'll hit me up for a bigger day fee. So without further ado, are you ready for this?
I don't know, but I'm here.
Okay. So let's,
all right, anyway.
Let's kill the house lights.
1 second. The light, that's it?
That's it? You're
okay,
ready to go.
Right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Bruce Gilden.
All right, so anyway, can you hear me? Okay, that's too bad. No, anyway, I'm basically what is known as a street photographer, no matter what he said about portraits. But as a matter of fact, when I started to do the large, mid-sized camera, large portraits, I thought it was too easy. And what I mean by that is every time you snap the shutter, that doesn't mean you get a good picture. That one thing doesn't have to do with the other. It's just that when you work your whole life and do candid pictures and you care how the form is in the candid picture, no matter how much control you don't have total control. But I didn't even plan on talking about this here now, but okay, here we go. All right. So anyway, what gets me today about, everybody calls themselves a street photographer, and very few are. And, I paid my dues. I've been photographing for, I'm 76, 57 years, okay? And I went through everyone telling me how bad I was. Some people thought I'm a genius. But, I stayed with it because that's what I wanted to do. And I photographed myself all the time. And what gets me about a lot of street photography is people snap the shutter because they see, let's say, 2 midgets coming down the street. They don't care where they're standing. The 2 midgets are in front of me, I'm going to take it. It's not about that. You have to put yourself in the right position at the right time to help you make a better picture. So anyway, when I started photography, I read a quote by Robert Capa, and that has been my mantra, since then. If it's not good enough, you're not close enough. So let's start, okay? Otherwise. This is the first picture that I thought ever had any artistic credibility. All my projects have been long-term, mostly self-assigned projects that I paid for myself, even if I was driving a truck for my father, drove a taxi, or whatever I did to survive. But, it kept me going. I also was a cocaine addict, almost died on cocaine, and photography is what kept me alive. Hold on. Oh, sorry. 1 second. Anyway, this lady, obviously, to get the strength of the picture, you have to be able to read the language. So, see her change from beauty to beast. And about 7 years after I took this picture, I saw a lady. I said, I recognize her. And it was her. But she had left the cage. Oh, wrong way. This was another picture of Coney Island. It was beach. When I was there in mostly 69, 76, and 77, the beach wasn't as crowded as in Ouija's days. But this is a day that had a lot of people there, so it was quite interesting. And this is a picture that I like very much. And I thought I lost a negative, which is not uncommon for me, because I did a whole book called Lost and Found. This I called a bra strap. But if you see, this picture was taken in the early 80s, so now I got even closer. When I first started in Coney Island, I was Bruce Gilden. I still like the same subjects today. Nothing has ever changed. When I was 5 years old, I wanted to be a boxer. I wanted a monkey. and I wanted to play the drums. So that's my mentality always. I'm an outsider. So, I'm comfortable. But if you notice, I'm closer now. That's also in the early 80s. What's interesting about this one, I used to go to Coney Island wearing a long sleeve jacket with the sleeves rolled up, an army jacket, long pants, and boots. So I didn't look like your typical person at the beach in the summer on Sunday. And this lady, I saw her, she's wearing a bathing suit, but it looks like a bra and panties for me, and she's Russian immigrant. And I got on my knees and I'm taking pictures of her. And then luckily, some guy said to her, "What is he taking pictures of?" And she said, "Over there." Because I was so close to her, she didn't realize I was taking her picture. Go ahead, come on. Come on. It's not moving. Where's David? Oh, there he goes, okay. This, what I like, I call this, all my pictures are untitled, but I call this Coney Island family because everybody looks like their mouths are stuck together, like they were eating cotton candy or something. Then the next series I'm showing you is from my book, Lost and Found. What happened was, these pictures were never in my first two New York books because I just overlooked them. None of them would be as good as my best pictures of New York City, but I have some really good ones here. And we called it Lost and Found because also I lost 300 rolls. I don't know where, between my drug haze or drug days or whatever, and the way I keep my negatives, I could lose anything, okay? So 300 were lost about, but these were found. These are gypsies at night. That to me was when New York was really having problems, and Agnew said to us, to fuck ourselves, okay? And to me, the lady in the phone is screaming for help, but no one's paying attention to her. Because I think everyone should look at I would like everyone to look at my pictures and make up little stories about what's in the frame. So that's what that says to me. And you notice there's a well-dressed couple going the opposite way. This is on 57th Street and Park Avenue, and look at this sign. It's falling down. So it's symbolic of what was happening in New York at that time. This is a picture that most people like. I find it a little cliched, but I happen to sell it quite often. It's the two brothers laughing, and they look like mirror images of themselves, and they're outside the Peep Show. This is Madison Avenue. I was on the corner here, and I took about 6 or 7 pictures because I was looking at the Contact a couple of years ago, and the best one was the one with the guy put his hand up in front of his face. And what's interesting, everybody in the picture almost has a hat. And I don't know if you can see, but the building in the background says Knox Hats. These I couldn't figure out if they were Orthodox Jewish women or transvestites, but I think they're Orthodox Jewish women. I'm Jewish, I can say that, okay. All right, anyway, this is, I call it Playbill. This is outside Broadway. This is the books that were in my first 2 New York books, the pictures. This I call Lefty Louie, because this guy looks like he comes from 1950. Look how he's dressed with that tie. He made the picture. I saw him from a block away, and he looked like a slinky, how he walked like this. And I was lucky enough to capture it, but, This is San Gennaro. I have a comment, but I won't make it, okay. Because I used to go to photograph at San Gennaro because the way I work, I can work in the most crowded areas and take pictures. Most people can't. I do. I'm comfortable. This I call Best Street because I think it's a really good street picture of New York. The crowd, you even have ecremes in there, which you don't find ecremes anywhere else but New York, as far as I know. That guy just got down and started to box, and I like how the other guy's looking at him like, come on, what are you doing? Okay, but that's how most people are. This, to me, looks like a bridal cake. The 2 silhouettes look like the figures on top of a bridal cake, and it looks like the guy has his eyes closed, and he's commenting and saying, oh, God, another male-female relationship that's going to end up in a car wreck. But in actuality, somebody told me we think the guy is blind, and I think they're right. This I call Japanese racketeers. Doesn't matter if they're racketeers or not, they go in my movie. This I call fake mustache, because if you look, everything on these people is fake. His mustache, his hair, her hair, nothing is real. I don't even know if the picture is real. This was a very cold day in January. I think I took about 5 pictures, and I stayed out, and I stayed out, and I stayed out, and I got this. I call it the Giant. That was the day that Wall Street opened after 9/11. The guy is elegantly dressed. I think he's a little crazy, and captivated the mood of most people at that time in New York. This I call Mrs. America. That's about mother-daughter relationships. To me, it's like the daughter is ready to push the mother off the cliff. Then, of course, in 1985, I think my second wife, Sophie's, and I have been married 31 years now. Sophie's the third and final wife. Said, you know, you photograph New York all the time. You should go somewhere else. So I figured I'll go to Haiti. It's not far. It's sort of, well, it's like the fourth world there. I mean, I loved Haiti. I mean, my favorite country I've ever been to. But I did about 22 trips and spent over a year of my life there. And these are the pictures. I have a book coming out. I had one out on Haiti, but we're doing another one with Xavier Burrell, that's now EXB, is that right, Sophie? XB, that's coming out next September. That'll have half of the first book and half of the pictures I missed in the first book. Okay, so you'll see these. This I call Chagall pigs, because to me it looks like the pigs in the background are flying. That's the first day I arrived in Haiti. I believe when you go somewhere, you should photograph right away, because you're fresh, you know, and your impressions are just coming at you quickly. That's the haircut. That's a dream. Haiti should be a dream, but it's a nightmare. It's for most people, it's the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. And this is at a voodoo festival called Plaine du Nord in the north. That's also at Plaine du Nord. That's the taps that take people in and out every day. People come in and sell their wares they don't make much money, obviously. And the guy with the hat on in the bus, the young kid, must be a descendant of the Arawak Indians who were the original settlers there. Look how beautiful his face is, his features, his nose. That I call best street. I don't think I can take a better picture in the Caribbean in the street. But the story was that I did my homework. This was during Mardi Gras. And that street used to be very populated because the small parade would come through. So I said, I'm going to do a lot of pictures of people watching the parade. So these people weren't really watching, but, you know, I was in the right place at the right time. That's at the cemetery. And you see the lights of the soccer stadium in the rear. That's the yell. Some people during the funeral scream. They sound like a bunch of cackling chickens. And you know, I was comfortable. I knew the people who were working at the cemetery, and most people didn't mind, so, you know, I just snapped away. That I called a prisoner, even though it's at the soccer stadium. This was after the earthquake, and people were all living in tents because they had nowhere to live. And my wife thinks that this lady had gotten violated the night before, and it could be because, you know, they have marauding gangs that go through, and, you know, you can't really say no, I mean, unfortunately. That's also after the earthquake. That's after a funeral. That's, I always wanted to photograph those taps to take people inside, into Port-au-Prince and out of Port-au-Prince, but when you got to deal with the kids like this, it gets a little rugged. So, you know, I ran out of things to photograph, so I started to photograph them. It's a very beautiful picture, and I have a whole series of these kids. I had about 62 arguments, and lucky I'm a little bit of a toughie, so, you know, I dealt with it. But if you're not tough, they're going to overrun you, I can tell you that. And I was also 66 years old at that time, but, you know. Now, in 1972, I think, let me just have a drink of water. I saw a show at the Museum of Modern Art called New Japanese Photography. And I'm very critical, if you didn't know by now, but it blew me away. Even though I'd known some of the pictures, there was some really good work there. And I swore I'm going to go to Japan because I figured if they do it, why can't I? So, you know, you have to have a little bit of an ego, you know, but that's how it is. So I went to Japan, and I got a grant from the French government. Then I got a Japan Foundation grant, and I spent probably a year of my life in Japan, and I did 2 books, one called Go and the other Cherry Blossom. So this is some of the work from that time. That's a transvestite. That's not, this actually is a candid shot. You know, she wasn't posing, or he wasn't posing for me. He was just standing there at the corner waiting for the light. I love his lipstick. Wow. That reminds me of a Francis Bacon painting. I don't know if you know Francis Bacon, the famous British painter. He looks like he's reaching for a gun, but he's probably only reaching for a cigarette. Come on. I like this. Whenever I saw, this guy was a go-between between me and, not the Yakuza, but a group. The Yakuza is the mafia there, okay? He's a mafia-type guy, but it's a group, I've forgotten their name, that are just below the Yakuza. So whenever I saw him, he always wore this bandana. So I always think of his smoke coming out of his head like he's a volcano. In other words, there's a big hole under that bandana. These are the Bozo Zoko, the motorcycle kids. And most of them graduate to become Yakuza. But what's very interesting about them, they're all about 15, 16, 17 years old, and you could see already which one's going to be the boss, which one's going to be the muscle, which one's going to be this, which one, I mean, they were totally formed. I had fun with them, and I wanted to photograph them until they died or I died, but the lady I had as a translator calls me in Osaka one night, and she said, they couldn't see me, you know, she spoke probably to the guy with the bandana. They couldn't see me because they're doing a television show, so she stupidly told him, well, I'll go over your head. So once you do that, especially a woman in that culture, forget it, you're finished. So that was the end of that idea. That's a famous gangster writer who, he's one of the few Yakuza that supposedly, his name is George Abe. He's one of the few Yakuza that probably ever came from a rich family, and all he wanted to do was be a Yakuza. And they sent him to private school in England, didn't help. He wanted to be a Yakuza. And eventually he became a Yakuza, he got arrested, and he went to jail, and he wrote a book, so he's like an icon there. And it's very interesting because, I don't know if any of you know Robert Mitchum, the famous actor. Well, if you don't, anyway, you should, because he's really great. And he was an ex-boxer. And he had an altercation with Abe, and he knocked this guy out. So his new wife, Abe's new wife, who was much younger, said, why don't you go meet him again? And he said, no, I don't want to because I don't want to get knocked out again. Okay. Come on. That's one of my favorite images. That's 2 Yakuzas taken in a coffee shop. So the one was lighting the cigarette of his boss, and I said through an interpreter, I don't usually work with an interpreter, but when I go with these guys, sometimes I have to, because I have to tell them something I want, or, you know, what's going on, they have questions. And I said, can you hold that? So I took about 8 pictures, because I knew I had a good one. These are the days of film, so. This, to me, looks like it's taken in a morgue, but it's actually, he's getting his hair dyed. So thank God for black and white film, you know, otherwise the color would be blood or black dye. Okay, now, I don't remember how many years ago, probably about 8, 10 years ago, I had a commission for the RATP, the French transportation system, and they sent me to 5 cities. They sent me to New York, Paris, Johannesburg, Hong Kong, and Manchester. So I had 4 days in each city. So it was great. I could do whatever I wanted. And then all the pictures were up in the metro from floor to ceiling. You know, it was beautiful. I didn't get any jobs from it, but it was very beautifully done. So this is from Paris. And this guy here complained, you know, about his image. So I wanted to, you're not going to win in France, okay? Because if you take a picture of somebody, they're forgetting about Cartier-Bresson, you know, and they have the rights of man. So I wanted to go to court with him, but Magnum doesn't have very much courage. So they said, oh, we'll take the picture down and we won't use it in the book, and that pissed me off, okay? This one also, this is an interesting one. I had releases, and I had a person, I speak a little French, but my wife is probably falling over laughing now, but the thing is that, that this guy was, I guess, would he be bourgeois? Looks it, right, Sophie? So he would be willing to sign it, but it was like a 3-page document. Who's going to read a 3-page document when you're 85 years old? So we have the picture, and all of a sudden his son comes 6 months later and says, you can't, I don't want you using the image, right? Or his grandson. So meanwhile, that happened X amount of years ago. About 3-4 months ago, right? I get a call from Magnum in France that this son wanted me to give him a picture, because his father just died, a picture of his father for him and his 2 brothers. I told him to go fuck himself, you know what I mean? I mean, you think I'm going to give a picture of him and his 2 brothers after you're telling me I can't? I mean, there's no dialogue. But it shows you how people are, okay, myself included. But I really like this picture. And I'm lucky, you see, because where his head is, it's right in between the buildings, okay? To make good pictures, the details are the most important of everything. They either mess it up, usually they do, or when you get it right, you get it right. You know, it doesn't matter how good you are. You can't control everything. This was in South Africa, in the middle of the street. That's in South Africa. I was so tired because I tore a hamstring, so I had to like double up. I had to do like 4 places in a week and a half. I was dead by the time I got to South Africa. And then I had to go to Tokyo to do a workshop. Whew. But anyway, I'm just tired thinking about it. I had fun in South Africa. This is Hong Kong, which I liked Hong Kong very much. I don't remember the name of it, but the less expensive side. He wanted to kill me, but I wanted to kill him too, so we're even. Also, I had to take pictures in each city, at least 1 or 2 with their modes of transportation. So that's why you have the tram in here. So I saw him and I combined him with the tram. Now I put in, I think, some miscellaneous pictures that I like that I've taken. This was from Syracuse. I did a book in Syracuse in 1981. I was commissioned by Lightwork and I did a whole book there, and this is one of the pictures. I don't know, I used to walk around the bad neighborhoods and I would talk my way into someone's house, and here I was, okay? That's from my Irish book. What I love about it, I spent parts of 2 summers there, and we did a book called After the Off. But I love that, you know, the farmer, the jacket's a little too short for him, and he also has the label on because he must think, I never heard of Sergio Romo, but when I went to Italy, I run into a guy whose wife works for Sergio Romo. So there is a Sergio Romo. This is my friend. This is in Yekaterinburg. I did a series on tough guys, so I went to Russia to do tough guys. He's supposedly in jail for life now. He spent half of his life up to this point in jail. They said when he fights, the elephants puke. He's a tough boy. I loved him, Sergey. He was nice with me. Then I did a series on foreclosures where I went to 4 different cities and I just photographed houses without people. This was our first project in Magnum, Postcards from America. This was in Rochester. This is in Detroit. I love it. The guy's a little crazy, but to me it speaks about someone, a blue-collar guy who works his whole life, and what has he got? He's got a bent back and no money. So even though I'm not very political, I'm very political. I just don't trust the system, you know? And, you know, I don't set out, when I took this picture, I didn't set out to make a social document, okay? It just, this happens after I see the picture, you know? That's the first fashion shot that I ever I did an assignment for the New York Times magazine, and about a year after we did this, we get a call at Magnum from a lady at the hospital who says the gentleman with the cap here is one of her patients. So can you send us his picture? So I did. You know, it was nice. This was a New York Times magazine. They used to hire me a lot for fashion. This is an article called Arm Candy. So I love it. You have this fat older gentleman, and you have this beautiful model, and luckily her eyes are closed. Like, I've heard this bullshit before, you know what I mean? Come on. But when I'm able to, I do the casting of the characters, okay? Because I know what I want. No one else can say what I would want. 1 second. This is one of my favorite fashion pictures. It's not nearly as good as Diane Arbus's The Jewish Giant, but it's sort of like that. And what happened was the model is very tall. She's 6 foot 2 inches without heels. And she was walking the other way, and I saw this little lady coming towards us. And I said to her, quickly, can you turn around? And she turned around, and she walked, and I was, well, being a street photographer, I have a better chance than most people to react and know what's going on. I was also 20 years younger. But the thing is, she looked at that moment, and I got the picture. So, you know, it's one of my favorites. This is, I had an idea to do an article called Mafia Funeral. So Italian Vogue, they told Magnum, no, we got a guy who can do it, you know, he can do it, you know. So Magnum did it. They did a magazine called a Fashion Magazine. So I did it for them, because the whole magazine was on me. And my idea was that the Mafia Don dies, and he's in the grave. But I couldn't do all the pictures from the grave because of the fact that it just wouldn't have looked good. So, and then he finds out that his wife is sleeping with someone, you know, all the things that he didn't know. So that's the idea, which you can't tell, but that's it. This is a guy who was on The Sopranos. That's another fashion shoot. That's, I did this for Vogue and I don't know if you ever heard of the Cray brothers. They were bigger than the Beatles. You know, they were the big gangsters in London at that time. Well, he's a member of the firm, and he's strangling the driver of the driver with a Helmut Lang belt. So when I called Vogue, they told me they never saw anyone get strangled with a Helmut Lang belt. But I had a lot of fun on that one. Good. Then we did a series for Vice of people either killed or murdered or, you know, whatever, okay, tied up in a trunk. So this is one of the pictures. It was a takeoff on a Ouija shoot. This is a picture I like very much. It's very dramatic. The picture jumps off the page. And I think if I tried to do it again, I probably couldn't do it. It would take me, God knows how long to recreate that. This is a shoot that was taken at Al Capone's residence. So again, I cast him. Go ahead, come on. Now, I've been doing a lot of fashion recently. Well, I've done the lookbook for Gucci. I've done 3 Balenciaga shoots backstage this year. I'm the only photographer that he let backstage. Well, he pays me, but I mean, you know, so. But the thing is, I've done 5 assignments for Crash, which I like because they have a guy, Kaduri, who's a great stylist, and me and him complement each other very well. So this is a shoot we did in Brooklyn. So the guy in the car, we don't know him, we just asked, can we take a picture with him? He was laughing. I said, no, look at me like I disturbed you. So that's, you know, you have to know what you want. This is not one of my favorite shots, but it shows how my artistic vision translates to commercial, you know, street photography. And I'm always amazed that people that look at my images of my people, all my people I find beautiful, otherwise I wouldn't do them, and I wouldn't do them so well when it works, but because they don't realize that it's about the framing and the lighting. It's not about the subject. If you like someone's framing and lighting, then hire them, you know, but they're not smart enough, okay. This is also for Crash. And don't forget, when I work for Crash, we do about 30 pictures in one day, in 6 hours. So also, I work very fast. And we don't even have time for lunch. Kaduri doesn't even buy us fucking water. Yeah. This I just did. They didn't put it in the magazine. This was a shoot for, what, Swarovski? Is that how it's called, Sophie? Yeah, Swarovski. We went to a motel in the Hudson Valley because I live now in Beacon. And we did a house shoot, but they didn't use this picture, but I like it very much. You know, it's a little trashy. Go ahead. Then this is, now we go back to my artistic photos. This is in Colombia. I was struck by the colored walls. So I would have my translator ask, you know, oh, I'm interested in that guy. Can you walk in front of the wall? And so this is Simon. I love Simon. God. That's Donna. She's a dealer in Las Vegas. And I said to her, she's very pretty and she's had a lot of face work, and I think she was 72 at the time. And I said to her, because I say what I feel many times, okay? I don't hold things back. I said, I bet you've been married 3 times. She said, no, 7. She's great, Donna. That was a lady in Columbus, Ohio, who we stopped the car, my assistant and I, because I wanted to photograph her. And she has diabetes or something, so the nurse came out and said, come on, Bonnie, let them photograph you. So I photographed her, and then all of a sudden the cat jumped in her arms, and I said, let's go out in the street. And I was lucky, because the cat has the same eyes as her, the same look. Go ahead. But if you don't photograph, you can't get lucky. Most times the luck doesn't work for you. This is Debbie. This was in the Midlands in West Bromwich. She's a middle-class woman, 3 nice daughters. My wife, when I sent her the picture, said she must take an hour and a half to do each eyebrow. This is also from that same shoot. I did a series mostly on people in factories. So it was factories, people in the street, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I like this picture. It reminds me of a ceramic pot. You know, it's almost not skin. What? His whole head is sloped. His whole head is what? Sloped. The last one? Sloped, yeah, probably. Look at the scar on his head. He's been hit in the head. He also probably was in prison for a while, because half of the guys in the factory that I talked to were in prison, you know, so. This is a guy also in West Bromwich, and I said to him, you're a hard man. He said, yeah. And he's a hard man from Newcastle. I get along with hard men. I don't know, it's always, my father was a hard man, you know, so. This is, I won't say I enjoy this picture, but I asked him, it's about death. I feel that this man is sick and dying. He was walking with shorts on, stick-thin legs, and he could have talked to me for 2 hours. I just imagine that he goes back, and we talk for 20 minutes. He goes back to watch his little black and white television. It's a tough picture to look at, but we're all going to go there someday. We're all going to die. So it's about facing death. Come on. This is one, and that's the first portrait I ever took with the mid-sized camera faces, and there's no flash in this one. And I just heard when I was down in Miami that Juan died a year ago. He was a little overweight, and he collapsed, and he got stuck in the bathroom, and they couldn't open the door because he was wedged in. Juan was great. I did a lot of pictures at assisted living places. This is Leona, and I used to always buy a candy and soda every morning. She weighs about 350, 400 pounds, and I wanted to go back and take her to a concert because she loved music. But the place closed, and I can't find her, you know, and I would have loved just me and her going there. She's a very nice lady. That's her again. See, people have sometimes trouble with these pictures. I find them beautiful, you know? I mean, beauty is everywhere. God, come on, Leona. This was just taken recently at assisted living. It's it's not as tough as my other pictures, but I like the makeup on her face. This is from my Farm Boys and Farm Girls series. That's another one. Oh, sorry. Oh, wow, 1 second. The one with the blonde hair looks like Village of the Damned. This boy's cow just got disqualified in the state championships, and he was crying, and the mother got so mad that she punched the cow in the face. So I said to her, I said, boy, you should live in New York, because you'd be a perfect fit. So now I had to ask the mother, can I take a picture of your son? She said, sure. So I told him, I said, listen, how old are you, 12, 13? He's not listening, but I said, you'll look back on this, and this won't be the great tragedy that one day that you think it is. Just don't let it get to you. But I was lucky because I took about 8 pictures, and it's like the perfect picture of a boy crying. Let's go. Come on. That's Jenna. I don't photograph young kids, but here's another one. She's 10. And I said to my assistant, look at her, she's so intense. And he said to me, if I remember correctly, nah, you don't really want to photograph her. I said, yes, I do. And it's one of my favorite pictures. I mean, look how intense she is. And everything fits, the button, the earrings, the lips, the eyes. This one's mother wrote a note to Magnum saying that I added pimples on a son's forehead. I didn't reply that I didn't have to. 1 second. Then I did a series that really is close to my heart. It's Hookers on Drugs. So here they are. And I interview these ladies, quickly. And I'm continuing to do it. I'm going to Mexico in a couple of weeks to see what I can get. I have a fixer, so I'm going to be in with all the drug cartels, I think we'll be okay. I have a trusted fixer. This, I say, should be an ad for Miami tourism. You have the palm tree in the back, She's actually was a very famous porn star. Yeah, now she's dead, yes. That one, that's a beautiful picture. It's funny because most of the ladies are very pretty, and then they just all fall apart. And this is, she died. I said to her, what are you doing? You should get off the drugs. I don't preach. I just tell them once. She said, oh, I'll get off when I'm ready. She died the next year. She OD'd. That's her. This second picture was the day before. The first picture is the day after. Very nice lady. Come on. This lady reminds me of my Jewish aunt. When she first came down, I was there, not the first day, but early on in her Miami trip. And she had a fur coat, and I have a nice black and white picture of her. And then you see her here? That's a year later. Now see her, 1 second. Hold on, whoop. Sorry. I may be crazy, but this is not me. Yeah.
This arrow forward. That'll do it too.
Oh, why don't you do that? That's her the second year. I mean, and she's totally lucid. And she would tell me all the horror stories of what happens to these women. And I get a kick out of, the Me Too movement. I'm not a politically correct person, but, I never had anyone in Magnum say to me anything about these women, that they really care, but yet they'll defend every idealistic statement. This one is the title of the book called Only God Can Judge Me. She also died, That's my wife's favorite. I only saw her the one time. Very beautiful at one time. This is in Pennsylvania, in Kensington. She's not dead, she's just sleeping. And of course I was standing over her and everybody's screaming at me, but I knew, they're not coming for me, so I'm okay, Then now I chose for the first time, besides the fashion, to show you a couple of portraits I do commercially. What's his name, Sophie? Harmony? Harmony what? Okay, whatever. He made Kids with Larry Clark and, okay. That's, I did that for Gucci Beauty. That's Roger Stone, which was actually nominated for Magazine Portrait of the Year, but I didn't win. I don't know what my competitors were. That was for Crash. That was taken in the hotel room. So you can do it anywhere. You just have to know what the hell you're doing. I mean, that was in a cramped hotel room and by the window at the end of the day. Okay. Now here we have my last two projects, the new one that I just came out. It's called The Circuit. It's about black motorcycle groups, which we spent, my wife and I, 2.5 years. This is a portrait. The guy who said, the president of the group said, "Oh, take our picture," and he left. So I let them do whatever they wanted, and it just happens to work. But they become like our family. I mean, I miss them when I don't see them. I have a great time with them. They're wonderful with me, most of the people. This is at the beginning of the project. We found them at the Barclays Center, not all of them, some of them, during the George Floyd protests. So this was a protest in East Orange. That was also early on. That was at a memorial for a woman who died on a motorcycle. Those are my, I love them. They're 1%ers. I don't know if you know anything about 1%ers, but 1%ers are like the Hells Angels. And he's about 6'6", 380 pounds, the big guy, you know. They're big. And then I get along with them, you know, so I mean, I have nothing. This, my wife calls her a black Anna Winant? Wintour, yeah, sorry. Black Anna Winter. He's not a biker, but he was at the biker club. Must be a tattoo artist. That's my good friend, drinking the beer. That's behind the bar. When they let me behind the bar, I love it, but they don't let me behind the bar too often, you know, so, because it's very good for me behind the bar. That's my good friend in an elevator in South Carolina at a big black motorcycle convention. That's at the same motorcycle convention in the hallway. They party till 6:30 in the morning. They take over the whole hotel, and they're out partying. I mean, you go deaf. I mean, it is loud. That's a security check at a party. They normally don't do that, but I guess they had to for some reason this time. You know, it's at Sophie's friend's house in Queens. Now, the last pictures I'll show you are just a series that I just started in Skid Row in LA. That's Ray. I think that's it. Thank you.
Casey, would you like to do a little Q&A?
Yeah, we can do that. You want to put the lights on?
Unfortunately, they didn't buy their lights at B&H, so they're the non-dimming lights. Well, let's put the house lights on and kill those spots. Okay, so we've got some microphones here. Take some questions, gentlemen in the red hat. And
I'm just going to warn you, I only answer intelligent questions.
Oh, okay, no problem. Well, great speech, Bruce. My name is Zeus. I am a filmmaker, and I'm really happy to be here with all these other creators.
Can you talk a little more slowly?
Okay,
I'm getting deaf.
Okay, my name is Zeus. I'm a filmmaker from New York City, and that was a great talk. Thank you so much for sharing all of these beautiful portraits. But I just have a question. When you take an impromptu photo, who owns the rights? A candid picture? A candid picture.
I never heard it called impromptu, but go ahead.
When you take a candid picture, who owns the rights to it?
What?
When you take who owns the rights to that photo?
Who do you think owns the rights? You're looking at it.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like in general, like a general.
In general, you know, listen. Look, I'm not a genius, but I learned a lot. When I started to do the pictures of the kids, I got releases from the parents, okay, or someone who was with them. You don't need a release. If you're in a public place in America, every country has different laws, okay? But if you're in America, you can photograph any kid, even if their fly is open. No, 1 second. You can photograph. That's why we're married 31 years. I always surprise her. No, but the thing is, you can photograph anybody. You know, you don't need a release. And I was surprised because, you know, under 18, I figured, you know, but that's how it is.
Okay, we got another one from this gentleman here.
Okay, your photos are inspiring. I'm sure you hear that all the time.
Yeah, and I heard the opposite too, but go ahead. But I agree with you. No, but you know why? I worked hard, okay?
Yeah.
Nothing was given to me, okay? I took it, okay? And the thing is, if you're gonna sit in a fucking office all day and you're gonna tell me what the street's like, you know, fuck you, okay? And I mean, no, but I mean, in reality, that's where it's at.
Really, yeah.
You know, I'm not asking, not everybody's gonna like everybody's pictures, okay? I understand that. But, you know, for the reasons you can't stick your camera in someone's face. Oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. Listen, if I listened to everybody, I would have stopped photography at 25. You know, what are you gonna say? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your words. So, of course, as a photographer, I have to ask, like, as far as equipment is concerned, your first camera, what was it? And your latest camera, what was it? And what's your favorite lens?
Well, you know, I think the less equipment, the better. And I think, in reality, you work with what you're comfortable with, okay? Not what someone tells you you're comfortable with, okay? I work with mostly 28 millimeter lens and Leica. Oh, can you say that here? B&H, Leica, okay, sorry, shit. Yeah. Everybody's sponsored here, but Leica, okay, okay. No, but the thing is that the portraits are done with a Leica S, which is a mid-sized camera, and a 70 millimeter lens, which is equivalent, I think, to a 42 on a 35 millimeter camera. But, you know, it's up to you. You can do great pictures with a long lens, and you can do great pictures with a small lens. I wouldn't listen to anybody. You know, you just got to listen to your heart. You know, if your heart tells you, like I could do something really nasty, but if my heart told me I have to do that, and I'm not listening to the devil now, I'm just being logical, I do it because there's something that precipitated that. You know. So I wouldn't worry about that, you know.
Okay, Bruce, we got a gentleman over here.
Where is he? Oh, holy shit, you're way out.
He's in Canarsie.
You better scream, baby.
Are you?
Yeah, so my question is, when it comes to publication of like those books, was it hard to get, or did you do the publishing like yourself, or was it hard to get?
Well, look, it's like anything else. It's not how good you are, it's who you know. I mean, if you really, look, I'm good. That's why I got things, okay? Because I can be irascible. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. If I got something to say to you, I say it, okay? And I don't give a shit if you're the head of the Museum of Modern Art. I don't care who you are, all right? If I disagree with you and I think you overstepped the line, I say it. But I didn't have to pay for my book, so, you know, but at this point, I can probably get almost anything I want published. I have a little book coming out on boxing that I did in one night. But the pictures aren't bad, they're quite interesting. It's a throwaway book. Not really, but you know, you have people in the ring, you have people, it's in England, people who were attending the event. You know, I got some people looking at me like they want to kill me, you know what I mean? They're boxers sitting watching it. You know, I got everything. Back in the dressing room, I got it all. Is it great? No. But there's a statement in there. So everybody's different, you know? What always amazes me, and I might as well say it, it doesn't matter. My wife knows me, is that when you know, a lot of people did good work early on, And after their good work early on, they've done shit. And yet they're recognized as these wonderful photographers, okay? And they can, oh, that's wonderful, that's great, okay? No, it isn't, okay? Because people aren't courageous, people who make decisions, you know? Like, you think everybody at a gallery, they take you if you can sell. I've had at least 5 galleries tell me, oh, we love your pictures, but we can't sell them. That's fair enough, but don't take that at face value. I won't mention names, but there are people who get shows at museums that are total commercial photographers that they shouldn't even be allowed in the fucking museum. They get it because of the fact that they got American Express or someone to pay. I mean, Cornell Kappa, God rest his soul, when I brought him the Haiti pictures years ago before I was in Magnum, he said to me, do you have a good angel? I knew what he meant, but I said, what do you mean? He said, if you can get 40,000, we give you a show. I said, that's why I came to you. That's where it's at, you know? Some people are lucky, some people aren't lucky. Some people are good, some people aren't, you know? You just have to go on your path. And if you can accept it and not be bitter about it, you're fine. It is what it is. You're not going to change it. You can push it along a certain way, you know, positively.
Okay, we have David has a question over here.
Who does?
David. He's right here, Bruce.
Oh, that's David, not this David.
Well, we're both
Different
Davids.
Yeah, I understand.
Can you talk a little bit about your lighting? Like, it looks like you're trying to imitate sun in most of them, and a lot of them
Imitate what?
Imitate sun, like light of a sun, like pictures of the kids. It's like very harsh, strong.
Yeah, I'm not trying to imitate the sun.
No, it just looks like that. Can you?
Well, it looks like to you, not to me. Okay. I mean, how the fuck can you imitate the sun if you have a flash? The flash blows everything out of proportion. No, I did that because I like flat lighting. You know, I don't like shadow on either side. So if you work as my assistant, you have to make sure that we don't have shadow on either side. Everything is even. But these are all, the light is down and that way, right over the lens, okay? But look, I'm not a technician, but I know I'm very visual. So I know what I want. And if I don't get it, I'm not that happy. I don't scream and yell, you know, then you got to get another assistant. Go ahead. Because I can't hold that camera and hold the flash. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. What will it take for a photographer now in 2023 to become a Magnum photographer?
You'd have to be crazy. No, I think, I don't know how to answer that really.
The last two.
Because, first of all, I don't know your pictures. Secondly, what I think is different than what most Magnum photographers think, okay? That's all I say. I'm not going to get into that whole subject, okay? I'm vice president in New York now. And the reason I became vice president is so I can open my mouth about things that I don't like. Because I'm not afraid to open my mouth. You know, I'm not afraid to take the blows. You know, so, but it's a tough place. You have some good photographers. The key word is some. And my wife's looking at me, so I'm going to shut up, okay?
And Bruce, we have 2 questions left for you, the show.
Two.
Hi. So I notice your work is about vicinity and access.
About what?
Vicinity, you get really close, and access to things that normal people wouldn't necessarily get. As a fledgling photographer, how would you, what tips would you give to get that access?
Yeah, I have to take umbrage with you a little bit, okay, on that remark. Okay. First of all, I became a street photographer because I didn't want to talk to anybody. Okay? That's number one. Because basically, believe it or not, I'm shy. If I go to a party, I stand in the corner. I'm not looking to be the center of attention, okay? So that's one. Two, I said to you during the lecture, I said to the group here that was struck by the quote by Kappa. So that comes from my insides. I had just started photography. What I mean by that, I knew nothing. I knew shit. But that quote struck me. If it's not good enough, you're not close enough. So to me, proximity is important. That doesn't mean it's important to someone else. That also means you could stand across the street and take pictures and maybe make the best street photographs ever. Everybody's different. When I give a workshop, the title is called Be Yourself. Because I don't want people there are many gifted photographers. You take their workshop and you come out and you look like them that week. And then the next week, you go back to being who you are. So I'm not into that. I don't need people to imitate me because they're not going to be as good as me. There's going to be someone who's going to knock me off the perch, okay? But I didn't see him yet, okay? But not that I look that hard. And there's some really good photographers. Now, the other thing is about access, that I learned to be smart enough, okay? For example, I was in Russia and I was doing the tough guys, okay? And the lady I was staying with, because one member of Magnum is Russian, so he got me a place to stay. Her father was a big lawyer. And the KGB went after him all the time because he's Jewish and he defended all the gangsters. So I was invited to a party at his house. Now me, about access, why didn't I go? I didn't go because I wanted to go out in the street and take pictures. But like I said, if I was smart, I would have gone. Maybe I get something, maybe I don't. Maybe he tells me, you know, that's using your brain. So now, access, how did I come up to assisted living? We're at Postcards in America, and I saw these crazy people on the street. So I got out of my car, and I found out, you know, I went to this place, that place, I photographed them, and that's how I did that. The bikers, we made contacts because I was interested in photographing them, and I did it. So, you know, but all these things are in line with what I like to do photographically. That's my life. You're not going to hire me to do corporate president, okay? I can do it, no problem. You know, I'll do an all right picture. It's like someone once said, with the models, I make them look more beautiful, and with my regular people, I make them look uglier. But that's not a reality. No, to me, they're all beautiful. Otherwise, I mean, every picture I showed you, I could hang on my wall. I'm not saying I would, but I could. Because, you know, my sense of beauty is not your sense of beauty, you know.
All right. Thank you so much, Bruce. That was amazing.
I thought we had no questions.
No, you're good.
Thank you.
Got it. Okay, so I've got good news and bad news for everyone. Good news is that Bruce is going to be going to the speaker meet and greet table, so he can answer your questions there, and he's got books, the circuit, to sell. The bad news is we've only got 25 books.
Yeah, well, we'll see
so
if he sells
let's not get into a fight over these books, but...
he's big optimistic, okay.
Okay, Emmanuel.
Thanks, David.
Thank you. Bruce, thank you so much. Once again, yeah, everyone, Bruce Gilden, thank you so much. Okay, you all want to stay for Dixie Dixon is up next? Can Emmanuel help bring Bruce over to the...
Who's taking me?
Okay, I'm going to take... Oh, there he is. Emmanuel's
Oh,
just
shit. I thought you were pickpocketing me.
No.
That's dangerous to do that.
Oh, we got to get
You
this
come
off.
from the street. I thought you were used to that.
intro moment here. Thank you, everyone. Little disturbances outside, but we'll take care of that. All right, so this, in honor of New York Fashion Week, we wanted to give a nod to fashion. So when we curated our photographers, there was one photographer that stood out quite well from Nikon. Dixie Dixon was a unique blend of fashion, portraiture, and Dixie's really on the lecture circuit. She speaks everywhere, but this is your first time at Depth of Field. So welcome to Depth of Field, welcome to the New Yorker. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Dixie Dixon.
How's everybody doing today? Good. Is my mic on? Oh, yes, it is. Awesome. I am so completely honored to be hanging out with you guys today and talking about photography. Keep in mind, I'm very much an open book, so if you guys have any questions whatsoever during my presentation, feel free to raise your hand. I'd love to answer those.
Great, man.
So photography for me is such an ultimate passion. And I want to get into it today, but first I'd love to thank B&H for having me. Such an honor.
Okay.
Huge thanks to Nikon.
All right.
It's just such a great moment to be here. And keep in mind, at the end, I'm going to give away a few little gifts. And so if you have any interest in getting a gift at the end, you can follow me on Instagram, and I will randomly pick some folks at the end to win some prizes. So that's kind of fun. You can always unfollow me later if you don't like me. So it's all good. I'm at peace with that. So yeah.
And who just got? Exactly. You got one?
For sure. So the photography game started for me very young. I'm an only child, and I grew up very much an introvert. How many of you guys are introverts in the room? Yes, artists, that artist deal. It's like we love to be extroverted during a shoot, but I love to come home and gain most of my energy, from being alone and being creative and really, getting those creative juices flowing. For me, photography really is the outward expression of inner significance. Anything that you have the power, anything that you can dream up, you have the power to create, and that's what I love so much about photography. And I'm going to get into a lot of the different tips and tricks along the way of what I've learned in fashion photography and how to take your portraits to the next level. But I'm going to also go through a very exciting launch for Nikon that just happened at midnight. And I'm sure you guys are aware of that. So, it's interesting because, I grew up, my dad gave me my first camera, the Nikon FG. How many of you guys are actually portrait photographers? Okay, cool. Weddings? Okay, fashion? Okay, right on, that's awesome. I like to kind of get an idea of my audience before I get into it. So ultimately, my dad gave me my first camera when I was 12, and I completely fell in love with photography. At 16, I ended up working with some Little League photographers, so I shot all of the sports teams for a whopping $10 an hour. And at 17, I went off to college, and I ended up studying entrepreneurship as opposed to just photography, because I figured out I really needed to know that business side of things in order to actually make a living doing photography. So if you are interested in getting in photography, I think it's really important to learn that business side. And ultimately, the camera felt like a little bit rebellious to me. It felt like I finally had a sidekick in exploring the world. I was very shy growing up, believe it or not. I know I'm on stage here for you guys today, but I'm very much a shy personality. Photography has really gotten me out of my shell and helped me gain my confidence, and it's just been such a good journey. My senior year, I ended up studying abroad with a world-renowned fashion photographer, Jeff Licata. He's actually in New York City. Amazing photographer, and that is when I completely fell in love with fashion photography and bringing to life, those fashion art forms and transforming the portraits into fashion photography. Because at the time, I was only shooting friends and family, and I had a mentor of mine, Eddie Tapp. He reviewed my portfolio one day, and he said, "Dixie, your work is there, but you're not using real models. You're only using, just friends and family, and so it doesn't have that fashion kind of look to it." And so he's like, if you start shooting real models, start working with the different agencies, it's going to automatically take your work to that next level. So I ended up going home, and I reached out to some of the local agencies, and I asked to shoot some of their new faces. And that was like a really great moment because they loved my work. They allowed me to shoot some of the new faces for free. And that's really how I built my fashion portfolio. So if you guys are interested in shooting different fashion models, you can actually reach out to the agencies wherever you live and work with them to create some new images for their new faces, because every model needs stuff for their new comp cards and whatnot. So it's a really, really great tool. And it was funny because when I was studying abroad, you know, sometimes it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission. We're just shooting all around London. You know, I'm at Tower Bridge, and you have this beautiful Tower Bridge in the background, and we're shooting. We kind of hopped a fence, and we started photographing one of the models there. And little did I know, 10 minutes later, or 15 minutes later, the cops showed up. And apparently, Hugh Jackman lived in the apartment above where we were shooting, and they thought that our team was the paparazzi trying to photograph Hugh Jackman. It's like, you just never know with photography what kind of little adventures you're gonna get yourself into. Luckily, I didn't get arrested, but it's definitely an adventure. Fashion photography is the ultimate dream for me. I mean, I love black and white. One of my very first jobs was actually shooting for HDNet, which is now Access Television. So it was a docu-reality travel show, and we got to shoot all of the swimsuit models for this travel show. And I did that for about 4 years. So I spent so much time in like Ibiza, Spain, and Miami and Puerto Rico shooting for the show. But what I found was interesting is the cinematographer on this particular production noticed that the models were really comfortable with me. And so he ended up letting me direct the models for the TV show. And so that was sort of like a first moment in order to get into directing and what it's like to work with talent and making them feel comfortable in the lens. And that's kind of what I tend to specialize in now moving forward. So it's definitely been a big adventure. One of my first jobs was shooting for Magpul. This is actually, they make the arms for the military, and they wanted a high fashion calendar. And this was actually in downtown Dallas on a big street, on Main Street. And we had the model walking down the middle of downtown Dallas, and only in Texas could you do this sort of thing. Oh my goodness, it would not fly well in New York, I don't think. But yeah, so it was just such a great production. This was probably the biggest first production that I ever did. And one thing you have to keep in mind when doing these kind of shoots is when you have a team around you, they're all working with you to make amazing images. So I did a lot of networking on Model Mayhem to try to find hair, makeup, wardrobe. Now people use Instagram, obviously. But it's an interesting experience trying to get the team together, but they're all working with you. This was another production for Nikon, and we were in Lake Tahoe, such a beautiful, beautiful location to photograph Sand Harbor. And we had all the photographers out there shooting that sunset to kind of get a really cool vibe for their website. And you know, I do a lot of different things now. I don't just shoot fashion. I shoot a lot of commercial work. This is for a brand called Osadilla Tequila, so it's a tequila brand. So I shoot a lot of advertising. Anything that's basically commercial work is what I shoot. I don't shoot a ton of fine art or anything like that, but I love the commercial work because it's such an interesting experience working with different productions and bringing to life these different brands and the personality of these brands. So this was a recent billboard that I shot for Osadilla Tequila. So such a fun shoot. Lots of great models and talent and whatnot. And so this is a list of my different clients that I like to work with, and it's always growing. It's always, you know, trying to get new and cool clients onto your client list. And you know, ultimately, teamwork really is what makes the dream work. How many of you guys work with a team? Any of you? Okay, a couple of you guys. Do you try? That's good, that's good. Yeah, keep in mind that I started out with only me and my subject. That is all I started out with. Everything that I've done has been a lot of true grit and networking. I didn't have any connections when I started out, and so it's definitely been trial and error. I did a lot of networking and growing my team on Model Mayhem, like I said, and it just is amazing to me with these different productions how many people that it can take to make them come to life. And this was for that big production for Magpul. And we had quite a large crew for this production because it was a calendar. So we had 13 different shots, and we had to get them done within 3 days. And so it was a lot. But everyone kind of is working together for that final image, and that's what I really love. I mean, I played sports growing up, and so I'm very, very much a team player. I love that team aspect, and that's why I think I'm really drawn to fashion and commercial photography. It's just that team aspect and getting together a team of people so you can create something bigger than you could have created alone. And so that's kind of how it works. When commercial clients come to you with a project, they expect that you have a go-to team to work with. And so it's usually not going to just be me and a model unless I'm shooting personal work. With these big productions, it's going to be me, hair and makeup, wardrobe, the models, the producer who basically plans the day. That's my assistant. Gotta love Nico. He's actually my Digitech. Awesome guy. But yeah, so it's kind of a big production that goes into it. And this was actually in Brazil. And beautiful location in Florianopolis. It's a beautiful island off the coast of Brazil, and you know, we get that beautiful gown to kind of flow in the wind. So literally my assistant is on the other side of her just throwing that gown up and down for every shot so that you get that nice flow. Then we had the nice pro photo light behind that tree shining back towards her to create that nice hair light. Pretty much what I do is very simple as far as lighting goes, and I'm going to get a little bit more into lighting, but keeping it very simple. I like the lighting to look more natural than overly lit. That just tends to be more my style. Sorry, I keep hitting my microphone. And so that's how it goes into it. So how many of you guys have a Z9 yet? Any of you? Awesome, this camera is amazing. So I've been shooting with the Z9 for, gosh, about a year now. And very exciting launch. Did you guys hear about the launch today? Yes, woo! I may be the most excited person about this launch because it just applies to so much of what I do. I love the 85-1.2. They just launched this, and I was very, very honored and very excited that Nikon reached out and asked if I would shoot the campaign for this particular lens. And so exciting. I mean, it's such a fun experience when this happens, obviously, but it's interesting because, you know, the lens itself, I love the 1.2 series of lenses. Just that extra light that you get with these lenses is incredible. And this is by far the sharpest, most beautiful lens that I've ever shot. And I can tell you guys, I have shot a lot of lenses. I will definitely be owning this whenever it ships, and I've just been blown away by the image quality of this lens. So they actually reached out, and they needed the images and final video done in a week. So we had to put this production together in just a week's time. That's always an adventure. So I was trying to find, you know, different locations that would really showcase the bokeh of what this lens is able to capture. So I ended up finding this location on PureSpace. Have you guys ever used PureSpace? Yeah, oh my gosh, it's amazing. I used to use Airbnb, but PureSpace is such a great tool for location rentals. And I actually live in Fort Worth, Texas. How many Texans in here? Any? A couple? Right on. So yeah, I used the PureSpace to find this great location because I really wanted to showcase the bokeh that this lens was able to capture. And so we ended up shooting first in this beautiful room with these Edison bulbs. I wanted to have some in the foreground, some in the background, so you can really capture what this lens, the bokeh that it creates. And I really kind of wanted these first images to look more like an album cover. This is all constant lighting, very simple stuff. We just had a huge constant light source illuminating him in that scene, basically. And then we brought in Birdie, the female model, and she kind of has a really cool look about her, very edgy fashion. Ivy has that amazing hair. I casted him for his hair. He looks incredible. So it kind of has that album cover feel, and you get sort of a cool vibe there. And then I actually found these lights at a vintage shop of mine. It was a big Edison bulb. I ended up replacing some of the smaller Edison bulbs with these big bulbs, and it just kind of created a really neat look about it and vibrance. But you can see how this lens really renders skin tones so beautifully. I mean, I was blown away by this lens. I was shooting tethered, so I was able to zoom in really quickly to see the sharpness. I shot probably 2,000 pictures on this day, and I don't think I saw one that was out of focus, just because of the combination between the Z9, the eye autofocus with the Z9, and this new 85-1.2. I mean, I shot the whole day at 1.2 basically, and that's pretty unheard of. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but as a photographer, I would always be a little bit leery to shoot it at f1.2, you know, the wide open lenses, just because I would be a little worried I would misfocus, you know, when I was doing it myself. But man, the eye autofocus with that 1.2 lens is spot on. I mean, I was pretty blown away, to say the least. So then we did some other setups. I bought this really cool background with a bunch of sequins on it. It was a little bit tricky to set up, but we ended up setting it up, and then we were trying hard to get the bokeh out of it, and so we ended up having to take a fan and just kind of fan the sequence so that they would sparkle in that lighting and create these images. And I used a hair fan for the model's hair. I was thinking kind of a gold on gold look for this particular shot. And then for this one, we had this cool headpiece, you know, just getting super creative, showing that bokeh. I wanted to do silver on silver, so we had a silver background for this particular shot with the silver makeup. And she's a newer model, but she really brought her A game and she really rocked it. But what I love about this lens is the way that the eye is completely in focus and then everything else just sort of falls out of focus really nicely. So I didn't have to do a whole lot of retouching on these particular images just because of the beauty of this lens. Then we moved on to the blue room in this location, and it had some really cool lighting in the background. And then I used this gorgeous gown. Stephen Godou, he's a local designer, one of my favorite designers, and he had this crazy gown that we were able to shoot with that looks almost metallic metal, and we added the ice light in there and a fog machine. How many guys use fog machines on some of your productions? Any of you? Yes. Oh my gosh, they're my favorite. Just the haze adds such a beautiful bokeh and sort of ambiance to the images. So this is one of those shots with that beautiful gown. You know, I'm shooting wide open here. Everything is completely tack sharp, which is just incredible to me. And you've got that blue background and that haze. And I kind of sometimes like to use the lighting in some of the shots, and so we ended up using that here to kind of illuminate her face. That's an ice light of sorts. And I just love these kind of have more of a futuristic feel, which is kind of perfect for this futuristic lens, basically. So it was just such a fun day. So this was day one, and then we ended up ending the day. I wanted to test this lens and put it through the paces and really see how it's able to you know, do on the fly. So basically we went down to the Fort Worth stockyards, and there's people everywhere. I'm trying to like hold the lens to make sure no one sees it since it's not released yet. That's always one of the high pressure aspects of shooting for something that isn't released yet. And but we were able to kind of be a little bit incognito and, you know, capture these within about 15 minutes. Ivy kind of posed with this cool background. The Christmas lighting was actually out that day, because it was in December. And what's cool to me is if you stop down at this lens to f2, the bokeh is perfectly round, because it's at f1.2, it's almost round, but f2, it's like perfectly round, so it's a beautiful bokeh. You can see it here come to life in this particular shot, and just blown away by how beautiful that is. But still, I love to shoot it at f1.2, but f2, if you want perfectly round bokeh, that's how you shoot it. So it's just a really work of art lens. And then we got some of Birdie kind of crossing the street, super easy stuff. You know, so I'm thinking about a wedding photographer that's out shooting. They have to work with the available light and see what they can create. I mean, it's incredible, the low light capabilities of this lens, obviously at 1.2. It lets so much light in, it's so beautiful. So just such a fun shoot. Now day two, they wanted me to do a day of fashion and then a day of wedding and portraiture. So we ended up casting a couple of models for this, and I found this cool wedding venue called the Lazy Hacienda. It's like kind of a Spanish style venue, really beautiful location. And so I always like to start with the guy model first, because the female model is usually in hair makeup for a couple of hours. So just time-wise, it's a good way to start with the guy model. And so we ended up shooting a few shots of him, and I love shooting through windows because they kind of have a really beautiful look about them. And it was amazing how the lens was able to grab focus immediately. Just incredible. Through that window, no big deal. It's just amazing. And then I got some details of the boutonniere, and you can see how a wedding photographer would really utilize this lens as the perfect portrait lens for weddings and portraits. And you know, then the female model came out. This is all natural light. One thing that I like to use is believe it or not, insulation board as reflectors. Everyone's like, what is she talking about? So basically, instead of just the round reflectors, those are very flimsy in the wind. I like to grab just silver insulation board from the hardware store and kind of bounce that light back into the subject's face, and you can kind of cut a hole in it so you can see through it. You'll see that a lot in my behind the scenes videos. It's a really great, cheap way to build a reflector that's very simple. And so we use that in almost all of these shots. And this model was amazing. She had this beautiful Steve and Godot dress on. You know, I had her in front of the doors. And one thing to keep in mind, you know, with location work, I shoot so much location work because I feel like the location is really inspiring. And so I will allow the location to dictate where we shoot. So I basically do a look-see the morning of the shoot, or ideally before the shoot. This was such a crunch time. We had to, you know, do this shoot within a week. But we were able to scout the location that morning and pick out those beautiful spots that really stood out to me. And then I look at the wardrobe and then pair the wardrobe with those spots. So think about your location first, pick out the best spots for lighting and for background, and then you can place your model in the wardrobe within those backgrounds to create, you know, the fashion imagery. That's really how my mind works. Yeah. Yeah, so this is actually, that's a good question. Yes, so for this particular shot, this is what I like to call garage lighting. And it's just that light, if you think about this being a garage, and the model is standing right here, and the light is just wrapping around the subject, and I'm shooting into the garage. Does that make sense? So that's how this is photographed. And then I added a little bit of a leaf in front of the lens to create that slight haze. Yeah, that's a very good question. So I love to shoot that way, especially female models, because you don't get as much texture. It just lessens any texture of their skin. It just looks really beautiful and comes to life. And so I always love garage light for that reason, just because when you put them in shade and that light wraps around so beautifully. So good question. Yeah, I put a leaf. An actual leaf, yes. I put an actual leaf in front of the lens on the left-hand side to get just a little bit of flare, because I love lens flare just for that reason. And this camera handles it really well, so it just works pretty nicely. And then we also had a fan for her hair, so you can see that all in this shot. And then we continued. Like I said, she's in shade, and that light is just wrapping around the subject, you know, just doing some different poses and different things. And, you know, got to get some smiley poses. Obviously, if it's supposed to be her wedding day, got to get some smiles, even though high fashion is usually more serious type of looks, but I like the smiles as well. And, you know, I like to get kind of candid a little bit with the models, kind of, I don't overly pose the models when I shoot. I tend to shoot through moments in order to get the shots that I'm looking for. And, you know, with these different productions, in shooting digital now, you can kind of overshoot things if you have to. And it's very strategic in the way that I do it, because when the model hears that click, they know that they're doing a good job. So I might kind of overshoot in order to get the shots that I'm looking for. But that really is the beauty of the digital cameras these days, being able to shoot and really capture those specific moments that really feel natural and unposed, because there's nothing I hate worse than an overly posed picture. I just like things to look very effortless, very easy, like they were just in that moment. You just happen to capture that moment. So I'm always shooting through those moments in order to get what I'm looking for. This one is actually not even retouched. This is straight out of the camera. So you can really get a sense of how beautiful this lens renders skin tones and sharpness. And I couldn't say enough good things about it. You can see it 100% zoomed in. You can see every single eyelash, and it's phenomenal. But what's nice about it is, you know, a lot of lenses, they're almost overly sharp on the skin, whereas if you're shooting this at 1.2, the eyelashes are going to be super tack, and the eye's going to be super tack, and everything else just falls out of focus really beautifully. It's so creamy. So it just saves a lot of time in retouching and post-production, which is always good, because I am definitely more of a shooter, less post-production. I like to keep it really simple and do as little post-production as possible, so it makes it simple and easy. And then getting those details, those wedding details, This is all natural light, very simple stuff. And getting the ring shot. You know, it's nice how the ring is really in focus and everything else falls out of focus really beautifully. And, you know, just getting the couple together. It's always interesting working with models who have never met and then they have to be a couple. So it's always an adventure. Like sometimes there's chemistry and then sometimes there's not chemistry. So you got to kind of roll with it a little bit. These two, in these shots, they look like they have some cute chemistry, but it was definitely, had never even met before. So that's always fun. But I love to get the music playing. That's really, really important. When we're not shooting video on set, we're allowed to have the music going because I'm going to end up putting music onto the behind the scenes film. And then I always have food on set. How many of you guys get super hangry when you're starving? Yeah, me too. So you always, always, always want to have food on set. That's such a big thing. And then I always like to have their favorite music playing when they arrive just to set them at ease, set the tone for the day. And sometimes if we're moving behind, I'll play really intense, fast music, and then we'll kind of speed up. And if we want to kind of slow it down a little bit, I'll play a little bit slower music. So I'm all about the music. I was a saxophone player, obviously, and I love the music aspect of photography. It's such a big part of it. And then there was one shot that I wanted to really capture this bokeh. So this was in front of the main part of the building with the doors in the background. So I just moved, I was like in the cactuses. I was trying not to get, you know, bloody in the cactuses, basically, to shoot this image, but I really wanted to frame the couple here and just really capture that bokeh within this particular shot. So it ended up pretty cool. I like how that one turned out. And then that headshot, this is, I mean, I'm such a fan of the 105 millimeter for headshots, but I think that this 85 might have converted me to loving the 85 more for headshots now. It's just such a hard choice. They're both amazing lenses, but just the bokeh on this particular lens is so beautiful. Very little retouching needed. She has that beautiful feather or flower headdress. So we shot a few here. And believe it or not, the lighting was really good at this spot. However, that is actually the parking lot in the background. But that's really the beauty of shooting the 85-1.2 lens, is everything else is just gonna go creamy. So you really don't know what your background is gonna be, which is really nice if you're not blessed with the perfect location or background. Because sometimes the lighting is amazing, but the background's not so beautiful, but this lens kind of solves that. So it works out really well. So here's just an example. I always like to bring this up. I used to shoot a lot of headshots with the 50 millimeter, and I wasn't getting the kind of results that I was really looking for. Nothing, it kind of just wasn't as flattering. And so I started moving to like the 85 and even higher, and I noticed that there was such a beautiful compression effect with those longer focal length lenses, and it just is a lot more flattering. You'll see with the 35, you know, her nose is distorted, her forehead is a little bit distorted. It's not quite as beautiful as a look. But you move on to that 85 and it's all of a sudden comes to life. It's really beautiful. And then if you want even more compression, you can go even longer. But I think the 85 is probably 85 or 105, you can't go wrong with portrait lenses for headshots, especially for fashion photography. Keep in mind, I only had the 50 millimeter and the D70 camera when I started. So I've grown my equipment list and everything since I've grown my career. And you know, we ended up ending the day doing some shots with this horse, really beautiful. I love animals, and bringing them into the frame, and just such a fun shoot. And you kind of get those leading lines with the road. And with that 1.2, it just blurs out everything in the background, looks really nice. And then I wanted to get a close-up with the model and the horse, obviously. You gotta get that in there. And this was actually a blue-eyed horse. I've never seen that before. It's pretty cool, pretty beautiful. And we wanted her against the door to capture those beautiful textures. So even at 1.2, you're still gonna get some beautiful textures, especially for a full-length type of shot. It's really beautiful. So, whoops. And then we ended the shoot doing some product stuff. So shooting just the lens on the camera, product stuff with the cool bokeh in the background. And then we also I produced a behind the scenes film from this entire shoot. And I would love to share that with you guys today so you guys can kind of see exactly how we created all of these different setups and putting the lens through the paces. So I'd love to show you guys that. Oh, is the sound on? There we go, thank you. All right. Thank you, guys. Y'all are so awesome. Thank you so much. That was such a fun shoot, such a joy to create, and such a fun crew to work with. And you know, lately I've been doing a lot of different shoots with animals, and I thought that I would kind of share some of these as well, just for fun's sake. And one thing about working with animals, you have to be really careful not to use perfume. Because they can sense that, and you got to be really comfortable. Animals can smell a lot of fear, so you have to work with models that are very comfortable around animals. And this has kind of been a current project that I've been working on. And you know, working that kind of beautiful connection between the models and the beasts of our planet. This has become a new passion of mine, working with these animals. So any shoot that I have, I'm always trying to add an animal to it, just to capture that cool fashion photography, but with the beautiful beasts of our planet. So I love black and whites. If I had any choice, I would have my whole portfolio, I think, in black and white. How many of you guys love black and whites? Oh my gosh, just they speak to my soul. I feel like you get more to the soul of the person that you're photographing in black and white, as opposed to color. You're more distracted by the clothes, which can be good, obviously, if it's for a fashion brand or company, obviously. But I just love that aspect. And this was actually, believe it or not, in Denton, Texas. This is an orphan giraffe that's been adopted by a friend of mine, and he takes care of all of these beautiful orphaned animals. And this giraffe's name is actually Gerald, and he has a new wife named Harriet. I mean, what a character. I mean, he was amazing, amazing animal to work with. He loved the camera. He was kind of like posing in all of the shots, just kind of working that camera. He really loved the attention. It was such a surreal experience because the model and the giraffe are shot in the same frame there was a fence in the background we had to edit out and whatnot, so the background is tweaked, but everything else was shot exactly in camera. I love creating in camera as much as possible because I don't like to spend a ton of time in post-production. But yeah, Gerald is an amazing, amazing giraffe to work with, and so I'm probably going to go back there and shoot again soon, just because it's just so unique to get to work with these different animals. So we've worked with zebras, giraffes, mountain lions. That was a little bit scary, working with a mountain lion. So many crazy animals. I haven't worked with a lion yet, but I plan to. It's just so much fun. So this is kind of like my location kit. I have this Manfrotto backpack, and then I load it up with all my different lenses. I mainly shoot prime lenses, and I do own a couple of zooms, but the primes are definitely my favorite. This is a look at my camera bag. And one thing that was interesting to me, I started realizing that I was shuffling through my camera bag a lot to find different, I couldn't like find different lenses, and I was kind of rushed during shoots, and I had a hard time finding which lens I was looking for. So I was like, you know what, why don't I create some lens labels so I can easily grab the different lenses when I go and see what I need, and everything is laid out in my camera bag, so everything is super easy to find. And so I created these lens caps, and they're indestructible labels that you just stick onto the back of your cap, so everything is perfectly labeled in your camera bag, and they're waterproof, shockproof, so they've worked really well. So I just actually created these. The website is not launched yet, but it's really helped me for a lot of my shoots, and then I had assistants asking me to make them some for each of my assistants, so I was like, well, you know what, maybe I should just create these and launch these. So these will be launching in a few weeks if you guys need to know which lens you're looking for in your camera bag, but they're really kind of fun and makes it super easy to find which lens you're looking for. So I do a lot of shoots with different horses. This is Landry, one of my favorite models to shoot. She's amazing to work with. Keep in mind she's not moving. We're actually just using a hair fan to blow her hair to make it, give it some movement. And you can see how this works here. It's actually not even a real hair fan. We use what we call a leaf blower. So, amazing tool. It's just incredible. Don't use the plug-in leaf blowers. Those are way too powerful, but the battery-operated ones are the perfect amount of wind for the hair. So I use those a lot to create that. Sorry, I don't think B&H carries these, unfortunately, but the hair fan is amazing. I like the Makita brand. I don't know why. It just seems to be the one that works best for us. It's not too powerful. What'd you say?
Hardware store around the corner.
Yes, hardware store around the corner, exactly. I do love me a good hardware store, you know? Whatever works. For sure. So you can capture that kind of hair, you know, in the wind, which is really nice. We did a recent shoot with zebras. And I thought the zebras were going to be a lot taller than they were, and actually the model towered over to the zebra. Oops, sorry, towered over the zebras, and I did not expect that. But you know, you just roll with it and you create. These are all like personal shoots that I plan to use on a new book that I'm launching, and you know, they're kind of fun. This zebra was named Zach. He was very easy to shoot, very good on camera. You have to not make any sudden movements when working with animals. That's really key because they get spooked easily. So you got to move really slow, very calm-like when you're working with animals, and it's just so much fun. And they're taken such good care of. That's what I really love. And I've actually sold a lot of my prints for proceeds to go to this orphanage of these animals. So it works, you know, best for both worlds. We get cool pictures, and it goes to the animals. And you know, I love a big hat. I'm such a huge hat nerd. I'm always wearing a hat whenever I shoot. It's kind of like my photo shoot wardrobe. And so I'm always putting hats on all of the fashion models that we photograph. Just so much fun. And I love a good close-up. You can kind of see the texture of the model here and everything. It's just so beautiful. We actually shot with a wolf in Montana. That was crazy cool. Yeah, that was so much fun. This is actually a collaboration with David Yarrow. He's an amazing Nikon ambassador of the UK. And he said, Dixie, I want you to bring the models, I'm going to bring the animals. And then we collaborated on some different shots in Montana. And it was such an honor to work with him and so much fun. And this wolf was actually just like a big dog. It was super cool. I mean, I wasn't really scared of this particular wolf. He was very much like a dog, and I love dogs. So He does look kind of scary the way we've placed him though with Roxanne the model. Roxanne is amazing. She's one of my favorite models because she is game for anything. I mean, we had her with mountain lions, all these different animals, and she is so on it. She just is really confident and peaceful with all of these different animals. And then so I decided that we had to get her, since I'm from Texas, we had to get her with a longhorn. And this longhorn's name is Flash. And amazing longhorn. And what's so interesting about this is the owner of the longhorns she's an amazing soul. And she said that when she got a divorce, when she was very young, her husband wouldn't pay child support. And instead, he gifted her these longhorns to make a living, basically having people take pictures with the longhorns. I was like, wow, that is a crazy story. So anyway, so that's what she's been doing for the past like 20 or 30 years is she rents these longhorns out for different photo shoots, and she's made a lot of money doing that. It's just such an interesting like backstory on how this all came to be. So this is one of her favorite longhorns, Flash. And he works out really well. He's really photogenic. He's cool with the flash, so we were able to use strobes on this particular shoot in some of the shots. This one's actually natural light and just with a reflector in the front, but it's very, punchy, and I'm always trying to figure out what the best f-stop and stuff to shoot for these animal shots. And a lot of times I'll stop down to like f5.6 just so that I can get both the animal and the model in focus. Now when I'm shooting portraits, I like to shoot pretty wide open, like with that new 85, I like to shoot that at 1.2. If there's an animal involved, I like to get the model and the animal in focus, so I'll stop down to like f5.6. So it really kind of just depends on what we're shooting. This is in the middle of the Fort Worth stockyards, in the middle of the Rona season. Obviously the craziness we've been through the past couple years, but what was so crazy was the streets are usually so busy, and during the coronavirus stuff, there was no one on these streets. So I was like, what a perfect time to create these images because it's very desolate, there's no one out, we can go and create and bring a longhorn down the middle of the street and not even have to get a location release. So it was a pretty amazing shoot. We had a great stylist involved, and it just kind of has that. This is actually what I used on my postcards to send out to clients at the beginning of the year. So it was a really, really fun production. And so I've been doing a lot of other things like silhouettes lately. I wanted to create some art for my walls, and so I've been doing a lot of these and just creating some fun shapes. You can see it's just two lights in the background, very simple stuff. And you can see here how we were just trying some different poses, and let's see. She's kind of moving. That was a dress from my closet that I'd obviously never worn, and just creates a cool thing. And we actually didn't have a hat to use, so I ended up using a reflector for the hat. But since it's a silhouette, you can't really tell. So we just get in the studio and create. And gosh, that's what I've been doing since I was 12 years old, just getting in the studio, creating, seeing what happens. And that's really how I've built my career, because the thing is about fashion photography, you really have to show the type of work that you want to be shooting. So you can't just get fashion photography jobs without having the work to show. So you got to show and go out and shoot that beautiful personal work, and then show that to as many art directors, as many photo editors, creative directors as possible, and then you'll start attracting that fashion kind of work with brands and ad agencies and whatnot. So that's what we do. We try to shoot personal work at least once a month. And I'll get my team together and we'll create some cool personal work, and then we'll send that out to potential clients and whatnot. So it becomes a really fun process. My assistant, that's his firearm, but he loves the kind of Western vibe. So we did these very, very Western style type of shots with the kind of James Bond Western fashion. So just such a fun shoot. And then I'm trying to think how much time I have. Okay, I have a little time. So we'll end with this ballerina shoot that I did. Yeah, I have 10 minutes. Perfect. And I wanted to get some really beautiful shots of her, this beautiful ballerina. She's amazing to work with. And so I ended up grabbing a mirror from Home Depot and just having her kind of lay on the mirror. We used strobe here, just right on camera, just one strobe. Very, very simple stuff. And we did a bunch of different kind of poses with the mirror. It was a little tricky because we started out with just one long mirror from the hardware store, and it wasn't quite wide enough, so we had to go back to the hardware store and get another one to kind of put it in there to create these different shots. But they turned out really cool, you know, just really kind of artistic ballerina type of images. And we're able to use this for personal work. And then I love doing an intentional blur, so I kind of extended my shutter speed. I believe I shot this at like a 15th of a second to create that intentional blur, which is really beautiful. She didn't have any of her ballerina outfits, so I had to source them just from Etsy and Amazon. And sometimes I end up doing the wardrobe styling if we don't have the luxury of having a wardrobe stylist. But ideally, we have a wardrobe stylist. And then this was a really fun process. We used actually flour to create these nice kind of things in the sky so she would have it in her hands, and then she would just do the poses and kind of let out that flour. So we bought, I think, like 10 bags of flour for this, and we destroyed the studio. And it actually isn't even my studio. I felt kind of bad. It's my friend Eric Clapp's studio. He's a great videographer. And this was my favorite because it kind of reminds me of an angel, like angel wings. And we had the blue ballerina outfit, and she's just throwing that flower out. You know, we had to try so many different things in order to get the right flow on the flower. But this ended up being the favorite shot from that particular series that we did. And it was really beautiful. Then I ended this day with shooting just some vintage stuff. This is actually an outfit that I bought in Paris when I was in Paris last time. And it looks very different on me because I'm very short, but it looks amazing on this particular fashion model. And I actually bought that hat as well in Paris. And so we just had to shoot some sort of fine art looking vintage fashion. I love everything vintage. Vintage just speaks to my soul, especially with black and white photography. It's just really, really beautiful. And I'd love to show you guys a quick video from this and then end on that. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Does anyone have any questions or anything? Yeah.
Got a roving mic.
Oh, great, perfect. Thank you. Hi.
Your work is amazing.
Oh, thank you.
I got a question.
Yeah.
So, as I was looking at your work, your compositional work is like really phenomenal. The color choice and the way that you frame your subjects are like borderline paintings. Like, how did you get that? How did you develop that style?
Is it my microphone? Sorry. I thought it was yours. Our microphones are interacting. Could you repeat the end of that? I'm so sorry.
So your photos are like paintings, right?
Oh,
how did
thank
you develop that style?
Yeah, gosh, that's such a good question. You know, I always feel like your style is not something that you have to go out and find or copy or anything like that. It's really something that already exists within you. You just have to look, if you look through magazines and look for certain images that really speak to your soul and your heart, that's what I would do. I was always looking through magazines, and I would see certain images that really spoke to my heart and my soul, and then I would dissect those images and think about, okay, what lighting are they using? What kind of talent are they using? What kind of hair and makeup? And so I would look at the different elements and pick out which elements within those photographs that really spoke to my heart, and then I would create a mood board with those particular shots and then try to basically recreate my own version of those from the different mood board. And that's kind of how I've done it, just from trial and error and shooting so much and just really trying to figure out what really speaks to my soul as opposed to trying to be trendy or anything like that. I think it's more about figuring out what you love, like what kind of lighting do you like, what kind of locations really speak to your heart. You definitely got to go out and shoot those, but it takes a couple of years, I think, to find out and discover that. Does that answer your question? It's such a hard thing to describe, but style, it's ever evolving, you know? It's one thing that is ever evolving, but when you look back at your pictures over about 5 or 10 years, you're gonna discover that you do certain things over and over and over again that are very much you, and you're gonna see those over and over and over again in your work, and that becomes your style, basically. Yeah, absolutely.
We have another one here.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Question for you. You brought up many times that you work collaboratively with a team. Yeah. Could you speak a little bit about the challenges and even some of the ways that the creative process has gone through that?
Absolutely. Yeah, when I started out, I mean, I was doing the hair, the makeup, the wardrobe, the styling. Oh my gosh, you wouldn't believe how many photo shoots I overstyled. I would have like 20 props in there. I mean, it was kind of crazy, but working with the right team, you definitely have to work with people who, well, in my opinion, I'm a very much energy person. I can feel the energy in a room before I even step into a room. And so I'm very, very careful about the energy and controlling that energy, because if you have really bad energy within a portrait shoot, it's going to really show on the model's face or a portrait client that you're photographing. So that's why I'm very careful to always keep that positive energy flowing, and I'm constantly complimenting the model, complimenting the hair and makeup at the job that they're doing. I'm just keeping that real positive energy flow so that we can all create together. I've had some crew members before I got the crew that I work with now that could be more negative and that would belittle the model, and all those things do not work on my set. I don't allow that sort of energy on my set because it really draws people's energy levels down. So I'm very, very picky about who I allow on the different productions, and my crew, I mean, it's taken years and years and years for me to find them, but now that I've found them, like my producer, my lighting tech, and hair and makeup, we basically don't even have to speak. It's almost like we just have such a great energy and flow of working together that we just work really well together. But it takes a little while to find those people. And you just got to keep trying different crews, trying different folks that you like to work with until you find the crew that really inspires you creatively. So, does that answer your question enough? Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you. Awesome. Okay, awesome.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dixie.
Thank you so much for having me.
If any, Dixie will be in the. Is this thing working?
Oh, I need to do the quick
Dixie
giveaway.
will be in the Nikon booth in the Crystal Ballroom. If you want to ask her any in-depth questions. Also check out that 85 1.2.
Yes.
That's sweet. Nikon never had an 85 1.2, did they?
I don't think so.
I don't think
This
so
is
either.
This is like an iconic moment for Nikon.
That actually is. Yeah, that's a hell of a lens.
So excited.
Well, you were using it, so you had a blast with it.
I
Nice.
didn't want to send it back.
Nice. If you
It's
want
very
one,
hard.
we can,
Perfect.
take a PayPal credit card and we'll...
You got it. Here's my credit card.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Dixie.
you so
Rock on.
much.
Thank you so
Awesome.
much. Okay, we have Monica Sigmon from Sony coming up next. So you'll wanna stay for that. And also, for those of you on the internet watching, I did have some hot mic action before. Luckily, it was only on helping Bruce sell his books. So it was the cleanest hot mic. So make sure I don't go hot again, please, Mr. Audio Fella.
I'm good. It's so good to see you. Yay.
Okay. Also, if we can turn off the spotlights and bring the house lights down.
How's it going? Good. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Thank you so much.
You for staying. We've saved potentially the best for last. Whoops. But the best in another alternative reality. And this multiverse, you're the best, Monica.
The best speaker at 3 o'clock.
The best, thank you, that's much better. Thank you so much. Okay, Monica's sponsored by Sony, amazing Sony cameras, which Sony speakers always you guys, you got some good stuff going on.
We have some amazing stuff going on.
You really do. So you want to, afterwards, we're taking a break, and then we're going to come back with the panel, with the Women in Photography panel. So you'll want to stay around for that. And if we could kill the main lights, kill those strobe lights, not strobes, those Fresnels, those hot lights, those blinding lights. And as soon as those lights go off, let's give some cheers for Monica. If those lights ever go off.
Yeah. I'm glad you're up here with me, though, because that
No
would be
problem.
awkward.
We could dance.
I'd be like, should I just go? Should I wait? Should I go? Should I wait?
Yeah, but we're gonna turn them off, and we're gonna turn them back on when she starts speaking. She's gonna start off with a video.
So much
All
for
right.
the suspense.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Hold on, we got one more set of lights. Wait, hold on. I like that you're on cue. Hold on. And Monica! Woo! All right.
Okay, and now this is not working.
You know, use the arrow forward.
I know, but then we don't have sound.
Audio out of the computer.
The 3 most important words that you could ever tell someone are, I see you. It's because when you tell someone you see them, it's like you're acknowledging their existence. You are acknowledging their fortitude. And that's what Sigmon Taylor does. They see you. You know, for a while, photography kind of fell into this lull. And, you know, because technology evolves, right? So it was almost like anybody could do it. Anyone could take a picture and put filters on and do some cool little technological thing, but there was life that was lost in that process. When you think back to how photography was done, not taking pictures, but photography, how it was created, it's an art form. That's who they are. They are artists. It's like when you go to a museum and you see a Rembrandt, and it's you can feel the emotion of the person. You can feel their soul. The lighting just dances across their eyes, and their eyes tunnel down to the soul. That's what you get when you come. You get a relationship. It's not just about we're gonna come at this time and we show up and everybody's in their places on their marks and snap, we're done. It's about what have you been through that's gotten you to you? And that's who we want. We want your you. And it's not just about who you look like, right? Identity is more than that. Portrait is more than that. It's more than what I look like, but it's about who I am. It's my beauty, not just my image. It's not my reflection, right? This is the cool part. Think about it like this. Out of all the 8 billion people on the planet, you are the only person who cannot look at you. Everything you see is a picture or reflection, some mirror image. You're the only person that can't look directly at you until you come to Sigmon Taylor Photography. They do more than take your picture. They allow us to actually see ourselves.
Thank you. We met Clayton a few years ago. We were supporting the same nonprofit, and we went to a dinner where they were celebrating the executive director who had just finished her 40th year of service. And he wrote this beautiful piece for her, and Michael and I were like, oh my gosh, we got to talk to him. We got to talk to him. And so we called Clayton and we asked him if he would do a little something for us. We had a big speaking engagement coming up and we wanted to kind of wow people. And I was, you know, for those of you who know me, you're going to get to know me. But for those of you who do know me, you know I'm very type A, very controlling. I like to know what's going on. I like a plan. So I wanted to see a script. I wanted to know what this guy was going to say. We didn't know him. We talked to him briefly on the phone, Michael did. He looked at our Instagram, he looked at our website, and then he was coming in to record. We flew Michael's son in to film it. And the whole time I'm like, when am I gonna see the script? When am I gonna see the script? And Michael's like, he's a pro, let him do what he's gonna do. And I'm like, this is gonna go really bad. So anyway, it was a Saturday morning, he walked in. Nathaniel, Michael's son, said, you know what, let's just do a dry run real quick. Let's just make sure the lights are on, the mics are set at the right levels. And that was that take. One time. So he finished, we started crying. It was really cool. And if you want to watch it again, it's on our website. But I love two things about it. I love, number one, that our branding is on point enough that he could talk to us for a very short time, look at our socials, look at our website, and get what we were about. Right? That's always a good thing. But then secondly, I love that, hold on, my remote's not working. And secondly, I love that he gets what we do. Portrait photography is so important, and he got that from us, and so that makes me really happy. Okay, hold on. Here we go. This is my husband, Michael Taylor, and our two dogs, Lucy and Muppet. We own a portrait studio in Williamsburg, Virginia, and we specialize in family and children's portraits. This is our full-time gig. We've got one income, and it's from this studio. So there's no side hustles, there's no family money in the mix, and this is what we spend our life doing. We've dedicated our life to portraits. We have a studio in Williamsburg, Virginia. And yes, I know that the space thing in New York is quite different than what we have in Virginia, but we are very fortunate enough to have about 1,800 square feet. It's one big room. That front area that you see here is actually where we do the shoots. We're by appointment, so I can make that a gallery when we're not shooting, and then when we are photographing, that's actually our camera room. We've been known for 23 years for doing this kind of work. Location, end of the day, one session a day, beautiful backlighting, family portraits, telling stories, multi-gen. This is what Sigmon Taylor has been known for. We do a lot around our area, and families have called us for these portraits for years and years. So we obviously believe in the power of a portrait. We know that children who have family portraits hanging in their homes feel better about themselves. They feel safer, they feel more secure, they feel a greater sense of permanence. We know that. There has been research done on this. We know, sorry guys. Man, I was just getting into my groove. Here we go. Okay. We know that when we display portraits of those children, it shows them that we're proud of them. We know that when we have beautiful family portraits, we can change the way not only children feel about themselves, but the way moms feel about themselves, the way dads recognize their family units. So all of these things are critical and can only happen with family portraits. Yet, most portrait photographers cannot make a sustainable living. They are not making a sustainable living. The average portrait photographer right now is making $31,000 a year. $31,000 a year. I can't live on that in Virginia, so I know y'all can't live on that in New York. So today what I want to do is talk to you a little bit about what we need to do as portrait photographers to change not only our income, but the world around us. So number one, if people can't tell the difference between what you do and what someone else does, guess what? They're going to compare you on price, right? If I'm doing the very same thing that you're doing in their mind, who are they going to go with? The cheaper person, right? So that recipe doesn't work. What happens is it becomes a circle to the bottom, a race to the bottom, circling around the drain. So 5 years ago, actually 5 years ago this week, so it's really cool to be here in New York with B&H and Sony. It's like, pinch me, I can't believe this is happening. 5 years ago this week, we launched a new line called Black Label. And what I wanted to do was create a portrait line that was so different than anything that our clients in our marketplace had seen someplace else. Because what was happening was, in our marketplace, an outdoor portrait was an outdoor portrait was an outdoor portrait. And by that, what I mean is we would go to an auction or a display or charitable something, and people would walk by, and we know that our outdoor portraits are better than other people's outdoor portraits, right? We know that posing moms is our superpower. But what was happening is they would look, and I would watch, and there was nothing stopping them. Because in their mind, we were all the same. So I thought, okay, something's got to give. We've got to come out with something that's so different that people will have to have it, because they can't compare it to anything else. So this is what we came up with. And I think if we could turn those lights off once more. Thank you. So we developed a line of studio portraits that was so unique and so different. I wanted something that was more dramatic, more cinematic in its lighting. I wanted these soft expressions. I mean, look at these boys. Look at that little guy. He just wants to be like his big brothers, but he's got, evidently there's a trainer sword. Does anybody know this? Like in fencing, you've got real swords and like trainer swords, and so his has like the little plastic piece at the end of it. It's so cute. And so people started to call and ask for this by name because we had done a really, really good job of this whole product launch. See, as photographers, we get really excited when we shoot something new, right? And the first thing we do is share it on social, right? And then we go about our day-to-day and we work for another couple weeks or a month or so, and then we have another cool shot. We post our regular stuff, and then we have another cool shot, and what do? Share it on social. So the problem with that is you're not sending a consistent message. Think about a fashion show where 1 month they launch the skirt, a month later they show you the dress in that same collection, right? It's not consistent messaging. So if you come to the marketplace with a complete product built, you will make a much greater impression and have a much greater chance of success. So what I did with Black Label was I actually shot one session every week for 12 weeks, and because I'm a total sadist, I did it at Christmas time. I did it over fourth quarter, and I didn't show any of the images until the first week of February when I launched it with this brand mark, Black Label. I had enough images that could keep me posting only that on social media for quite some time, and within 2 weeks, people were calling the studio and asking for Black Label by name, and that's like awesome. That shows that you did it, right? So I'm a big believer in naming whatever you're doing, whether it's just a small product line or a specific product. I'm a big believer in naming it because people need to know what to ask for. If I didn't have a name for this, people would be like, I don't know, like that dark, it's kind of like, you know, dark, like what would they ask for? So a couple more examples of this. So when you offer something that people can't get anyplace else, guess what happens? You can set the price. Okay, you guys have to be a little bit more excited about that. I mean, honestly, think about that. You can't go into, if you want a Mercedes, you have to go into the Mercedes dealership to buy the Mercedes, right? You can't go into, I don't know, pick another dealership, because whatever dealership I say, like whatever brand I say, I'm gonna get skewered. Somebody's gonna say, well, I drive that, or whatever. Do what? A Beamer. Something with a lower price point. The point is, Chrysler, is that what you said? Okay, the point is you're not gonna go into a Chrysler dealership and say, well, I want a Mercedes. They don't sell it. Likewise, you will not go into a Mercedes dealership and say, I want this, but I only want to pay the price of a Chrysler. So that's the power of offering something so different and so unique that you can set the price because people have to have it, right? Can I get an amen? Is anybody awake? Are we doing okay? I'm a little thrown. I gotta be honest. I'm gonna take a minute. I'm a little thrown because my remote's not working and I'm a pacer. I like to make eye contact, so I feel tethered here a little bit. So just, well, that and let's be honest too, adrenaline and caffeine, what could go wrong? Okay. Thank you for laughing, the two of you that just laughed. But it's not just enough to have the work be different. Your entire product needs to be investment worthy. Well, what does that mean? Investment worthiness comes from a lot of different things. It comes from the way they feel about your brand. Your brand is then made up of your client experience, your work, the art, and the product that you're offering. A friend of mine in Kentucky says this all the time, and I heard it the first time 20 years ago, and it stuck with me. And he says, you know, Monica, we don't sell the art. We sell the result of the art. We sell the way people feel when they look at that art every day hanging in their home. And that's profound to me. We sell the result of the art. Adrenaline, caffeine, just give me a second. Your brand is the way that people feel when they interact with you and your work. Oh, I forgot, sorry. So for me, this boils down to two things that I want to talk about for you guys today that I feel like you can leave here and really think about implementing. Because I'm all about you guys are spending an hour here with me. Thank you so much. And I want you to be able to leave and go do something. So I want to concentrate on two things, processes and confidence. Processes are what allow your business to become a separate entity than you. As solopreneurs, we own the business. We all know we set the price, we set the policies, right? And so when you're sitting across the table from somebody and they start to well, is that the best you can do? Does anybody feel a little weird when that happens? Because you know, technically, it's not the best you could do. You could change it if you wanted. Or if somebody says, well, I need a Saturday session, we don't happen to work on the weekend, I used to feel a little weird because I'd be like, well, I could work on a Saturday, but I'm telling them we're closed on a Saturday. So it's just this weird thing because you feel like they're seeing right through you because you're the one that set the rules. So when you have a standard, when your business has protocols and systems in place, then your studio becomes its own entity. And then it's it's not me saying no to you, it's this is the studio and this is how the process works. Does that make sense? This will help you so much because now it's not personal. It's not me saying, I love your kids, but not enough to be with them on a Saturday. It's about that's not how our studio works. So I love this exercise. I studied this for a long time, and this is the typical scenario when somebody calls a photographer. So there's the initial phone call at the beginning, and then, or an email, right? That could come from your website. And then, how many of you guys do a design consultation in person for your portrait clients? Look around, everybody. 3 of you, 4 of you, I think 80% of you are my students, so good job. Hey, Jen. Many of you will not do a design session in person. So then, in fact, the first time that you're meeting them is at the session. So what kind of a relationship have we built so far? Nothing, right? So then, how many of you guys sell your portraits in person? Good, 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 good. Many of you will then do what? Put the proofs online. So I do have to take a second here because I feel really, really passionate about this. When you put your proofs online, first of all, you're leaving about 90% of the sale on the table. It's a big number, 90%. Because what you're doing is several things. Number one, you're not doing your job. They're hiring us as the expert. So it's our job. They came to us for a family portrait. It's my job to jump in here and say, this is what I recommend. When you put something online and let them look at it and make their decisions, they don't know how it works. They don't know that they can be retouched. And then they're buying by committee, right? Because all their little girlfriends are looking, by the way, they're viewing them on this, right? And then they're like, oh my God, but your hair, why didn't she fix your hair? We know we can fix the hair. We know we can do all those things. But when you let your proofs out there online, you're just letting people buy by committee. It's groupthink, and groupthink never works. So most of you are not selling in line. Then we do a separate framing appointment, which is in person. And then the delivery and pickup, which now a lot of you guys just drop ship, right? So this is the typical scenario. So I'm looking at this and I'm saying, okay, well, typically then, a photographer is meeting the client maybe once at the session. But then you guys are like putting your hand out and asking for money. And then you want a lot of money, and then you don't understand why people won't pay those prices, because there's no relationship there. There's no history, there's no expertise. So I know you can't read it, I already know. But the point of this is to show you all the steps that we have in our studio. So we laid them all out. We want you to enter the world of Sigmon Taylor before you even make the first inquiry. We do that with content, with our website, with all the things out there, so that when you make that first email or phone call, you kind of already know a little bit about who we are and our culture. We have the inquiry. Our design consultations are always done in person, non-negotiable, even if you've been to us before. Then we have session prep, the session itself. The selection appointment, again, always in person, non-negotiable. We have a framing appointment, they'll come back in. Then they can either pick up their finished portraits at the studio or over a certain size we'll install. We do social media delivery and then ongoing communication, lather, rinse, repeat. It's a lot. But guess what? When people spend a lot of money, it's usually a longer process, right? So then, because again, remember type A controlling all the things. So then we laid out like every email script, every phone script, every piece of collateral, everything that we owned, and laid it out in those columns. So then this becomes our blueprint. You can take a picture of it. You won't be able to read it, but if you message me, I can help you. So basically, these are all the things that either have to happen in each step, or that I have to communicate, or the information that I have to get from the client in order for this whole transaction to be successful. So processes are what allows us to create a plan and then communicate it effectively. So our design sessions are the times that we talk about where we're doing this and what we're wearing, but then further than that, what we talk about is what are we doing with the art. I don't know about you, but I don't like to shoot on spec. I don't want to like go out and shoot a bunch of images and hope that somebody's buying something. I like to, before I even pick up the camera, know what I'm making today. Wouldn't that be amazing? Who would like that? Who would like to know how much money you're going to make before each session? You can do that. You can do that with this kind of program, with having that sit-down conversation, with guiding your client, because here's the thing. Their previous experience has not been anything like the experience they're going to have with you. Their previous experience has been meeting their photographer for the first time in a park, bringing their own couch for the field, right? Like they don't know that there's an expert out there that can help them, that's going to guide them and direct them. And likewise with your selection appointment, we get all of that information up front, so we know where the portrait's hanging. We know if they're doing a coffee table book. We're shooting specifically for certain products, and so we know what we're making before we go in every single time. I mean, that's going to be the minimum that we're going to sell. So it's awesome. And then what happens is when they come in for that selection appointment, it's just populating the order. We're just picking our favorites. Wouldn't that be fun? It would change the way you shoot, right? You'd be more creative, you'd be freer. Like, if you say to me, I don't want the coffee table book, I just want the one for over the fireplace, then I'm gonna say, okay, that's what I'm gonna concentrate on with your 3-year-old. But if you say to me, I want a coffee table book, then I'm gonna have to shoot more variety, I'm gonna be maybe a little less particular about the posing, because I've got a run and gun. Wouldn't that be nice to know before you pick up your camera? And then when it goes back to the selection appointment, again, we're the experts. When you guys put your proofs online, what you're doing is the equivalent of having a landscaper pull up to your house with a flatbed, like an 18-wheeler flatbed with bushes and trees and plants and saying, what do you want and where do you want it? Right? You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know that those flowers have to go under that tree by the corner of your house or this or that or the other. You take this one out and then this one doesn't work. That's not your job. But that's what they're hiring you for. They may not know it because they've never experienced it before, but that's your job to bring them along the journey. Okay, so that's processes. Everybody good with processes? We'll have time for questions at the end. So really, I don't know why I asked that because you're gonna have to wait. Confidence. I think Michele said this earlier. It is time to level up. You are the product of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Think about that. Go through the 5 people you spend the most time with. Are they lifting you up? Are they challenging you? Or are they like, we had friends very recently who own their own business and we were having some success and they weren't. And every time we would tell them something that was really good that happened to us, he would kind of say, must be nice. And it got to the point that we weren't sharing our good news because we didn't want him to feel bad. And that's when Michael and I kind of looked at each other and said, okay, wait a minute, we need to reevaluate. We can't dumb ourselves down. We need to spend time with people who are gonna be like cheering us on and then saying, but you know, the next step is, like, let's take it to the next level. So it's super, super important to think about who you're associating with and where you're spending your time. Value must exceed price. Does anybody get nervous in a sales appointment? For those of you who are doing this in person, thank you for being honest. If you are charging this, but you're giving a product that's like this, you're gonna feel a little squirrely in the sales appointment. So for example, we have a great lab, they make a great album, we've used it for years, and I charged this, and I just started to feel like it wasn't the best that I could offer. And so when I was giving them a price, I just felt like a little weird. And clients are like dogs. They will smell fear. They will smell your nerves. They'll smell like they seek it out. And so when I ditched that company and went to like this company, which is a lot more expensive, then I feel great about the price I'm asking for that album. Because I know there's physically not a better product that I can give them. So now I feel great. Now I have no apologies for what I charge because I know I'm giving them the very best thing I can. Doesn't that make sense? How am I doing on time? So we have to believe that what we do as portrait photographers matters. We are constantly saying like, we're so nervous, we're so insecure, right? And I'm with you, I'm like using this as a we. And then we go like, do you like it, right? And when we hand over our images, we're like, do you like it? And then when they say yes, we're like, oh, okay, why don't I discount it for you? Like, let me give you a deal on it. I'm so glad you like it. Like, what are you guys talking about? We need to value what we do. If we don't value it, why will they value it? You teach your clients how to treat you. You teach your clients how to treat your art. If you don't respect your art and what you're creating in your time, how are they supposed to do that? So charge what you're worth. Charge well. What you do is valuable and should be priced accordingly. That being said, you've got to deliver the goods. You can't put crap out there. You've got to be honing your craft. You've got to be building your skill set. You've got to be at events like this, educating yourself, learning, finding people who are doing things that you want to do and asking them questions, improving what you do. You've got to give, like I said, the best products that you can. I know when I deliver a wall portrait, there's nobody else, like you can't get a better print. I found the best lab in the country that will print it by hand, frame it, guaranteed, and I can hand that over, and I know it was worth every penny. It's worth every penny. So I have no qualms about what we're charging. My weapon of choice, the Sony Alpha cameras. First of all, it is important for me to mention to you that I used Sony long before I had a professional relationship with them, because I think it's important that you understand that. If it weren't for Sony, there would be no Black Label portraits. I shot with another system for 20 years, and I had this idea for Black Label, and the other system couldn't handle that dark end detail. The skin tones weren't there, the details were getting blocked up, it wasn't printable work. And I was devastated. And so when I made the switch to Sony, I tried it out first, and I actually remember I have a black dog, I had a black chair, I had a dark gray wall, and I had a cloudy window light day. And I picked up my old camera and I shot it, put it down, picked up the Sony and shot it. The proof is in the file. Like I brought it into the Lightroom and looked at the files, and there was information there. And I could see every hair on my dog. Like it was crazy. It wasn't just big black blobs. So it's no exaggeration to say that without Sony, there would be no Black Label portraits and our studio would look much different than it does. I always get questions about the lenses we use, so you can take a picture of this, and I'm happy to help you if you want to message me on Instagram or anything about any of these specifically. The 24-70 is my workhorse in the studio. Adrenaline, caffeine, hang on, one more drink of water. I always used to shoot with the 70-200, but what I love about that 24-70, and we just upgraded to the version 2, is that I can quickly, especially photographing little kids, I can get in, I can get out, I shoot on a camera stand, so it makes it even easier. I can go full length to 3/4 to half length, I can go up, I can go down, and I'm not having to stop the flow and change lenses. So that's my workhorse in the camera room. 70-200 is what we use outdoors, and then the 85 and the 135 are quite possibly the most gorgeous portrait lenses I've ever shot with. So oftentimes what I'll do is turn the remotes off on the strobe and just pull the 85 or the 135 out and shoot with the modeling light. You don't need to retouch the files. It's beautiful. It's absolutely stunning. Okay, let's talk about pricing for a quick second. We all know that when we have 3 of the same thing, the one that's the most expensive, we automatically perceive to be the best, right? We might not buy it, but we know it's the best. And what do we think about the one that's the lowest price? It's the worst, right? So you guys who are out there comparing or setting your prices based on what photographers around you are charging and then trying to beat them, guess what you're doing? You're telling your marketplace you're not as good. So you have to have those higher prices to just set the tone for people to understand, hey, I'm the best. You're going to have an experience here like no other. So I did a quick program for APA last night, and somebody said, well, did you start out expensive? And I thought it was such a good question because the answer for me is yes. So I knew what everybody was charging, and so they were charging here, and I came out here. Because what did that tell the marketplace? They were like, who's this Monica? Who's she? Who's this new girl on the scene? She must be amazing. And to tell you how high the prices were, in 23 years, I really haven't adjusted them. Because what I didn't want to do was I didn't want to come out here and then in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, have to explain to my clients why my prices were going up, why I was now so much better than I was 24 months ago. So just keep that in mind, you guys. It's not a game. This is our livelihood. Okay, repeat after me. Making money is not a bad thing. Making money is not a bad thing. There's been this whole thing about starving artists and we're sellouts and all that. Like, I feel like portrait photographers are like bottom feeders in the industry for a lot of years. Everybody's like, oh, you do it for money or whatever. Making money is what enables us to continue to do this. Making money is what enables us to serve our communities, to give back philanthropically. If we don't make money, we can't continue to do what we do. You deserve to make a living creating portraits. I want you to say this to yourself every morning. I deserve to make a living creating portraits. Anybody awake? Are we good? I mean, I can't see you guys like at all because it's like hotter than the surface of the sun up here. And not only do you deserve to make a living, but you deserve to make a good living. Who believes this? Who believes what you do is important? I mean, let me hear it. Family portraits are important. You need to charge for what you do. You deserve to make a really good living creating these portraits because the future of family portraiture depends on it. If you guys can't make a living, let's go back to think about those slides at the beginning where the average professional photographer is making $31,000 a year. That model is not sustainable, right? So what does that mean? Everybody's going to go, their side hustle is going to become their main hustle, and the photography is going to go this way and that way and all the things. And then what happens? The future of portrait photography has changed forever. And remember, we know that family portraits on the walls of children's homes changes how they feel about themselves. It changes how they feel about their family. It gives them a better sense of security. Now more than ever, don't our kids need that? Families are falling apart. Schools are getting blown up. I mean, these kids need to know where they come from. They need to know who their people are. They need to be able to look at a portrait generations from now and say, those are my people. That's where I come from. And that's what all of you do. And if you don't think for a minute that that is so important, and then that's not changing lives, and that's not changing families, man, what did somebody say earlier? Don't come back tomorrow. You're in the wrong room. I mean, you guys, this is it. This is the real deal. So what I want for you is that you can make a living, that you can make a good living and enjoy what you do and hone your craft and service your clients. And what I want for all of us is that our generations to come have family portraits to look back on, proper family portraits. Ones that have value and are coveted in the space in their home and then passed down to children on their wedding days. That's what I want for us. Anybody else want that? By the way, hold on. Let me go back to here. We have a podcast, The F-Stop's Here, which is awesome. So I would encourage you to check that out and free resources that we're building out on the website above. And then I have, I did okay. I have about 15 minutes for Q&A. Oh, I love it. We've got some jump starters right here. So we're going to open it up for questions. Nothing's off the table. Are we giving them mics or they're just going to? I can repeat it.
So first question for, yes, sir.
So do you only shoot Sony native lenses?
Great question. Do I only shoot Sony native lenses? I do because I feel like if you are using native glass, that's what is designed to work best with that camera. So to me, I equate it to like buying a super expensive printer and then buying generic ink. It'll work, but are you maximizing either piece of equipment? No. So now let's talk about practicalities. You might not be able to just overturn your whole camera system and buy all native lenses at once. So prioritize, build a list. What's going to make you the most money the fastest? Buy that one first and just start going there. It's unrealistic for many people to just be able to turn the whole system, right? So make that list and prioritize, but I do think it's critically important. Your camera and your gear is the most important thing you can invest in, I mean, that is what is making you the money. So somebody asked last night, you know, where do you prioritize investing in your business? And for me, it's always the camera gear, because the technology is changing all the time. So you have to have that in your mindset and in your budget that every 2 years you're buying new gear. You're upgrading. It's not a splurge. It's not indulgent. This is the tool with which you make the art, with which you make a living. Can the other ones work? Sure, the older, of course they work. But if we really want to be experts and make the best portraits that we can, that's how I feel. Did that answer? Yeah. He's got his arms crossed. He's like, a little skeptical.
I was the same way until I tried Sigmon. You know, and Sigmon kind of sold me. You know, that I feel like Sony gave second parties a better chance at creating great glass. You know, unlike Canon, like I feel like, you know, Canon stopped. Now, like you could only purchase Canon, you know,
right.
Canon native lenses.
Right.
I feel like Sony opened that up.
Sony did do a really good job by allowing you, like, kind of the gateway drug, like get the body, right? And then start building with what you have. So it is nice that those bodies can be used with other lenses, for sure. So, but Sony native is always going to be better. You got it. Yep. I think you also had a question?
Is there an advantage to using medium format in your work?
Is there an advantage to using medium format in our work? So we don't use medium format. We did 20 years ago. I remember running around the park chasing 3-year-olds with a Mamiya 645. Anyone? Yeah? What were we thinking? Like all 3 lenses, primes, right? Carrying around. So what I have, and I miss it, but what I have found is, and again, this is not a commercial, this is actual, like how I feel, my experience. What I have found is those files that I'm getting on the A7 R4, just recently upgraded to the R5, those files are as close to medium format as I've ever seen.
They're large.
They're large, they're beautiful, the skin tones are there, the dynamic range is there. So for me, I'm good. You had a question?
Can you talk a little bit about the shift from your on-location portraits to what you then created? Because you didn't wake up one morning and say, oh, here we are, we're in the studio now. Everybody happy with that?
Right, right. So 20 years we had been doing the location portraits, and they fed our family. I mean, that's what we built our business on. And we still do them, and we still love them. For me, I found that I was so creatively dead inside. I was like a husk. Like, do you know, like I could do those portraits in my sleep. We were going to the same places, different families, which I loved, but I just felt like I wasn't pushing myself and that there was something else inside of me that I wasn't getting out. So Black Label had been kind of in my mind in one shape or another for several years, but timing is everything. And it took the right time for me to get brave enough to try it. And then shoot a little bit more of it and study it and shoot a little bit more of it. And then show a couple people who were in my circles, you know, and show the clients and get some feedback. And then I decided, you know what, this really is what I want to make. So then, like, here's the deal. Do you want to build a business to accommodate your clients, or do you want to find the clients who will accommodate your business? And by business, I mean pricing, and I mean your art. And chances are, clients who love you are going to love the work that you tell them to love. So when I came out with Black Label, I was so enthusiastic about it. I was so passionate about it that they were all like they had to have it because they knew it was the best. They knew it was my favorite. Does that make sense? But it's super important that paradigm shift of stop trying to change your pricing and your policies to accommodate your clients and start finding the clients who will accommodate your pricing. You guys, can I get an amen for that? Right? Okay. Other questions?
I think
Pick
it
one.
was hard, and then I'll go back to you.
I just needed to find out if you've had people, whenever you tell them you know how to edit the images, that you've had clients that have gone too far with the editing, and if you did, what is it that you've done? If you understand what I'm saying.
Are you asking if the clients perceive that I've gone too far with
Well,
editing?
no. Okay, I'll give you an example. I did a photo shoot. a woman came to me and asked me to reduce her hips, to remove the fat out of the back of her of her stomach.
There's no such thing.
To actually do her neck, remove some fat underneath her arms.
We got it. We got it.
So have you ever had that?
So is the question like they've asked you that, and then what? Like if somebody asks me that, what do I do?
Yes.
Okay. So for us, because we're doing all of our consultations in person ahead of time, and this is a much longer relationship with them, I'm getting a really good sense of what the pain points are. So moms are usually pretty open, and they're going to tell me in advance things that they maybe want to camouflage or feel better about. And so I always say that posing moms is our superpower. And I really believe that because we have really studied and perfected our craft so that we know how to make moms look and feel great. So that being said, some people are they're just pickier on them, like they're pickier than others, they're hard on themselves, I get it. I never ever want a client to come in for a selection appointment and look at herself and not feel great about the way she looks. Our whole goal is when you come into our building, when you leave, you feel better than you did when you walked in. So if I need to do a little bit of that in post so that she doesn't feel uncomfortable or unhappy, then I will. And if she asks me to do something further, I will. That's her portrait. Yeah.
So we have another one here. And then in the
Okay.
Hey, hi. I just have a quick question about the tones that you showed on the pictures. It's mostly said by you or your clients that you want a specific, this style of lighting or a cinematic look on the portraits, like when you were shooting them, or it's mostly post-processing?
Are you asking if the clients have a say, like are they dictating that or am I just doing it?
Yes.
I'm just doing it.
Okay.
So remember when I said, like, I took those 12 weeks and I built the whole line and there was a consistency across those portraits so that when I came to the marketplace, it was a clean, identifiable, consistent look. So for that reason, we would not have a client that would come in and go, well, I really like that, but it's gosh, it looks really bad up there. I really like that, but could it be less desaturated? It looks too desaturated for me. Da, da, da. If they were to say that, then I would say, well, probably we just need to do a regular studio portrait for you and not the specific line, because that's the look of this line. That's the art. That's the product that I've designed. For Black Label, yeah, 100%. But I can do something else for them. I can do a different studio portrait for them. But this is what I've designed. So if you want the Mercedes, you're not going to say, but you know what, can I get the cloth seats? Right?
You gotta wait for the microphone,
Hold on,
sorry, because there's all the people that are
over here.
raising their hands. All right. It's just. All right, so.
Well, okay.
No, because people are raising their hands, I want it to be fair to
Yes,
the
no, I thought they had raised their hands first.
Sorry, I was just jumping in on that exact statement. What is the difference between Black Label and your regular studio sessions then, and how do you differentiate them?
So Black Label is usually more formal in nature. The expressions are, because we think clients can tell, right? They can't. So I talk about expressions more, or before even the post-processing treatment or the coloring or the desaturate. I don't even talk about that. What they're identifying with is that emotion, with those expressions, that split second of vulnerability that I'm hoping I get in each of those images. And so that's what they're reacting to. So I will talk about expressions. I will talk about a little bit more formal. It's more dramatic. I'm always very clear that you're not going to give me the big happy smiles. I had a 6-year-old in last week, and she was new to me, and I was like, guess what? And she's like, what? It's like when you tell them you know Santa, they're like, what? And I go, so here at Miss Monica's, we don't smile. And she was like, what? I mean, she was like beside herself, and I'm like, no, we don't smile. We just do like nice, soft expressions. And she's like, this is the best place in the world. And I'm like, I know. So setting the expectation, is really, really important. And but our regular studio work, you can smile all you want. you know, and we'll light it differently. We won't use the same backgrounds. You're probably not going to be dressed in black tie for a regular studio session. So there's clear differences, and even our product is printed differently. Yeah. Who's next?
Okay, so pretty much, like as a photographer, I know consistency is key, right? So I would consider these like a moody kind of theme. Do you sell this preset? I know I might sound crazy.
Oh, do I sell a preset?
Yeah, like.
I don't. I have photographer friends that tell me I should, but
yeah, well,
I don't, yeah.
That's what I was gonna ask. If you did that, do you feel like that would take away from this special product? Because now, like I know a preset's not easy because even when you have it, you still gotta apply it to the photo, and some photos won't work well. You would have to.
Yeah, because
tweak
Black Label really is more than just a preset. It's the mood, it's the posing, it's the expressions, it's the lighting. So even if I made a preset, you know, and plus also, like, y'all don't want to be me. Y'all want to be you. Like, the cool thing is that you all walked into this room with everything you have, and now I just gave you everything that I could in 45 minutes. So now y'all are leaving even better than me. I mean, that's pretty cool, right? So, yeah. So I would say, like, use this work as a jumping off point. You know, I think that's so important that we have influences, but I think we get into the danger zone when we just start mimicking, because not only is it, like, you know, not cool, but you'll get bored. Because I've done it. I've mimicked. And then in like a year, I've mastered it and I've made money at it, and I'm like, oh my God, I am so bored. This is not me. This is not in my soul. So use it as a jumping off point, but maybe you'll do it even better. Yeah.
So we have another question here.
Oh, hey.
Hey, Jen. Hey, girl. Hey.
Hey, girl. Hey. Also, we do want to be you. I'm just throwing that out there. So you do consultations with all your clients, and you plan their session, and you plan their portraits, etc.
I'm very bossy.
But, hi. Oh, thank you. How often do you find that those clients, that you shoot more than what was intended, and that you upsell those clients after, like they're buying more, maybe they are adding on an album, etc.? Do you find that happens a lot? Do you shoot accordingly? Do you shoot more than what you plan?
We really nail down in the design session for a number of reasons. Like going back to, I don't want to shoot on spec. My time is more valuable than that. I don't want it to feel squirrely in the selection appointment, like I got you in saying we're going to do this, but now I'm going to try and sell you the warranty and the tires and all the things, right? So I try and get it really dialed in, especially with little kids, because your client has to understand that that 3-year-old is going to last a finite amount of time. And so I need to understand what's the most important to you. Is it the fireplace portrait, or is it the book? Because if it's a fireplace portrait, like, I'm going to focus on that, and that's going to be the priority. If we get some extra, great, but you know, that's going to. But if they say I want the book, I want the annual book, then I'm going to shoot that much differently. When they start pulling out the list of, and then I'm going to want grandma with the girl cousins, and then grandpa with the boy cousins, and then this and that and the other, and then I'll just say, okay, so stop, hold on, grandma and the girl cousins, where are we putting it? And they'll just, well, what do you mean? I don't know, I just want it. And I'm like, okay, well, you can want it all you want, but want it costs money, so let's talk about where it's going to go. You know, so we get that really, really dialed in. It's not to say that I never shoot some extra hoping for this or that, but we're pretty dialed in.
But do you often have them, do they often upsell and buy more because they fall in love with them?
Do they often upsell and buy more because they fall in love with them? Occasionally, but usually I've pre-sold. I've like pre-sold the upsell. They've come in for a wall portrait, but by the time we're done with the design session, I've convinced them they now need to do an annual album compilation. So I kind of have upsold at the pre-sell. Pre-sold the upsell. That one. The one that makes more money. Yeah.
Two things. One, I do want to be you. And two, if you sat in on my session and you heard me mention my good friend Jen, who photographed me and my daughter, and is killing it in the pet portrait industry, right? Hi. Right here. You must talk to her. Anyway.
You had a question? You had a question?
Any other questions for me? Or do you guys just want to meet Jen out in the hall? Either one would be fine.
Hi. Who comes to that initial consultation if it's a family of 6?
So usually just mom. The husbands sometimes come, and when they do come, it's awesome because then I know I'm not going to have any objections at the end. But usually it's just the mom, and because she's the one that's going to make the decisions. Oftentimes after a design consultation, I'll go to their home also and measure walls with them. We have it's the standard for portrait photographers, but it's really state-of-the-art software where we can photograph a wall, we tape a sheet of paper to it, we bring it into our software. The software knows that that sheet of paper is 11 inches, you're nodding, you know, and then the software can scale it. So after we choose their favorite image, I can show it on their mantle at the appropriate size. What was the question?
You answered it.
I did?
Yes.
I could keep going if you want to remind me the question.
And then just to take that further, if they just want the family portrait, you know, nothing else, how long is that session?
I always say the session depends, the length of the session depends on the youngest child.
Yep.
Or dad.
Okay.
Either one could be the variable there. So,
Thank
by
you.
the way, that did remind me, we were talking about dads and who comes to the design session. The selection appointment is a one-time deal. That is a one-time opportunity. How many of you have ever heard, well, I have to go home and think about it. Can I call you back? How many of your people have ever called you back? Like 0. It doesn't happen. So we're very clear from the get-go that you are going to have one time to make your selections and that any decision maker needs to be available for that appointment. So if and this is how I phrase it, if your husband is going to have any say-so as to which image you choose, where it's going to hang, or how much you're going to spend, we want them to be a part of it. And that's the order that I say that in. Isn't that good? If your husband's going to have any say-so as to which image you choose, where it's going to hang, or how much you're going to spend, we need him with us.
All right, so we have our last one here.
Okay. And I think after this, I'm going to be up in the Sony booth on the, are we on the 3rd floor? We're on the 2nd floor. They're on this, Sony's on this floor. I'll be over at the thing, at the Sony table for more questions. In the crystal ball room.
I'm assuming that at the planning meeting, you go over wardrobe and styling and all that kind of stuff. Some of the portraits show beautiful gowns. How much do you have, or how much do you guide them in what they need to create those kind of images?
Super bossy, super type A. I need to see outfits 7 days in advance of a session or I will reschedule. At the same time, I'm very hands-on. So I will do Rent the Runway with them. I'm looking at links back and forth. We'll create a mood board that has links in the PDF that they can click on and shop. I've loaded up people's shopping carts for them. So super involved. I don't own a wardrobe at the studio for them to use. But I'm very involved in the shopping and procurement of said outfits.
Monica, I have one question for you.
Okay.
So first off, thank you so much for
Thank you.
so much information.
Thank you. I do have to tell you, this is like a big honor for me.
Thank you.
Like a really big honor. Like B&H, like you guys do business with the vendors who are supporting our industry. In a time where everybody's pulling back, for these guys to come to the table with this kind of an event, I mean,
Screw Amazon. So I have to
Screw
say.
Amazon.
Screw Amazon.
Yeah.
Come to be
Yeah.
Okay, so I got one question for you before we wrap up. And you said your business is 23 years old. You've been shooting. You mentioned a Mamiya 645. So that's okay. So what if a client comes back to you 20 years ago and says, "I need pictures. You did portraits for whatever reason." How do you manage your archive, and do you offer that service?
So, first of all, I let it go to voicemail and I think about it before I call them back. Then I run to the storage unit to check like what's where before I call them back. So we have kept everything theoretically, in theory. That has been our goal. We don't deliberately delete or trash files. So when a client says to me, well, you're going to keep these, right? I say, well, the goal is to keep them. However, we're all going through digital storage for the first time. So 10 years ago, we all thought DVDs were the thing. And now they're all corrupted because we used the Sharpie when we weren't supposed to use the Sharpie, right? I mean, you know what I'm talking about. So then we all went to the hard drives. Well, now none of the cords work with our computers. So then we moved them all to the thing. So yes, clouds and all the things, but I'm very honest with our clients that we are not guaranteeing. Our goal is to keep them, but we're not
I
guaranteeing.
think they should probably buy extra right
They
at that
should
seat.
totally buy. Yeah, we have grandmas. I tell grandma, by the way, last tip, until you meet me at the Sony table, every grandchild needs the portrait. Every grandchild needs a copy of that family portrait that they've done for Christmas, and they will write a note on the back of the portrait.
In print.
In print, yeah. Oh, digital files is a whole other conversation. I'll be at the Sony in the Crystal Ballroom
Okay.
in a moment.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Monica.
you.
Thank you for the kind words about B&H too. Appreciate it so much. Okay, so we're going to take a break. I think there's still some model action going on outside. Kind of talk to Monica at the Sony table. Come back at 4:30 for our Women in Photography panel. It's going to blow your minds, and it's going to be really cool. So we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so glad.
I'm not going to get in trouble for saying screw Amazon. Was that a bad thing?
Tell me, do you hear it too? That moment that keeps calling you. You see, you can try to ignore it, but it will only get louder and louder and louder, and it will never stop until you find it. What if I told you one moment could change everything? Because it's out there. But there's no rule book, there's no compass, and there's no map. There's only your intuition. And that moment will speak to you and only you. And you'll know it when you find it, because it will have captured you long before you get the chance to capture it. But I can tell you this. It will not find you. You have to do that yourself. So tell me, do you hear it too? Because if you don't listen, you will live a lifetime of what ifs and what could have beens. So what will you do to find that moment? How far will you go to find that moment? Because it will teach you more than any book. It will bring you more adventure than any story. It will bring you back to a feeling that embraced you every day as a child, but faded as the sands of time fell. Just promise me, when you do find it, that you don't take it lightly. You dance with it, you breathe it in, you let it fill every bone in your body and explain to you what it means to be human. Because it's out there, if even just for a moment. So tell me, do you hear it too?
This is a brief history of B&H, everyone's favorite photo and video store. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bleamy and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H. This is a real B&H customer story.
Okay, we checked all 4 systems, and keying was a go.
At B&H, we help folks find the products they need. Isn't that right, Irving?
Yes, definitely. We need to be ready for whatever the customer needs, especially when the items are rare.
So true. Could you give us an example, Irving?
We help millions of customers all over the world.
Come on, just one example.
Well, there was NASA.
NASA?
NASA. What's the big deal? We have for everyone, big and small.
So what did NASA need?
A unique Hasselblad lens for space vision. I guess no one else had it, but we did. But we often have what others don't.
Love it. What else can you tell us about this story?
That is the story.
Copy that, Irving. And thank you for sharing. For all your needs, big or small, check out B&H.com.
Can I go back to work now?
This is a real B&H customer story. Steph Mandis came to B&H to take her photography to the next level. She's an artist by choice, pizza maker by birth, and B&H customer for life. Am I missing anything here?
Teacher, entrepreneur, product designer, and a photographer. And a restaurateur. I forgot that part.
Impressive. Steph, I gotta be honest, I don't know where to look first. Is that a microscope?
Yeah, that's my trinocular axiolab, and that's what I use to make bioart.
BioArt? What's that?
BioArt is where science and art meet.
Amazing. So what came first, camera or the microscope?
So first came the microscope, then the camera, and thankfully that's where B&H stepped in. When I first went to B&H trying to find a camera for my microscope, I thought it was a little oddball request, but turns out they've done this before and they knew exactly what I was looking for. What's great about working with people at B&H is that they use the gear that they're selling you.
So what are you looking at now?
Cheese, sauce, peppers, onions, olives, pizza toppings.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah, my family started a pizza restaurant in 1960.
Whoa, 60 years of pizza. What's the secret?
We used cheddar cheese.
Huh. Okay. So what's next for you, Steph?
I want to take this tiny thing that I've been looking at and blow it up using projectors. I just have to figure out what equipment I need.
I like where this is going.
So B&H, you know, we're gonna talk again.
Steph, we're always here when you need us. And be sure to save me a slice. For your next project, head to the experts at B&H.com.
Oh yeah, I've definitely put him under the microscope. Cat fur looks crazy.
This is a story about a magical place where everything's amazing, especially the people. We can tell you everything there is to know about over 400,000 different pieces of gear. Tell them, Lenny.
And we have a 17 millimeter, 24 millimeter, 45 millimeter.
He does this all day. We'll help you find the right thing, which is often not the most expensive.
The A9 is great, but I think the 6500 is better for what you need.
That's pretty rare. And just like you, we love to explore and share our passion, because we're creators as well. Israel and Jake like to make videos for the web. Oh, I love it when he does this. Oh, by the way, if you can't meet us in person, you can always chat with us online. Think of us as collaborators, production partners, problem solvers. This is Greg. He's made 5 gold records.
You can play your voice high.
And here's Jay, the king of the candids. Wait, I'm not ready, Jay. Sometimes we geek out and help each other, but mostly we're here to help you. Like Lenny, who's still going, because there's a lot to say when you're making some pretty important decisions. So now you've met 16 of over 1,000 employees. 16 reasons our customers like to do business with people, not algorithms. We are B&H.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax, or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Alpha.
Tell me, do you hear it too? That moment that keeps calling you. You see, you can try to ignore it, but it will only get louder and louder and louder, and it will never stop until you find it. What if I told you one moment could change everything? Because it's out there. But there's no rule book, there's no compass, and there's no map. There's only your intuition. And that moment will speak to you and only you. And you'll know it when you find it, because it will have captured you long before you get the chance to capture it. But I can tell you this. It will not find you. You have to do that yourself. So tell me, do you hear it too? Because if you don't listen, you will live a lifetime of what ifs and what could have beens. So what will you do to find that moment? How far will you go to find that moment? Because it will teach you more than any book. It will bring you more adventure than any story. It will bring you back to a feeling that embraced you every day as a child, but faded as the sands of time fell. Just promise me, when you do find it, that you don't take it lightly. You dance with it, you breathe it in, you let it fill every bone in your body and explain to you what it means to be human. Because it's out there, if even just for a moment. So tell me, do you hear it too?
This is a brief history of B&H,
Hi, everyone.
everyone's favorite photo and video store.
Did
The year was 19...
you guys get the afternoon stretch in? Do your shoulders pop when you stretch? Did you walk around with a camera bag that was way too heavy? Did you walk around with a camera bag with every piece of photographic equipment you owned in that camera bag? No, you didn't do that? That's what I did. And my back is suffering for it now. Okay, so we're in the home stretch here. This is the end of the first day. We've saved an amazing program for last. And I just want to say that virtually we did this panel last year, and it was fire. It was a great panel, and it inspired the team that I work with at B&H to continue and do a Women in Photography panel and really rock it. So what better person to run and moderate this panel than B&H's own Madeline Budd. Madeline Budd from the marketing department.
Thank you.
Maddie.
Are we coming up now? Let's go. You guys can come up with me. Wow, that was a great way to start. Is my mic hot? Clearly, right? We're good? Can everybody hear me? There we go. I'm Madeline. I work here at B&H on the road marketing team. We are the team that puts together this event for you guys, and we hope that you're enjoying it. We put a lot of love into this event, so hopefully you're walking away with some great knowledge from all of these wonderful speakers that we have here today. I'm going to invite them up onto the stage. You guys can come on up. And I'll take a seat with you. So you guys can use that mic. I'm going to give a little bit of background on our panelists. I know Dixie and Flo spoke earlier today. Hopefully you were able to see them speak, but I'll give a brief background, and Anya will be speaking tomorrow with us, so tune in for that. I'll give a brief background, and then we'll jump right into the panel. Dixie Dixon is a fashion, lifestyle, and commercial photographer and film director based in Dallas, Texas. She's traveled all over the world to shoot for brands such as Disney, Virgin, and People magazine. She's currently a Nikon USA ambassador. Flo Ngala, on the end there, is a photographer and creative director from Harlem, New York. In 2022, she became the first woman of color to photograph the Met Gala, and in 2023, she was listed on the Forbes 30 Under 30 list. She's contributed to publications such as Billboard, Rolling Stone, GQ, Vogue, and the New York Times. Flo's also shot commercially for brands such as Nike, Apple, and Bank of America. Anya Anti, in the middle, is an internationally published photographer and artist who specializes in conceptual female portraiture and on-location fine art. Originally from Ukraine, she's now based in New York, New York. Welcome, all of you guys. And we were just talking about this earlier. Round of applause. We were just talking about this earlier, but all of these speakers are new to Depth of Field, so we're really, really grateful to have you guys here. Thank you so much for being a part of this event. So we're going to jump right into it, and we'll start with the first question. Flo, you can start off with this if you don't mind, since you have the mic. How did you first get into photography?
Well, thanks for having me. I'm excited to hear from both of you as well. Your work is awesome. I got into photography through the music industry. Basically, some BTS photos that I took on set led to an opportunity to work with artists at a label. That's my kind of career story, but photography-wise, I started in middle school / high school. It was offered as an elective, and I took it for one trimester and then decided to stick with it throughout high school. So that's the photo origin story and the photo career origin story as well.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for having me today. I'm very excited to be here. So I'm Anya, I'm originally from Ukraine, and I started photography over a decade ago. And I kind of always been like a creative child. I've been good at paintings and crafts, and I was doing all sorts of like creative things. And eventually, at some point, I got very passionate and excited about photography, so I got my first camera, and the rest is a story.
Great. I love you girls. So inspiring. Such beautiful work. I'm Dixie Dixon, and gosh, I started Little League photography. I did weddings. I did portraits. I actually joined the yearbook staff to get out of band camp. Growing up, I was not so good at marching. I played the saxophone, but marching and playing wasn't so good at the same time. But yeah, I just fell in love with fashion photography. My senior year of college, I studied abroad with the world-renowned fashion photographer, and like everything spoke to my soul, and I don't think there was any going back. I just love the team aspect and being able to create something that your mind can dream up in camera, and it was just such a passion, and gosh, I guess the rest is history after that.
I love it. Me being a photographer myself, I think that there was this moment in my career too where I just like went out there and I started calling myself a photographer. Like someone would come up to me and would be like, "What do you do?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm a photographer." So can you talk a little bit about that, what that moment was like for you, and just like how you built up that confidence to be able to call yourself a photographer?
Okay, I guess I'm gonna start. So, yeah, for me, it's kind of started as a hobby because like I said before, as a child, I was good in paintings and drawings, but I never really went to an art school, so I don't really have like a photography background or education. So for me, photography probably was an easier way than actually painting. So that's how I got passionate about it. And I think the moment when I realized then, oh my God, now I can call myself an actual photographer, not just a hobbyist, is when I got my first paid job, I think. It was like some family hired me to do their like kid birthday event, and they paid me actual money. I'm like, oh my God, I'm a professional now. So I guess that was my moment realizing that I'm a photographer now.
Well, I feel like I was always comfortable calling myself a photographer, but not as comfortable calling myself an artist. And when people would tell me I was an artist, I would say I just like to take pictures. But I remember one of my neighbors actually. She worked for I forgot the name, but like NYFA, New York Foundation of the Arts. Yeah. So she worked in the arts, and she was like, "You're an artist. You're an artist. No, you're an artist." And so eventually, I started to kind of own the artist term a bit more, but I always felt comfortable being like, "No, I'm a photographer. I'm a real photographer. I shoot analog film." Like, so yeah.
It's not easy.
That's a very good question. I think, when I graduated from college, like everyone else, I was super scared to jump into photography. And so I actually applied for an investment firm job at an investment firm, and I ended up getting the job. But my mentor at the time, he told me, "Dixie, if you want to do photography, now is the time, before you're locked in some kind of lifestyle, before you have a family, all of these things." And I was like, okay. So I was really scared, but then I ended up turning down that investment firm job and then jumping right into being a photographer. And that mentor actually hired me to shoot his daughter's wedding. And so I was like, okay, I guess I'm a photographer. So ever since then, I've just been shooting nonstop and calling myself a photographer ever since. So it's kind of crazy how things come together.
Yep. Dixie, you can hold the mic. We'll let you answer this next question. Yeah. What are some of the challenges that you face within the industry?
Oh, that's a hard one.
Being a woman in photography.
Oh, okay. I've always looked at it as being such an asset. Honestly, I think that, when I was shooting for a TV show on Access Television, the cinematographer noticed that I had a really cool connection with the models that we were shooting, and so he ended up letting me direct a lot of the video because I had that woman-to-woman connection, and they were super comfortable in front of my lens. So I don't know. Challenge-wise, I feel like I just look at it as an asset, and that's what, bring that femininity into the photography. You've got the masculine and the feminine. That polarity is really beautiful, and so the more I can accentuate that femininity and connection, I think the better.
If we're gonna talk about challenges, I can't really think about anything specific being a woman in the industry, but the only thing I can think of is that I mostly shoot on location, and sometimes I do that weird and remote places. And being a woman in photography can be, woman photographer can be kind of scary to do that, especially having expensive gear with you, and then having a model, again a female model, because I mostly shoot women portraits. Yeah, I've had instances where we would be just me and a model all by ourselves in some remote, lonely beach, and there was some kind of weirdo over there. And it was kind of scary, but yeah, that's why I always try to get myself an assistant or just a friend to keep us company, and preferably a male friend. So yeah, I guess that's the thing I can think of. Nope.
No, I actually love both of their answers, and I think looking at challenges looking at it as the word you used was an asset versus challenge. I think that's a good one. The first thought that came to mind with challenges, I guess sometimes because a lot of what I have done has been on sets, I feel like it's funny sometimes people will think that I'm the makeup artist or the hair person. I'm no, I'm the photographer, and I feel like maybe people's just natural stereotypes for what a female role on set would be is questioned, and maybe that's the only thing that comes to mind. But I would see it also as an asset and not so much a challenge, but it definitely is a reminder oh wow, my presence or just being here maybe doesn't make someone by default think, oh, she's a photographer. So but I like it. I like that kind of proving that person wrong, and that's a prize factor.
Of course.
Yeah, actually, kind of you reminded me of that every time I go to such conferences as this one, everybody by default assumed that I'm a model. And they're like, oh, you're a model, can I take a picture of you? And I'm sure, but I'm not a model. I'm actually a photographer myself. So that, I don't think it's like a downside of it, but it's just, I guess, a stereotype of people's perception of like a pretty young woman just being a subject in front of the camera, but not somebody behind the camera. And when it comes to like advantages of being a woman photographer, I guess there's something that Dixon mentioned before, that I know some of my male photographers' friends told me that they would never be able to reach out to a girl online and offer them to, oh, hey, I'm a photographer, let's do a photo shoot, because this is kind of weird. You know, I don't know you, you're some weirdo from social media, but if you're a girl and, you know, I guess it's more relaxed and people like trust you more, exactly, because, I mean, you're a woman, I'm a woman, I guess it's just easier to connect and it's less suspicious. So yeah, I find it, I guess, easier for me, and I kind of take it for granted because I've never realized before that, oh, that's right, my male peers, they have problems, like they can't just reach out to a woman and, you know, offer photo shoots. So I guess that's a good thing for me.
I'm gonna throw a little curveball in here. What do you feel like, what do you think about from a technical perspective? Do you feel like there's ever like, do you ever face sort of a discrimination or any sort of like hardship as far as like you might not know like the technical specs, or you might not know about the technical side of photography because you're a woman? Do you think?
Oh yeah, for sure. I've had that before. Not a lot though, but I've had like people's prejudice towards me being a young woman that, oh, you don't know anything about photography. I remember like a while ago, a man left a comment under my work saying, and it was like back when Instagram used to only had square images allowed to post, and because my work is all square format, he was like, oh, she's doing square photography because she wants to fit this Instagram format. And I'm like, no, that's because I was inspired by medium film format, because it's, you know, 6x6 is square. Oh no, you're too young to know about anything about medium film photography. I'm like, well, okay. So yeah, definitely.
What about you, Flo? We can go this way.
Honestly, I haven't had any of that experience.
That's good.
Yeah, but yeah, which is good. Yes.
I mean, I think I've gone into a camera store before and I brought in my, I think it was the I think it was the D3X at the time, it was a while back, and to get my sensor clean, I think the camera store was like, wow, you know how to work that thing? It's like, yes, indeed, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but other than that, not a big deal. Just funny.
Good to hear. So we'll start with you for this one, Dixie. Who or what inspires you? What photographers do you look up to?
Ooh, such a good question. So many amazing photographers. I love Joe McNally. He's like, such a soulful spirit and just amazing career and work. All of the amazing fashion photographers like Irving Penn and Richard Avedon, like all the classics, Patrick Demarchelier, those I think have always inspired me the most.
You should go to the Met while you're here.
Yes, I should.
Richard Avedon,
yeah. Well, I guess for me it's a more complex, like inspiration is a more complex process for me. I can't, like, if we were to say names, I would say Rodney Smith is one of my favorite photographers. I just love how he used to work with composition, like centered composition and mirrored composition. That's when you can see a lot in my work. So I guess that was my influence. Also, I love. Oh my God, I forgot the name. Sorry, I forgot the name.
It's all right. It'll come back.
But he's like fashion photographer. He's done a lot of work for Vogue, and he does this like very elaborate sets, like very fairy tale inspired. You probably know the name. I just totally.
The name is kind of on the tip of my tongue.
It's the tip
too.
of my tongue, but
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it?
I'm sorry? No. He's more like whimsical. Tim Walker. Yes, thank you. Tim Walker, yeah.
Thank you to the audience.
So yeah, but I think for me, inspiration is a little bit more complex. It's not just specific people, but it's more like a process of following favorite creatives, not just photographers, but also like contemporary artists. I love installations. I love, paintings, illustration, all of that. And it's like a collection of visual experience. I call it like inner library. So you kind of get that all together, and at some point you come up with great ideas and you get inspired. And also, like, nature inspires me a lot. I love traveling, and I love going to unique, interesting places and use those as my sets for my photography. So yeah.
Going off of what she said, I always get so caught up with the names question. So I also think I refer to my favorite kinds of photography as more like style based. But I remember being, really obsessed with just like New York Times photographers and just like overseas. Like the first time I saw like that kind of, like that like Pulitzer Prize winning like portraiture journalism, like that work, I would just open so many tabs and save. I was a big Tumblr user as well, so like I was very inspired by creatives who were doing just like whatever in their hometown, whether that was like street style, like self-portraits, any of that kind of work. Of course, like Gordon Parks is a big person that comes to mind for me. I used to work at a historical black library in Harlem called the Schomburg Center, which I'm not sure if people are familiar, but I remember. And it's very cool because I have some work that's in the Schomburg Center now, which is very full circle. Yeah, which is cool. So I used to be an intern, but when I was interning there, I worked in special events. So my job was like to take pictures of like the drunk adults on Fridays, but like I shouldn't say drunk adults, but like the parties. But I remember seeing like a Gordon Parks image in there that made me cry, like the first time I ever cried at a picture. And just, again, thinking about, like, we were just talking about this, like the power in like an image and like, I think right now I'm very inspired by a lot of my peers. Like I follow like so many people on Instagram that I am blessed enough to know, but just love their work. Someone who comes to mind is like Adrienne Raquel, who is a Houston born and bred, or maybe somewhere in Texas, maybe not Houston, so I'll backtrack. But she has like, she's photographed Lizzo before, she's photographed like Travis Scott, she's photographed all these great artists and celebrities, but like she has such a mastery of tones in her work, which I love. And then there are these two photographers from Georgia, Ahmad Barber and Dante Maurice. They have something called ABDM Studio that they do. Not that they do, but that's like their collaborative collection. And they've like photographed, like they photographed Zendaya like a gazillion times. They've photographed like, I don't know, so many heavy hitters. They photographed Cardi on the cover of Billboard, and she had like this really, really long skirt. Like they're just so good at the iconic image. I feel like everyone should look into them. ABDM Studio, they're some of my favorite people right now, yeah.
Thank you. What message do you want to pass on to new photographers and young women entering the industry? Go ahead.
I guess, fear is at the root of so many things. Like a lot of people won't start a new job or go for the career that or the hobby that they may love because they're afraid of, insert blank. And I feel like the sooner that we as artists and honestly as human beings just dismantle this idea of like being afraid of things, like, they say we only use like 40% of our abilities or something like that. Like there's just so many things that we can do. And the beauty with photography is not only are we artists, but we're literally capturing like moments in time. And not to get morbid, but like we're not gonna be here forever. So it's like, when you think about how, life is, we have this one life, and then we have this tool that allows us to like reference beautiful points of our lives. I feel like those of us who may feel, scared, or like young women who may be hesitant, I would just honestly say, like, get to the root of, what's holding you back, like what's keeping you from taking it there. Do research. You're not the first one, you're not the last person to feel that way. Go on YouTube, find a video, do a Google search, or reach out and ask, a Dixie or a B&H or up here about those emotions, and try to, find that community, and then just go for it is really what I would say.
I would probably say don't give up, because I've known so many photographers throughout the years, because I've been doing this over the decade now, and I've seen so many talented photographers who would start out being very popular in the industry and doing really well, but for some reason, could be anything like personal, or I don't know, but they for some reason stopped doing what they did. And I think that was the only reason why they didn't succeed. On the other hand, I've seen other people who maybe not so much talented, but they were persistent and hardworking, and they just passionate and continued doing what they did, and that's how they were able to, succeed in their field and stay relevant and stay, popular within, the community. So I would say, yeah, just don't stop what you're doing, and eventually it will take you somewhere.
I love what both of you said. That's so well spoken, and I guess I would just kind of echo that. And I mean, if you think about it, photography is such a powerful tool, and we make the influencers influential. We make the brands iconic. We make businesses move product. Like, we are so important today as photographers and content creators to be able to bring these brands to life, these people to life. And if you think about it, our jobs are everywhere. So if you think about, there's gonna be a niche that you specifically shoot that is so unique to you that only you can shoot it. And if you can dig deep and get to the root, like you were saying, of what you love to shoot most, there's gonna be people that are attracted to that kind of work that you love and that you shoot. It's just a matter of getting to know yourself so well and getting to know your soul and what you love shooting so much to get to the root of that and go out and shoot it, and then just create a big body of work around that niche and then start showing it to as many people as possible, I think. And it's a long game. I mean, photography, it's a journey. It's not just like a quick destination that's easy to get to. It's going to be a journey, and you're going to find adventures along the way, and it's just like take every bit of it and enjoy every minute. It's like I feel so grateful to get to do this for a living.
I love it. I'm loving this panel. What about you guys? This is awesome. So kind of to your point, Anya, and I think this might be a good place for you to start. How do you navigate feedback and not taking things personal?
Oh, it's hard. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm just a human, and it's funny how it can be like, like 100 really nice, positive comment, and then there's just one that is like somebody didn't like something, and you just focus on that one, and this is all you can think about. Yeah, it's hard, but I don't know. I don't really have an advice of how to deal with that. Just, just try not to focus on that and focus on the good things that people say about your work. But yeah, I guess we've all been there when there's just just this one comment. And I don't know, it's hard. It's also like, how do you deal with confidence? And there's like, I feel like I'm still struggling with that, even though I've been doing this for many years and I have some accomplishments, but I feel like I'm still looking for that confidence, and I struggle a lot with like imposter syndrome, and I sometimes overthink that, oh, probably maybe I'm not good enough, or maybe I said something stupid, or maybe people won't enjoy my work or may not find it helpful. So yeah, it's really hard, and I know that a lot of people struggle with that, and I think one thing is like, how to deal with that is talk about it. It's really good to know that you're not alone, that other people experience the same thing as you do, and you're not the crazy one who takes it too much personally. So just talking about it helps. And, don't just listen to your peers, people who you respect and whose opinion you value. Don't try not to focus too much on social media, and don't fall into that trap of comparing yourself to others, which of course I've been guilty about. So yeah, I know it's hard, but talking about it helps. Just knowing that you're not alone in this.
The question was about feedback.
Yeah, how do you not take things personal when you get feedback regarding your work?
Yeah, I think we're in like a time where it's getting harder, at least for me, to separate like the artist from the brand, from the human being. And I think it's like, like for me sometimes I really think about how like, okay, like who am I outside of like what I do? And the more it meshes together, sometimes the harder it can be to compartmentalize the two. But I genuinely was sitting here thinking about like how my journey with photography started in a classroom and getting feedback from my teacher, getting feedback from my peers. And it kind of has made me like awkwardly like a brutalist of sorts. Like I love people, like I love criticism, like a little too much. But I think that, we're artists, right? Like there's no way we know everything. Like at any given moment, we could all be asked to take a picture right now in this room, and we would take different photos. So it's like, I could learn something from you. I could learn something from you. Like, why did you shoot that way? Like, what did you see? So the sooner I think that we take the ego out of it and understand that, there's a separation between like you as a human being and you with a camera in front of your face, the better it will be for our photographic processes. And I think that you'd be surprised how much you hold yourself back by like being closed off to receiving criticism. I think people who are honest enough or comfortable enough to be honest with you are people that you should keep around and that you should feel comfortable forming relationships with and building relationships with. So yeah, I believe in, the short answer is separating, the photographer from the person, and being willing to accept feedback and not take it personal. That's my answer.
How about you, Dixie?
I wish I had this quote handy, but have you guys heard of that quote, "The Man in the Arena"?
No.
It's so good. If you haven't, Google that quote.
I'm gonna Google that.
Yeah, with Brene Brown. Yeah, it's like, it's criticism, it's so easy to give out. It's from the cheap seats. When you're actually in the arena, when you're actually doing the thing, it's a whole different deal. Like you're actually experiencing that, putting yourself out there. It takes a whole nother level of confidence and know-how to be able to put yourself out there like that. So don't take criticism from people that are just in the cheap seats watching. I think was the main essential of that quote. But yeah, it's I take it very, very hard, and I've had to learn that the hard way because I'm a really sensitive human being. Even the video that was just posted yesterday that I did, there was some comments on there that was just like, ooh, yeah. It just kind of stings a little bit. But it's also, you got to look at, too, who's commenting and who's giving the criticism. If it's not someone that is like rock star, like way ahead of you in their career, if they're commenting and criticizing you from a level that is, not quite what you're doing, you don't have to take them so personally. But I will look at criticism from people that are really doing amazing things. I'm really inspired by them. I'm like, okay, maybe there is something to it, so you can really take that more to heart. So looking at the people that give you that criticism, but really just rolling with it, because we're all learning. Like you said, taking the ego out of it, I think, is such a big part of it, because we all have our little egos that get all hurt by certain things and whatnot, but you just got to kind of let that stuff go.
Absolutely. If you have haters, you're doing something right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and when they go low, you go high. That's Michelle Obama. I love that one. Alrighty, so this kind of is a follow-up to that question, but, and Dixie, you can start. Showing too much emotion can sometimes be seen as being unprofessional, although it is one of the fundamentals of being an artist. How do you keep your emotions in check on the job?
Ooh, that's a good question. I really keep my cool pretty much on shoots for the most part. However, on one shoot that I did, it was a production for Magpul, Red Bull does not sit well with me, and I was really tired, and I chugged a Red Bull, and all of a sudden I felt all this emotion coming on. I think I was PMS or something. I don't know what was going on. Sorry, too much information. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it is a women's panel. You're good.
Oh my gosh, yes. And the art director, safe space here with the women photographer. So yeah, the art director was being super intense and really drilling me and not happy with what was going on. It was a really stressful shoot, and I lost my cool a little bit, and I had to go in the other room and just cry it out. I've never experienced that before. That never happened to me before. But then I came back on set after I got that out of my system, kept going. The shoot was awesome and it ended up great, but it is hard sometimes. You gotta let your emotions run with it. Sometimes I just have to like excuse myself for a minute and leave the room and take it all in, but yeah, y'all will probably have more to say about that stuff, but I try to keep it really positive.
I guess for me it's a little bit different because I'm not a commercial photographer, so I don't do, I mean, sometimes I do, but not really. I don't do like these big productions with team and producers and stuff. So for me it's a little bit different. And like, what is too much emotion? Like, where is the line of being no emotion, some emotion, and too much emotion? Like, how do you define that? And for me personally, I found that like emotions are important. It's what makes us human, right? So, I mean, I value all kind of emotion. I find importance and value in all sorts of emotion, not just positive ones. Either it's sadness, anger, frustration, and I'm not ashamed of or scared sharing them with my following, with my people who love my work. And I find it actually can be helpful for people to relate to your work because they can, again, feel less lonely with their feelings and emotions. And I guess it makes your work a little bit more personal because they can connect to it more and they can connect more with you as an artist. But again, where's this line of having emotions and sharing too much emotion? And I feel like passion is also an emotion, right? And being passionate in photography is very important because this is what motivates you and keeps you going and makes you good at what you do. And I found that my strongest work was made with very deep and strong emotions and not always good ones. You know, one of my most recognizable and famous work where I have butterflies in my stomach, where I tear apart my stomach, like the skin and butterflies come out. It was actually made when I was going through some very dark time in my life with all the anxiety and depression. You know, I'm from another country, so I moved to the United States 8 years ago, and it was really hard. I was struggling. You know, I didn't have any friends. I was really struggling with like language barrier and like mental barriers. So it was really hard for me, and that's, you know, collecting all of that experience and those emotions, this experience helped me to come up with this amazing work, which is to this day probably my most recognizable one, and I'm very proud of it. So again, I mean, it's probably good to be able to keep your cool and be professional on set, and probably not just set, but in every your daily life aspect, either it's in relationships, you know, thinking straight and not talking from emotions, probably really helpful. But again, emotions is what makes us human, and this is what the art comes from our emotions, from our passion, from our, I don't know, experiences, what we think, what we love, what we don't love. So yeah, I think emotions are important, and we should share more of them, and not just good ones.
Thanks for your response. I agree with you as far as like, you know, we're human beings and we're artists, like enough with trying to like police our emotions. I will say that I have struggled with like having a little bit of like sass or like attitudes on set before. And I feel like, I mean, it's two things. One, I'm a Gemini and I can't control that. And then two, I think just, I don't know, like just the idea of having to like wait for people and like the moving parts that come with sets, like it really humbles you when you realize that your time is just like not in your control. But the best part about that is that there's overtime and there's and there's like, there's you invoice, you're like, all right, well, I was there for 3 more hours than I should have been. But I really think that the takeaway for me has been, thinking about, okay, like what this emotion I feel right now, this frustration or like this like passive aggressiveness, projection, I don't know, whatever it is that I want to express on set, like, will it be worth it, in the client's memory, in the subject's memory? Because people, we're people, we pick up on energy. So even if like, and I'm being honest, like there's just times where I've been like frustrated with like, I've had similar situations with art directors or clients just being like, and me trying to give like a vibe of like being like, distant and, them being very apologetic or over apologetic. And in hindsight, I'll be like, dang, like I hope they don't come away from this experience thinking that I, was unprofessional, or like I'll just have that guilt right after. So for me, I've tried to practice like, just being able to hold it in and suck it in. I think the only line that, we need to be mindful of is just like self-respect. Like I've like cut sets before from just like the artist taking too long or being like, I'm not gonna go meet you someplace that you didn't tell me to go, like there's, a human decency that I think gets lost sometimes in the industry, especially when you're working with like certain kinds of talent. So I feel like if you can make, your own boundaries very clear and know that with yourself, you can move with a lot of integrity, and then not have to worry about the repercussions of, reacting, rather you'll be proactive and put it like in your contract, or you'll go on set and be very clear about the objectives, getting things done, letting people know your agenda. So yeah, I'm all for like the proactive approach to it. And also just knowing yourself, like some people have different temperaments obviously than others. So observe yourself on set, observe your crew. Like we just talked about feedback. Like I like to ask people like, was that easy to work with? Like was this clear? Because I'm still very much learning how to like work with a team, and because I love shooting natural light and kind of just going and approaching subjects by myself, what I find is like when I work with teams, sometimes I'll be in my head and like sometimes that can throw people off, and then they'll have an attitude with me and I'll have an attitude with them, and we still have to be on the set together for 5 more hours, So I think it's really good to just understand that, you can't observe yourself, in your own body, on your own set. So there's so much you can learn from being open to just being like, hey, like, was I clear today? Did you feel prepared? Like, did you feel comfortable? And a lot of times, like, that can, help us just patch together the things in our work ethic or our set ethic that can actually help us avoid whatever, issues may come up.
So while we're on this topic, we're all here because we love photography, but do you ever have those days where like you just don't want to get up, you just don't want to go, it's work at the end of the day, right? Like, do you ever have those days where you're just not feeling it? And like, how do you find the balance between passion that we're speaking about and doing the actual work?
For me, honestly, recently, what you were saying about like not giving up, like I literally was planning on quitting photography like twice in the past year just because my mental health was really going through it, and I felt like I was on the brink of like this next level that I just wasn't prepared for. And I feel like I'm still not prepared for it, but I'm okay with the process and not knowing and actually being open about how much I don't know. I feel like what's helped me is like my community, and honestly, I'm not even really in it the way I need to be, but just even being here today, for example, like I gave my talk and I stood outside for like 2 hours and like talked to people, and like just hearing how much people feel inspired by my work, or just me just taking pictures, it's like, whoa, like I can't stop, like, like things like that really inspire me. And sometimes when you're in it and you're sending the invoices or you're booking the jobs or you're traveling and stuff, it can feel very like, I'm just doing my thing. But to your point, it's a really amazing time to be a creative right now and to be a photographer, to be a woman in photography, to be a woman of color in photography. There's so many things that I think like just 20, 30 years ago wouldn't be possible, right? So I feel just very inspired by seeing the progressiveness of the industry and understanding like my part in it, and knowing that I love it, obviously, so I can't let the obstacles and challenges keep me from the bigger purpose.
Well, of course, I definitely struggle with that, finding motivation and keep doing it, even though I said keep doing what you're doing, but I also struggle with that. Well, I never thought about quitting, but of course I had my downtime. What I find motivational for me personally is, first of all, being in a space in the community and doing things like this, conferences, just communicating people, sharing experiences, sharing your fears and struggles and everything. That helps. And also, I find when I don't want to do something, when there's a job, this is like a job, right? This is not something like my personal project that I want to do, and I have to force myself, or maybe if it's something scary I'm super nervous about, I usually try to imagine myself like 5 days from that point, like what I'm going to feel, and most likely 99% I'm going to be happy that I actually done it, and that I actually pushed myself towards and I accomplished something, either it's just a job with a paycheck or some project or just anything that can bring me closer to my goals. So I try to think about that, how I'm going to feel about it 5 hours from then, and 5 days from then, and then 5 months from then. And most likely I will be very glad I did that. So that helps me to get up and do that.
Yeah, I mean, I would just echo what they both said on that one. Pushing past that fear, I think, like you said, is such a big part of it. I mean, I never thought that I would be presenting portfolio work on a stage. I've always had such a fear of speaking, believe it or not. But I was like, you know what? If this is supposed to, obviously, if I'm being asked to do something, even if don't feel like you're really 100% ready for it, I say go for it. If you're given an opportunity that you don't think you're ready for, you're being given that opportunity for a reason, and you should go for it. Because when you go and do that thing and you learn from it, even if you mess it up somehow or didn't do as, amazing as you thought you wanted to, you're going to learn from it and you're going to move on to that next level. So I think that's such a big part of it.
I love that. So we got a little technical question. We're throwing it in. What is the future of conceptual photography with the emergence of AI? So how do you guys feel about AI? And you can keep it short, I don't know, but we want to hear from you.
Well, okay, where do I start? AI. So yeah, as a conceptual photographer myself, who's not taking it, capturing special moments of people's, for example, wedding photographers do, honestly, I feel terrified and worried about where it's going, but I think before we talk about the future, where it's taking us, we should first talk about the ethic part of AI, because I don't know if you know, but AI models are being trained on billions of images collected from the internet, from different artists, including my work, photographers, without consent, without permission, and without compensation, which is, of course, a copyright violation and basically a theft of intellectual property. So basically what they do is they collect billions of images from all over the internet, they put it into this model, and they train this model based on those images. And this is something that makes me really angry, and I think we can all agree this is not acceptable, and we should all address that. Because, for example, music industry, somehow they can manage doing this ethically because they have royalty-free music and databases where they can compensate musicians for giving their work to that database. But when it comes to artists and photographers, for some reason, because musicians have labels, right, who can protect them, but us photographers and artists, there's no one there to help us. We're on their own. And I think this is not right. So, and then again, if we can somehow resolve that, Again, like, it's really hard already as a photographer for your work to be seen out there and noticed, because right now all the social media is algorithm-driven concept. So basically, art is being turned into content. So with development of an AI, imagine all this AI-generated images flooding the space and giving even more and more content, you know, basically silencing the artists that are create something and devaluing what they do. So, I don't know, and again, the art is kind of being made, again, faster, cheaper, without consideration for effort, education, experience, skill, and things like that. It's basically a fast art. So, you know, algorithm-driven social media, and on top of that, now it's AI. And again, it's like, I don't really see it as a tool, but more of a replacement, because there's a difference in tool and automation of something. Because a tool requires a person involved to have some skill to use it, whereas the AI is just, you know, you don't need any talent or experience. You just type in a few words and you get an image already generated. So I don't know, I'm feeling really conflicted about that, and worried about the future of art, where it's going. And then again, it's like, it angers me, because why can't we automate something that we hate doing, something tedious? And why can't we automate doing taxes, for example? No, we had to take something that we actually love doing. We had to take art and make it for us. But guess what? No, I actually like creating art. I like the process of getting better, of, you know, just educating myself, bringing my work to the next level, experimenting, trying and failing on all of that makes me a better artist. But yeah, I don't know. I guess my argument is against it. Of course, I realize that there's no way of stopping the progress, but I think at least we can regulate it and start all these conversations about, is it ethical? Is it something that we actually want? Because nobody asks artists, do we need AI? I don't think anybody's going to say, yes, we needed it. But yeah.
That's a good point. How about you, Flo?
I think she summed it up.
She summed it up? No, because there is this other side. You know, I totally understand from what you do, your perspective on that. But like being a photographer, for example, like culling, you know, like going through your images, potentially AI could be an asset to you, you know, in your workflow, speeding things up. And that's one argument that I hear from photographers. So how do you feel? You want to second that, or?
I'm just gonna say something. I did an interesting job last weekend where this software. I won't plug it. I won't say the name, but I'll tell you what it does. So basically, it was like a memory card. Mm-hmm. So I shot to my camera, but the memory card was connected to its own like Wi-Fi network, and basically guests of the event that I was shooting, like scanned a QR code, then like took a selfie, and like they got their images. Like I shot like red carpet arrival images for the guests at a concert. And so basically through like that technology, they were able to get their images because they took the selfie, and then the memory card basically just like recognized them and sent the photos. I thought that was so interesting. I didn't explain that well, but yeah. So basically I didn't have to upload anything. I didn't have to like send people their photos. Like you take a selfie. Yeah, someone said the name, yeah. you take the selfie. It's called like Spot My Photos. But you take a selfie, and based on the selfie matching up with the picture I take of you, it like, that's how you got your photos. I thought it was so interesting. So that was helpful for me. But yeah, I don't know about anything else.
Well, yeah, see, that's a cool way to use it. But when you think about it, I've already saw people uploading their own images to the system, and the system would make like selfies back in different style, artistic styles, you know, different like illustration. But how long is it gonna take until you're gonna put out your selfie into the system and you will get an actual photorealistic photo of you. So how long is it going to take when even wedding photographers are going to be out of work because you can just generate yourself in a... Well, I mean, I don't know, but that's why I'm worried, because 6 months ago I haven't even heard about AI, and suddenly it's like all over the internet, and suddenly I'm worried about my career being replaced by computers. Like, oh my God. So yeah, like if you think about it, yeah, but my biggest problem is the copyright violation thing. So if we can solve that, then we can talk about the rest, I guess.
And like you said, the ethics, I think, are an important factor as well. You know, like, Flo, what you mentioned, that sounds pretty ethical to me. I mean, there doesn't sound like there's anything wrong with that. But like what you're saying, it becomes a very gray area there. You know what I'm saying?
Right, because with music, they were able, they're also like programs and models for generating music right now, I think, but they use royalty-free music. So why can't we do something similar to, you know, images, drawings, photography, whatever, any kind of images? So yeah, it's like, I don't know, people say it's a tool. At the moment, I don't see how I would use it in my benefit as a tool, because, you know, for example, imagine you're a cook, so your pot is a tool, but it actually needs an involvement of a human and skill of being a cook. But suddenly your pot makes food for you, and the produce is stolen from farmers without paying them. So it's like, I don't know. So yeah, and like with the development of ChatGPT, if you don't know, it's a text AI-based program where you type in anything you want, and it will generate the whole, you know, script or text or whatever for you. So how long is it going to take when AI images won't be needing even any kind of human involvement? They're just going to be, you know, ChatGPT is going to generate text, and then Midjourney or whatever, Stable Diffusion is going to generate images. So, I mean, I don't know. And again, it feels like just faster, cheaper, and in the end, companies who own that are going to profit from that, and the artists will suffer because we are not getting compensated for it right now. So, and the internet is going to be flooded with content, and how am I supposed to, you know, promote my work and be in its scene with all this sea of generated images? And then it is going to devalue what I do, because at some point people are going to be thinking, oh, they won't care if it's human produced or machine generated, because you won't be able to see the difference. So it kind of devalues everything you do, and I don't know, it's kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't think photographers are the only job, you know, it's not the only job that's being threatened by
Yeah,
AI,
of course, all the artists,
right.
illustrators, any people who work with images. So, yeah.
What about you, Dixie? What's your input on the AI?
Yeah, that was really fascinating to hear y'all's perspective on that. Yeah, it is scary, but I also, like, AI, it takes out the human aspect completely. And so much about photography is that emotional connection with not only the moment of that photograph happening, but that emotional connection with the viewer viewing those photos. When I look at AI-generated imagery, I don't really have an emotional connection to it like I do real photographs. I think there's a power in real photographs and what we do, and like you said, I don't think I'm gonna have a AI do my wedding, you know, someday. Yeah. I mean, because it's possible. It is possible, but I hope that people wouldn't want AI generated images of their wedding, because the human element is what's so beautiful about life. Like, we want to definitely be able to capture that, and I just think that's kind of irreplaceable, especially with portraits and weddings, and because if I'm going to have my portrait taken, I don't want it to be AI generated. I want it to be a real portrait, and I got to think that we got to look at it in a way to use it as a tool. It is scary. I can totally relate with everything you're saying. But I also think I could use it maybe for mood boards, just coming up with you become instead of a creator, you're a narrator, and you're typing in whatever you're looking for. But it's a really cool, inspiring thing to look at on some sets that I could create and actually create things in camera. So I'm kind of looking at it as a mood board tool, potentially. But I just think that there's such a power in photography and that human connection and those moments that are actually happening as opposed to just creating these fake moments that never happened, if that makes sense.
No, it's definitely real. We're going to finish it out here today, folks, with our last question. What's next for you? What are your goals for the rest of the year and beyond?
Yeah, so I'm getting more and more into video and directing, and definitely it's a huge other world that's really fun to explore with sound and acting and directing people for video, not just stills. So I plan to do a lot of that, and I have some cool projects in the works, also a book project and some stuff I can't even talk about so much, but yeah, really fun stuff ahead. So.
Well, you see, that's smart. AI is not gonna do video anytime soon, so let's go into directing everybody. No, I'm just kidding. Well, honestly, 2022 has been a really, really hard year for me with everything happening in the world. So I don't want to be super gloomy here, but at this point, I'm just not expecting anything. Just 2023, just be normal, please. And it's true, but I mean, I hope it's gonna get at least, because the previous 3 years with the pandemic and everything's happening has been really, really slow for me. So I feel like it's kind of getting back to normal and more events are happening. So this is really good. I'm really excited about. So yeah, honestly, I'm not putting any hopes on there. Okay, not hopes, but I don't have any major plans for 2023. Just please be normal. I don't want any surprises.
That's fair.
I'm very excited to just be a better entrepreneur. I feel like I started off as an artist, in college, still figuring out what am I doing with this career? And I feel like I really admire, some of the people I've even met today with the business cards and the studios and just how people have their things set up. And I really respect that. It doesn't matter, where you're at in your photography career, someone who knows how to run their business, right? And so I'm really excited to kind of go back to the basics. I was telling someone earlier also, I never really got an opportunity to be a photo assistant, so I'm gonna apply for photo assisting jobs and learn how to properly use you'd be surprised at things I've gotten away with, guys, just by figuring it out as I go and going with the flow. But I really want to kind of get back to the basics and fall in love with photography again. And long-form projects, long-form photo projects, following subjects for a few weeks or doing projects over a few months, things like that. And again, more photojournalism and documentary work. I just want to kind of get back to my roots. So yeah, that's what I'm excited for this year.
I love it. Guys, give it up. That was amazing. Yes. So make sure that you follow all of our panelists on Instagram, and if you come tomorrow, make sure you catch Anya's talk. Are you on the 1 o'clock? Awesome. Be here. And thank you for coming to Depth of Field Day 1. We loved having you guys. Thank you so much. I'm going to pass it back to David.
Yeah, I can't end this any better than the way you guys did. So let's do it again tomorrow. See everyone at 9 o'clock. And for those of you online, we'll see you at 9:40. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, you guys should take a picture. Thank you.
Ladies, I collect the mic. Crop tight watermark.